Chapter 566. Senior, what did you think of? Su Li said quietly, interrupting the old man's thoughts. The old man in black frowned and snorted coldly, fighting for fate with the Tianjiao list. According to what you said, it should be the Wangtian tablet of the Buddha Yuan ancient temple, the sacred place of human clan's Buddhism. It is said that it contains all kinds of methods, including many secret skills. Su Li pretended to be surprised. The Wangtian tablet? Yes. The old man in black seemed to be lost in memory, but at that time, the human clan who could leave their names on the Wangtian tablet didn't get fate, but Buddha's relics, which could help people improve their cultivation after refining. Changing the world. Letting the Wangtian tablet carry the fate of a world is absolutely against the law of nature. What happened during the years when I was asleep? The old man in black faintly smelled a conspiracy, but helplessness flashed in his eyes when his eyes fell on the black lotus under the guanyin. Senior, haven't you ever thought of leaving here to find out the truth? Su Li's words sounded timely, almost touching the old man's heart. If it was in the past, I might be able to do my part for this world, but now, I can't. Why? Su Li put the flagon aside and looked at the guanyin statue meaningfully. Is it because this thing suppressed you, Senior? You can tell me the reason. Maybe I can help you. Why are you so obsessed with my freedom? The old man in black was surprised. He couldn't help but look at Su Li again vaguely, but the conclusion he got was the same as before. This girl was an ordinary young female practitioner of human clan. She was even too young. Her bone age was less than 50 years, and she was in Yuanying realm. Even in his time, such a little girl was a genius. But when it came to helping, it was a fantasy. Su Li didn't answer. She just stared at the old man in black, and there was only clarity and sincerity in her eyes. The old man in black seemed to think of something. His expression suddenly softened, and the killing intent in his heart dissipated. Well, I don't mind telling you. He smiled, and the wrinkles on his face were like tree bark. Do you know the existence of the ghost clan? I have seen it in the classics of the sect. Su Li nodded seriously. That's an extinct race. I heard that it was extremely powerful. Black Lotus, who was in the ring, rolled his eyes. His cunning little master was talking nonsense again to deceive people. No, to deceive ghosts. Black Coat, Ghost Clan, could it be? Black Lotus pinched his chin thoughtfully, but he didn't remind Su Li this old man is a member of the ghost race. The black-robed old man went straight to the point and said calmly, back then, I made a grave mistake and was punished to swear an oath to guard the Holy Lotus for all eternity until a true successor of the Holy Lotus appeared in my clan. At this point, although the black-clothed old man's mood was still calm, his tone unconsciously carried a trace of bitterness. However, even the patriarch would not have thought that with the passage of time, even the ghost clan no longer exists, who would be able to break the oath? Saint Lotus. Su Li's sight fell on the statue of Guanyin and she said, Is this the Black Lotus? Why don't you let me try? He, the black-robed old man laughed. Even if this old man agrees to let you try the sacred relic of my ghost race, a mere human like you will not be able to withstand it. I repeatedly woke up and fell asleep, but in the end, I couldn't wait for that clansman. My thoughts have already faded, so there's no need to force it. Su Li curled her lips. Elder, don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I'm a heaven's chosen one of the human race. Maybe I'm the one you're waiting for? Ha ha ha, the black-robed old man laughed out loud. Little human girl, you are indeed too young. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a bit of talent? Seeing that Su Li was still not convinced, the elder in black shook his head and slowly stepped aside. Well, it is fate that we meet. I'll wake you up and make you understand that there's always someone better out there. Humph. Old senior, I'll prove it to you. Su Li immediately stood up and jumped to the front of the guanyin statue. She asked confidently, Elder, what should I do? In the eyes of the black-clothed old man, her current appearance made it seem as if she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Holding the mentality of watching a joke, he replied, Place your hand on the lotus platform and calmly sense it. Finally, it came to this step. Su Li looked slightly serious. She stretched out her hand and gently covered the black lotus throne. 1 breath, 2 breaths, The Guanyin statue did not respond. Although the black-robed old man did not hold any hope, he couldn't help but sigh slightly when he saw this scene. With a comforting tone, he said gently, "This is the 12th grade Holy Lotus. The Holy Lotus has a spirit. Even the most talented patriarch of the Ghost Clan could not subdue it. You are not even a member of the Ghost Clan. How could you, Before the black-robed old man finished his words, his old eyes suddenly widened. He was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The Black Lotus throne shook faintly, and immediately came to life as if it had found a home. It quickly became smaller and integrated into Su Li's pubic region. The obviously noble pneuma revealed urgency and uneasiness, as if Su Li was afraid of abandoning it. It was as humble as dust. Boom! Without the Black Lotus throne, the Guanyin statue could not support it and collapsed, blasting a huge pit on the decayed floor. The black-robed old man seemed not to hear it. He stared blankly at Su Li, who had sat cross-legged on the ground. His lips trembled and his face was full of horror. The Holy Lotus chose the human clan? Su Li's divine awareness sank into her pubic region and immediately saw the pocket-sized Black Lotus of the 12th grade that was circling around her Black Lotus throne of the 18th grade. She impatiently wanted to integrate into it, but couldn't. Su Li looked at the 12th grade Black Lotus unhurriedly. At the moment when she touched it, she sensed that there was a Ghost Clan's forbidden oath in her awareness sea. The black-robed old man could not hurt her, but also became her slave. Although the restriction is a little big, it is definitely a good card in this ghost town. Thinking of this, Su Li's eyes left the forbidden oath and returned to her pubic region. Her eyes were cold. Black Lotus, do you still want to continue pretending to be dead? I am afraid that the old guy will find out and affect your plan. Black Lotus's embarrassed voice came into her mind. Congratulations, Master. You got the most precious treasure of the Ghost Clan, the 12th grade Black Lotus transforming into sword. Transforming into sword. Su Li thought and looked at the pocket-sized lotus throne flying in her pubic region. It turns out that this is the transforming into sword. She had a good memory. Naturally, she remembered that as early as when she broke through Zhuji realm, Black Lotus told her that the transforming into sword could transform into 18 Black Lotus swords. If she could control them, her power would be infinite. There are some loopholes in what I said before. Black Lotus's tone was a little cautious. Throughout the history of this circle, there has never been an 18th grade transforming into sword. Even the 12th grade transforming into sword is a legend. I thought it disappeared in time. I didn't expect that you are so lucky to meet it. Su Li looked as usual, without any surprise of getting the treasure. She just stared at the Black Lotus shadow. What else are you hiding from me? Tell me all of them. Black Lotus suddenly sweated on his forehead. He rubbed his hands awkwardly and said honestly, "This old man in black is similar to the dragon shadow in the ancestral land of the ghost region. They are also old monsters in the years of all spirits calendar. But I have some impression of him. His reputation in the history books of the Ghost Clan is quite big. If I remember correctly, he should be the only genius of the branch of the prehistoric Ghost Clan, named Yi Che. There are not many of them, but they are famous for making Yi Ji. In the years of the All Spirits calendar, Yi Ji was a famous delicacy of the Ghost Clan." Yi Ji? Delicacy? Su Li thought of the ugly blue monster she saw that year, and couldn't help but feel strange. Did the taste of the prehistoric Ghost Clan all have such a strange taste? Don't think too much. At that time, Yi Ji was as cute as a domestic pig in the secular world. Later, I don't know what happened, and Yi Ji became like that. Anyway, I haven't eaten it. It's awful. You haven't eaten it, but you know it's awful? Su Li raised her eyebrows and didn't expose him. At this moment, she finally confirmed the long-time guess in her heart. Black Lotus was not a very smart spirit, and she didn't know how he survived to the present. How should I integrate the transforming sword skill? Su Li asked, suppressing the thought in her heart. Open up your mind and allow it to merge with your foundation. However, nurturing these 12 swords is not something that can be done in a short period of time. You need an ocean's worth of ghostly chi to support it. Speaking of business, Black Lotus was reliable. After explaining in detail, Su Li let go of the control of her pubic region. The pocket-sized lotus throne quickly integrated into the base like a swallow returning to its nest, without any hindrance, as if the two were originally one. When the transforming sword skill was completely integrated into the base, Su Li immediately felt that there were 12 more subtle pneumas in the base, with a sense of coldness and sharpness. And the extra 6th grade pneumas were still in a state of silence. If I find another 6th grade transforming sword skill, can I integrate it into it? This thought flashed in Su Li's mind, and then she put it away. The ghost clan had long been extinct, and there was little news about it in Qingshui Circle. It was impossible to find the transforming sword skill in a short time, so she had to pay attention to it later. The integration of the transforming sword skill seemed to be fast, but in fact, it took Su Li a day and a half. It's time to go back to Tianya Inn to meet. Su Li opened her eyes, and a very faint black light flashed in her eyes. The black-robed elder, who was meditating aside, sensed the movement and immediately got up to bow. "Master, I'm Yi Che." Su Li accepted the bow calmly and immediately said, "Senior Yi, I accept this bow, and you don't have to bow to me anymore. You don't have to worry that I will ask you to do something with a forbidden oath." Hearing this, the biggest stone in Yi Che's heart was suddenly dropped, but he looked sad and lonely. He was a genius in the past, but he never thought that he would fall into such a situation and become a slave of a little girl of the human clan. Su Li was very sensitive, and she saw through Yi Che's mentality. She immediately chuckled, "Senior Yi, don't worry about it. Those who were in the same generation as you have already become the ashes of time. You'd better get over it. Relatively speaking, you do get freedom, but I still need to remind you. I don't know how many years have passed since the All Spirits calendar, but the time span is at least more than 40,000 years. You have lived for too long. It's okay if you are in the Shengxian mountain, but if you leave, the natural law will inevitably send nature's punishment." Su Li's words and manners were extremely rigorous, and she seemed to be a different person from before. Hearing this, Yi Che's face changed slightly, and he finally realized that Chapter 567. Was I fooled? I was fooled by this little girl who was less than 50 years old. Her behavior just now was definitely to lower my vigilance so that she could easily get the Holy Lotus. He was fooled and didn't even know it. The human clan took the Holy Lotus of the ghost clan. I'm sorry for the ancestors of the ghost clan. Yi Che covered his chest and felt suffocated. But because of the oath, he didn't dare to say anything disrespectful. He didn't even dare to ask Su Li to solve his doubts. In the world, there was no reason for a master to solve the doubts of a servant, even if he was suffocated by so many doubts. Su Li completely ignored the struggle on his old face and said with a smile, "It's almost time for the Tianjiao battle. Do you want to stay here or go with me to have a look?" Yi Che glanced at Su Li bitterly and then sighed, "Of course I will go with you, master." After staying in this shabby cottage for tens of thousands of years, how could he not get tired of it? Even if he had countless complicated thoughts about Su Li, he instantly suppressed all the thoughts and nodded because of the temptation of going out to have a look. Su Li answered softly and turned to walk out of the dilapidated courtyard. Every time she took a step, the weeds that were as high as a person were annihilated by an inch, revealing piles of white bones that were as high as half of her knees. Some of the bones even glowed with colorful jade luster. Su Li raised her eyebrows and glanced at the white bones. Her expression didn't change anymore and she walked out slowly. "Senior Yi, why don't you follow me?" Yi Che, who had been observing Su Li in the cottage, nodded when he saw this. He flicked his sleeves, and all the bones and the cottage turned into flying ashes. Since he and the Holy Lotus had left, there was no need for the cottage to exist. The ghost clan was destroyed, so he couldn't cling to the rotten past anymore. He wanted to see if this little master was worth his life. Today was the day of the Tianjiao battle. The plaza in the center of the city was bustling with noise and excitement. The area around the Heavenly Star Monument was completely different from the previous 2 days. There were rows of tall stone puppets made of unknown materials surrounding the Heavenly Star Monument, sealing off the space within 100 meters around it. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of spatial distortion. The Heavenly Star Valley's small world dimension technique allows one to enclose a piece of land and form a world of their own. There's also the Heavenly Star Stele. When Su Li and Yi Che arrived and saw the scene, Yi Che's calm face suddenly showed surprise. The Tianqing Valley has actually survived until now? Su Li's eyes flickered thoughtfully. The Heavenly Star Valley that Yi Che spoke of should be the Horizon Guest. Black Lotus had also said that it had an extremely long history. Looking at Yi Che's reaction, its origins were probably even more terrifying than he had imagined. Master, even during this old servants era, the Heavenly Star Valley was an ancient faction that could be traced back to countless years ago. I did not expect that the Heavenly Star Valley would still exist even after my ghost race perish. Yi Che had no intention of hiding anything. He grew slightly excited. This force definitely knows the reason behind the destruction of the ghost race. Su Li knew what he was thinking. She pondered for a moment and said, "You can investigate it. Also, check the list of glory sects that participated in the bloody calamity of the Holy Spirit and see if there's any difference from the one I got." Master, what is the bloody calamity of the Holy Spirit? Seeing that Su Li did not stop him, Yi Che was relieved and then asked in a low voice embarrassedly. He had just walked out of the thatched cottage, so he naturally did not know the major events that happened in his sleep. Just ask anyone. Everyone knows about it. Su Li said casually. She turned her eyes and saw Hua Shichun, who was waiting anxiously in front of the puppet. Hua Shichun was anxiously waiting in front of the puppet. The others were nowhere to be seen. Her eyes flashed. "I'll go in first. You can move freely outside. Remember my instructions." "I understand. Master, be careful in everything. The sky-gazing tablet is a sacred object of Buddhism. It does not cause killing. But I don't know about this sky-gazing tablet." When Yi Che spoke up to hear, he added, "If Master's strength is sufficient, you can choose the left path. I heard that among the human geniuses that went to the heaven-gazing monument all those years ago, there was a saying, the left path is the greatest fortuitous encounter." Su Li nodded in surprise. "You know a lot. You are much more reliable than that old thing." "Old thing?" Yi Che looked blank. The old thing in the Black Lotus ring instantly darkened his face. "Okay, I'm leaving." Su Li waved her hand and squeezed into the crowd. Wherever she went, all the practitioners who were watching the fun were pushed away unconsciously. "It seems that my little master's cultivation is much higher than what I saw." Yi Che took a deep look at Su Li's back and disappeared in the crowd. Elder Hua. Hua Shichun was still anxious. Suddenly he heard a familiar tone behind him. He immediately turned his head and said with surprise and joy, You are finally here. Junior Lord and others have already entered. This is the news I have collected in the past 2 days. The opening time of the entrance of the Tianjiao list is not fixed, and it only lasts for 2 hours. You should also go in and wait." Su Li took the jade slip handed over by him, nodded, and walked to the stone puppet. The stone puppet's eyes suddenly lit up with red light. After glancing at Su Li for a moment, it silently stepped aside. Su Li walked in without looking back, but she was thinking this stone puppet had the function of identifying bone age. It seemed good to put one in Ni sect. She didn't know whether Chanyik Attic would sell it or not. Seeing Su Li's figure disappear in the entrance, Hua Shichun breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately showed an excited smile on his face. With Lord Qingshui's help, Jiguang sect would definitely be promoted to a holy sect. The sense of distortion lasted for a few seconds and then dissipated. What Su Li saw was a square that was countless times larger than before. Even though nearly 80% of the talents of Qingshui Circle came at this moment, they only occupied 1/5 of the square, and they were sparsely distributed. The square is so large, and it is by no means a waste. The cultivation in the All Spirits calendar year was much more prosperous than it is now. This thought flashed in Su Li's mind. She turned and walked in the direction of the people of Jiguang sect, but found that the people of Ni sect and Jiguang sect stood together, and the opposite were many disciples of Splendor Hall. "Which sect do you belong to? How dare you meddle in the business of Splendor Hall? Are you tired of living?" In the team of Splendor Hall, Someone scolded with a cold face, "Get out of here." Yang Zai grinned, revealing his white teeth. "You repulsive people want to know the name of my sect. If it weren't for the prohibition of fighting in this space, believe it or not, I could press all of you to the ground by myself." You what?" Yang Zai picked his ears and looked like a rascal. "At first glance, I know that you are a group of useless people who have never seen the world. You don't even know how to quarrel. It seems that you are not good at fighting." The eyes of the people of Splendor Hall were red, and their chests rose and fell violently. Swish, swish, swish. A few grumpy disciples of Splendor Hall finally couldn't help it. They made a gesture, and several flying swords were unsheathed. Then they saw the sky. A huge suction came from the ground. The disciples who fought screamed, and their hands burst into blood mist. They were sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared. There was silence in the square. The disciples of Splendor Hall were all stiff when they saw several flying swords falling on the ground. "A group of idiots." Yang Zai laughed, and his tone was full of sarcasm. "I warned you not to fight, but you still dared to fight. Are you brainless? Fortunately, I showed up and sent them out. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Shouldn't you thank me? Let's go." The young leader's face was as gloomy as water, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. Hearing this, the flying sword in his hand was almost crushed. He turned around and left. He was afraid that if he continued to listen, he would not be able to help but fight. This person's words were too unpleasant. "Ha ha 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 ha. Why are you leaving? Don't go. I was worried that there was no one to talk to." Yang Zai waved his hand hard, looking mean. The disciples of Jiguang's sect were stunned. They were few in number, and they thought they would be humiliated by the people of Splendor Hall. They didn't expect that when this ordinary-looking strange young man showed up, all the people of Splendor Hall couldn't resist. This mouth was too powerful. "Nice." Yang Zai laughed out loud when he saw the people from the Splendor Hall walking even faster. They were much easier to scold than the people from the Void Sword sect. His mouth could only be ranked second in the Void Sword sect. There was one person he could not scold no matter what. Ling Qinglan's eyes twitched, and he turned his head away. The disciples of Void Sword sect were really good at talking. He thought that Yang Zai was reticent and not good at it, but he didn't expect that it was not that he was not good at it, but that no one scolded him. Thinking about it, he had no enemies in Ni sect. Who could he scold? This time, he met Splendor Hall, so he liberated his nature. "Thank you for helping me out, elder brothers." Xian was shocked by Yang Zai's laughter. He quickly cupped his hands and stepped forward to get close to Yang Zai. He looked at Yang Zai with admiration. "Elder brother, you are so good at talking. Can you teach me?" Yang Zai was about to answer, but he suddenly saw Su Li behind Xian, looking at him with a faint smile. "Senior Qing Shui." Yang Zai suddenly broke into a cold sweat, and quickly bowed his head to salute. He didn't forget Su Li's order, and changed master to Senior Qing Shui. "Elder sister?" Xian immediately turned around and saw the familiar thin figure. He immediately ran over with joy and hugged Su Li's waist. "How old are you? You are still like a child." Su Li helplessly pushed Xian away. Seeing Jiang run and others coming over, she nodded gently. "Elder sister, are these people yours?" Xian couldn't help but transmit the sound in private. Among all the people, only he knew that the elder sister in front of him was not called Qing Shui, but Su Jouzhou. Su Li smiled slightly. "Does it matter whether they are mine or not? Just like my name, you only need to know that everything I do is beneficial to all of you." Xian thought for a moment, and showed a big smile. "Elder sister, you are right. Master, we have warned Tianyik Attic, and Xie Wei doesn't dare to act rashly for the time being." Yang Zai transmitted the sound in secret, and Su Li nodded gently. "I didn't expect that you have such a glib tongue." Yang Zai immediately smiled. In front of Su Li, he didn't dare to flirt. Chapter 568. The entrance of the prodigy battle was still turning slowly, but there was no response. "Qing Shui. Senior sister, we have inquired about it these days. Jiang Run remembered Su Li's previous instructions and changed the way he addressed Su Li. He said with respect, "The rules of every Tianjiao battle are almost the same. The first test is to test the nature of the soul to prevent alien races from sneaking in. Sister, I've also collected a lot of information." Xianan glanced at Jiang Run and smiled. His tone implied a sense of comparison. "I heard that in ancient times, the alien races were rampant, and the human clan was far less powerful than it is now. They could only survive in the gap between the alien races. In order to cultivate the talents of the human clan, we must first eliminate the spies of the alien races. Otherwise, it is very likely that we will work hard for others." Su Li nodded slightly, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. The situation within her body was very complicated. Even she wasn't sure if she could still be considered a human. She also didn't know if she could pass the first trial. However, since he had already entered, there was no reason for him to turn back. Jiang Run looked strangely at Xianan, who was contending for favor. He coughed lightly and continued, "The second test is cultivation. The bone age of the Tianjiao list is limited to 2,000 years old. The practitioners who come in, whether they are 100 years old, 1,000 years old, or 1,999 years old, are treated equally. The higher their cultivation, the higher their initial ranking." At this point, Jiang Run paused and said worriedly, "Senior sister, the ages of the 12 of us. I'm afraid we're a little too young. The oldest among us is only 1,200 years old. Compared to those holy sect disciples who are stuck at 2,000 years old, the gap is too big." Su Li didn't answer when she heard the words. She glanced at the people of Jiguang sect, who all lowered their heads in shame. "What? We haven't even started and you've already lost all confidence." Su Li frowned slightly and scolded him coldly. Xianan sighed and shook his head, "Sister, don't blame them. You don't know that the disciples of holy sects who come to participate in the Tianjiao battle this time are different from the past." Su Li raised her eyebrows and didn't speak. Then Xianan continued, "In the past, the disciples of the holy sects who reached the age limit of 2,000 years reached the early stage of Huashan realm, which was already very exaggerated. But this time, let alone early soul formation cultivators, even mid-soul formation cultivators and late soul formation cultivators are a dime a dozen. I even heard that the 4 people from the Pinnacle Holy Sect have broken through the soul formation stage and reached the tribulation passing stage. In an ordinary sage sect, he would already be an elder. Could it be that the rumors I heard are true?" Ying Qiao's small mouth slightly opened as she exclaimed in a low voice, "A few days ago, when I was at the tea house with my senior brothers, I heard someone say that the people who participated in the bloody catastrophe of the divine spirit all had some kind of restriction within their bodies, and their cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. They could be said to be monstrous. A tribulation stage cultivator who is less than 2,000 years old is too exaggerated." As soon as the words came out, Yang Zai and others immediately exchanged glances without a trace. Their cultivation was also very fast. It was really possible that it was the influence of reincarnation mirror, as Ying Qiao had heard in the rumors. Su Li narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. But she didn't mention the bloody accident of the Holy Spirit. She just said, "Since we are here, let's take things as they come. Just do your best. Save your own life first. Do you understand? Especially you." Xianan, seeing Su Li's sight, Xianan shrank his neck and said, "Sister, don't worry. I won't take my life as a joke. I can abstain before entering each level. I will abstain after the second level. I just come in to see what my cultivation can rank. There are many people like me who come in to watch the fun." Su Li nodded slightly and turned to look at Jiang Run. "Go on." "Okay." Jiang Run's tone was calm and clear. He quickly shared what he had inquired with everyone. Not long after he finished speaking, the whirlpool behind the Heavenly Star tablet suddenly vibrated, and then it rotated rapidly. The secret realm of Tianjiao battle is opened. Almost in an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing and rushed into the whirlpool at once. No one knew when the whirlpool would close. If they missed the Tianjiao battle because of hesitation, they would regret it for a lifetime. "Let's go." What Jiang Run said just now can only be used as a reference. Be careful. Let's go. Everyone rushed out without saying a word. Tens of thousands of genius practitioners of Qingshui Circle turned into a turbulent stream of people, rushing to be the first. The scene was spectacular and cruel. Even some people with low cultivation were unstable and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were trampled into blood mist by countless people behind them. Su Li's expression didn't change, but a hint of awe flashed in her eyes. She immediately ordered, Zai and Ling Qinglan, you two go in the front and leave a way for Xian'an and others. Yang Zai knew the details of Xian'an and others, so he took the lead without saying a word. A strange feeling flashed in Jiang Run's heart. Even if this group of people were old acquaintances of Lord Qingshui, they were too obedient. But at this moment, he had no time to think about it, and rushed into the whirlpool. After the darkness, all the hustle and bustle turned into extreme silence. Su Li opened her eyes and found that she was standing alone in front of a huge ancient tablet. She was surrounded by chaos, and she couldn't see the real situation. It seems that everyone is separated and tested separately. Su Li turned her eyes and cast them on the stone tablet. According to Black Lotus's knowledge, there was a complete scripture on the stone tablet. However, although the content of the scripture was on the ancient tablet in front of her, the name of the scripture and the opening general outline were erased, leaving a vague trace. Read this scripture and recite it. If you don't have the hindrance of the inner demons, you are a member of the human clan. Otherwise, you will be destroyed by the power and your soul will be scattered. Seeing the last paragraph of the scripture, Su Li narrowed her eyes, and immediately pressed her palm on the ancient tablet without hesitation. In just a moment, the golden light of the ancient tablet surged, and countless golden words jumped out of the ancient tablet and stood in the nothingness. Su Li's eyes glowed with golden light, and her red lips opened slightly. The scripture came out of her mouth unhurriedly, and every word was a gem. Every time she said a paragraph, there would be a line of golden scripture in the nothingness automatically into her body, washing from beginning to end, as if it was looking for something. At this moment, Su Li's mind instantly tightened. Although she still regarded herself as a member of the human clan, after all, she had the characteristics of the ghost clan. Would this scripture let her go? Seeing that she was about to touch the Black Lotus throne in her pubic region, Su Li was about to withdraw her palm. But at this moment, the two divine thunders, which had been calm, suddenly boiled, directly pulled the golden words over, and swallowed them. Buzz! The nothingness trembled, and the originally calm ancient tablet shook violently. Then, more scriptures spewed out. At the same time, the original words on the ancient tablet disappeared, and were replaced by another line of words. At the beginning of peace, all evils retreat. It is a blessing for our human clan. Old Monk's relic is willing to be the benefactor. At the end of the writing, Su Li had no time to read it carefully. Although the surging energy in the scripture was gentle, it was unreasonably huge. She had to concentrate on collecting it. After a long time, the golden light on the stone tablet dimmed, and the energy subsided. Su Li opened her eyes, and a bright Buddha's light flashed in her eyes. The energy was very gentle. Although she couldn't refine it immediately, it was easy to refine it. Buddha's relic, I only mentioned it from Black Lotus. It was the supreme cultivation secret treasure of the human clan in ancient times. I didn't expect it to help me. Su Li sighed in her heart. She saw that the line of words on the stone tablet had disappeared, and the original scripture was restored. Under the scripture, there was a blank line. Cultivation, Yuanying Realm, ranking, 2476. Under this line of information, there was a blank groove. Hearing what Jiang Run said, Su Li naturally knew what to do. She took out a white and flawless blank jade slip. This jade slip was specially made by Tianyik Attic. It was distributed to all young geniuses who participated in the Tianjiao battle. By this, they could show their names on the Tianjiao list and divide their sects. It was also the key for all emerging talents to make a name for themselves. Su Li gently put the jade slip into the groove, and slightly raised her lips. A faint voice sounded, like a stone thrown on the calm lake, and ripples appeared. I am Su Jojo of Ni sect. Just when Su Li engraved her identity, In one of the countless stone tablet spaces, Ling Li looked at the scripture stone tablet in front of him with indifferent eyes. Ling Li, don't forget your innate mission. You are the keeper of the monument. You are destined to devote everything to the Ling family in your life. Even your life, you will not hesitate. And I, Ling Xian, am the only daughter of my father, the young lord of Shengtian Shrine, and the future fate ancestor. I am the mandate of heaven. You must listen to me. Otherwise, no one can protect my illegitimate nephew. Even if he hides in the Yin-Yang region, for my master, it is just a matter of a word to destroy a region. Do you know? Before the departure, the cold words of the veiled woman in Shengtian Palace still sounded in his ears. Ling Li took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his eyes faded. He took out a jade slip and put it into the groove. It seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time, and his slightly hoarse voice echoed in the nothingness. Ling Li of the Fate Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, the jade slip in the groove flashed with white light, and instantly disappeared into the stone tablet. At the same time, Ling Xian, who was far away in the Fate Palace, saw a burst of dazzling light from the black jade slip hanging in the center of the hall. Her eyes suddenly brightened, and her perfect and delicate face showed a smile that made the world pale. But somehow, although the smile was perfect, it always made people feel a little uncomfortable. She turned around, bowed to the shadow above the hall, and smiled sweetly. Master, it's done. I know that my worthless brother is cold-blooded and ruthless on the surface, but in fact, he cares about the bastard very much. Since then, my Fate Palace has him to participate in the battle, which is enough to be a holy sect. But master, I don't understand. My Fate Palace has always been low-key. Is it too reckless? The figure hidden in the shadow chuckled. After a moment of silence, he didn't answer but asked, if you do so, the fate of Shengtian Shrine will inevitably fall. Aren't you afraid that your father will be furious and blame you? Master, you must be joking. Ling Xian's beautiful eyes were full of ambition. You only have me, and the Fate Palace must be controlled by me in the future. Isn't it the same for Shengtian Shrine? In my opinion, the Fate Palace and Shengtian Shrine are all my forces, and the fate is gathered in me. What's the difference? If these words were in ordinary sects, it must be rebellious. But when the fate ancestor in the shadow heard this, he laughed more happily. What a good child. I didn't misjudge you. Chapter 569. The first level of the Tianjiao list was not difficult at all. It only took less than 2 hours for all the participants to enter the second level one after another after receiving the instruction from the secret realm. Su Li sat cross-legged not far from the stone tablet. She looked up at the huge whirlpool that appeared after the instruction from the secret realm, but she didn't move. Her mind returned to her body. Hua, 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 the sound of tide faintly came from the tendons and meridians. As time went by, the sound became louder and louder, and the whole space of the stone tablet was echoing. That was the sound of blood passing through. The blood sea was like tide. If Black Lotus's consciousness was not blocked by the Tianjiao secret realm, he would be shocked. This was the supreme realm in the legend of body refining. Because of various opportunities, Su Li's physical body had reached the limit of the human clan, which was comparable to the body of a demon beast. It was almost impossible for her to break through in this era. But in this secret realm, she easily broke through the shackles. Boom! With the last loud noise, a layer of stinky black impurities appeared on the surface of Su Li's body. After they were removed, a faint fragrance followed. The fragrance of the soul and flesh is flawless. Su Li's eyes flickered. She stretched out her white hands and looked at them. Then she put them back into her sleeves and stood up. At this moment, her physical body seemed to have completed the last transformation. She became white and tender, and even the temperament of a practitioner was completely restrained. At this moment, Su Li's whole body was full of the taste of returning to nature. If she didn't show her cultivation, she would be like a mortal woman who was ignorant of the world. No one could see how terrible the power was hidden in her delicate body. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes flickered. She seemed to think of something. Then she waved her hand to condense a water mirror in front of her. Although she had some guesses in her heart, Su Li was still stunned when she saw herself in the mirror. At this moment, her appearance in the water mirror was not the appearance of this life. She had clearly returned to the beautiful appearance of her previous life. Only the black lotus mark at the corner of her eyes was still there. This mark not only didn't destroy the beauty, but also added a mysterious and coquettish temperament, which made people unable to move their eyes away. Sure enough, the integration of the soul and flesh is better. Although I am reincarnated, there has always been a gap between my soul and my physical body because of Black Lotus's means. Now the gap is gone. Su Li touched her face, and her eyes were dim. No one knew what she was thinking. After a short moment, with a command in her heart, she activated the myriad spirit technique to conceal her true appearance, and then she stepped into the vortex without the slightest hesitation. After a short while, the darkness in front of him dissipated and was replaced by a narrow space. In the entire space of nothingness, there was nothing but a pitch-black stone in the middle. The second test is to test one's cultivation. It seems like this is a cultivation stone. It looks a bit different from Charnyek Attic's. In addition to the intelligence industry, Charnyek Attic also provided a lot of services for practitioners, including testing cultivation. Every branch of Charnyek Attic with a slightly larger scale had cultivation stones, so Su Li had seen them. However, Charnyek Attic's cultivation stone was only the size of a fist, while the one in front of him was as tall as a person. Su Li glanced at it and pressed her palm on the surface of the black stone. The power of Yuanying poured out. Buzz! The cultivation stone immediately released dazzling five-colored brilliance, which shrouded Su Li. After a while, the brilliance flickered, as if it could not confirm Su Li's cultivation. Su Li frowned. The cultivation stone seemed to notice her impatience. The flickering brilliance suddenly stopped, and a line of ancient characters appeared on the surface of the stone. Su Jiuzhou, Yuanying Realm, Tianjiao Ranking, outside 100,000. Without thinking carefully, the cultivation stone in the nothingness disappeared into the nothingness, and was replaced by two vortexes. The vortexes appeared in the sky. One of the characters was blood red, with the words fight, and the other was light cyan, with the words retreat. There are too many uncertainties in the second test, so I can't give a specific ranking. Then when I wait for the third test, Su Li's eyes flashed with the meaning of thinking, and then she immediately stepped into the blood-red vortex. At the same time, in the outside square, a large number of low-level practitioners were spat out of the vortex. Huo Chun, who had been waiting outside, stared at the vortex nervously. Suddenly, he looked happy and rushed to catch Xianan, who flew out of the vortex. "Young lord, it's good that you are fine. I thought." Xianan took a breath, rolled his eyes, and said angrily, "Thought what? You thought I would go to the third test? I am not a fool. Why would I go to the third test to die? Let's go. Go to the square to find the image of the light-splitting stone. Maybe we can see them if we are lucky." Okay. Not long after, the two came to the largest hall on the side of the square. At this moment, the hall was extremely lively and crowded with people. The walls of the hall were covered with mirror-like stones. There were images flashing in each stone, and they were different. The images reflected in them were the scenes in the Tianjiao secret realm. My father told me this, but I didn't believe it. Xianan sighed. Now I am convinced that the Tianjiao secret realm may really be a means for the sects in ancient times to train disciples. Otherwise, the layout of this hall can't be explained at all. Huo Chun nodded and also sighed with emotion. The powerful figures in the ancient cultivation era can't be compared with today's. They have all kinds of amazing means. There were thousands of images in the hall. It took Xianan and Huo Chun half an hour to explore with their divine awareness. Suddenly, Su Li's indifferent face flashed in one of the images. Found it. Xianan's eyes brightened. Su Li opened her eyes and came to a lonely mountain top. The fairy energy around the mountain top was misty, and it was full of white clouds. In the middle of the clouds, there was a platform suspended in the air. The divine light was flowing on it, and it was indestructible. Su Li glanced at the sea of clouds, and found that in addition to her own mountain top, there were thousands of mountains evenly distributed everywhere in the sea of clouds. Most of the mountains had people, and the remaining mountains occasionally flashed with light, and there was one more person. Su Li was also a newcomer. It didn't take long for her to sense hundreds of divine awareness sweeping over, but soon these divine awareness were all taken back. Haha, Yuanying realm, another one comes to die. There are few female practitioners in the cultivation circle. I didn't expect that this woman is a rarer female casual practitioner. Don't enter the Tianjiao realm before you reach Huashan realm. Those who dare to challenge this iron law will end up miserably. There are a lot of useless people in Yuanying realm in the space of the immortal realm here. If nothing goes wrong, we can all be promoted to the next level of the immortal realm. We are lucky. Many voices came, and they didn't mean to hide it at all. Su Li glanced at the direction of the voice and quickly took back her gaze. She was really not interested in a group of people in the early stage of Huashan realm. Most likely, I was assigned to the space of the immortal realm with the lowest cultivation in the second test of cultivation. Su Li felt helpless. After the first two tests, the third test was the real battle of talents. Life and death were disregarded. Although it was cruel, the division of the space of the immortal realm left a glimmer of hope for many low-level practitioners. Because when every practitioner promoted to the immortal realm, the practitioners in this space could get a chance to choose again. Quit or participate in the battle? Life and death were really decided by a thought. While thinking, Su Li suddenly felt something. She stretched out her right hand and floated in the nothingness. A jade slip fell into her palm. This jade slip was exactly the blank jade slip she put in the first test. But this jade slip was no longer blank, and several messages were flashing. Su Jiuzhou, Yuanying realm, ranking 645590, immortal realm, 33 immortal realm. Was it the meaning of the 33 heavens? Su Li put away the jade slip and looked into the distance. More than 600,000 people participated in the battle, and there were a total of 20,000 mountains in this space. That was to say, the 33rd immortal realm was the last one. Whoosh! When the last practitioner appeared on the mountain in this space, the arena in the middle of the sea of clouds suddenly opened. According to Jiang Run, this arena would randomly choose a practitioner as the champion. As long as he could survive 10 rounds, he could be promoted to the next immortal realm, and his score would be improved accordingly. Thus, his ranking on the Tianjiao list would be improved. If he lost, everything would be over. Champion, Li Suiling, if you don't come to the arena within 10 breaths, it will be regarded as a forfeit and you will be expelled from the immortal realm. The cold voice in the nothingness fell. The face of the young man in a yellow robe sitting on a mountain suddenly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. The first champion meant that he would be regarded as a life-or-death enemy by more than 10,000 practitioners in this space. He was just in the early stage of Huashan realm, and there were hundreds of talents in this space who were in the middle stage of Huashan realm. Bad luck. Why am I so unlucky? The young man in a yellow robe let his imagination run wild, and he didn't realize that 10 breaths had passed. Ah! Suddenly, his eyes widened and he screamed. He was swept out of the immortal realm by a brutal force and disappeared. What a good-for-nothing. He doesn't even dare to go to the arena. If it were me, a practitioner on a nearby mountain saw this scene and immediately laughed. But before he finished laughing, his smile froze on his face. He seemed to have heard that if the champion gave up defending the arena, the next one would be the one closest to the original champion's mountain. The champion, Wang Fa. Looking at Wang Fa's dazed face, there was a burst of laughter immediately. I'm not a good-for-nothing. Wang Fa gritted his teeth. His feet moved even though there was no wind. He landed on the stage and looked around. I, Wang Fa, will defend the stage. The laughter suddenly subsided. You're a little brave. On top of a mountain, the young cultivator waved his sleeve with a cold expression. His figure crossed 1,000 meters and entered the arena. He looked at Wang Fa as if he was looking at a dead man. His voice was filled with mockery. But if your courage is not supported by your cultivation, then you're just a fool. Wang Fa, you're even more stupid than Li Suiling. Late stage of soul formation? Seeing the young cultivator, Wang Fa's pupils constricted, and fear filled his eyes. He subconsciously took out his defensive Dharma treasure, but the young cultivator waved his hand. Poof! A head flew high up into the sky, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Wang Fa was dead. Accompanied by the heavy sound of the body falling to the ground, many cultivators came back to their senses. Then, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. What a powerful cultivation! What a fast technique! They didn't even see what technique this person used, and Wang Fa was killed. He didn't even have time to take out his soul formation intent. I know him. His Shun Nan from the superior grade spirit sinking sect. His casting speed is extremely fast, and it's hard to defend against it. His strength is the best among his peers, second only to the saint of the sage sect. Looks like he'll be the first to advance. This person's strength shouldn't even be on the 33rd immortal platform. Chapter 570. After killing Wang Fa, Shun Nan remained calm. He stood on the arena and waited for Wang Fa's body to fall into the abyss under the arena. Then he said lightly, "Shun Nan of the Lingchen sect, guard the arena." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. All the practitioners at the late stage of Huashan realm chose to be silent at the same time. Although it was necessary to compete in the Tianjiao battle, it was extremely stupid to fight to the death with the weakest 33 immortals. No answer. The opponent will be randomly assigned after 3 breaths. The voice of the Tianjiao secret realm was transmitted to everyone's awareness sea, but few people were surprised. Since the Tianjiao secret realm was created to train disciples, it wouldn't let anyone win too easily. However, for the real talents, such an arrangement would only waste a little time at most. Next, practitioners with different levels of cultivation were arranged to go on the arena. At first, there were a few who overestimated themselves and thought they could get lucky. After being killed by Shun Nan casually, the practitioners at the back finally realized their limits. They were all disheartened and admitted defeat immediately. Then, they were sent back to their original immortals. In the Tianjiao battle, if one didn't die, losing one match was not a big deal. As long as one could defeat 10 practitioners in a row, one could be promoted. But for most practitioners, losing meant the end. Even those at a lower level of the immortals could survive. What was the difference between advancing to a higher level and courting death? The 7th, 644446, Sun Dalai. I admit defeat. The 8th, 64, I admit defeat. The 9th, I admit defeat. After 4 or 5 people admitted defeat, Shun Nan only had 1 match left before he could be promoted. The 10th, 645590, Su Jojo. The next moment, Su Li was directly sent to the arena from the Tianjiao secret realm by a force of transmission. Seeing that it was a female practitioner in Yuanying realm who was sent to the arena, all the practitioners withdrew their gazes and lost interest in watching. Shun Nan looked at Su Li for a moment and frowned. He transmitted the sound, "You don't admit defeat?" Su Li continued to be silent. Shun Nan hesitated but didn't intend to make a move. Instead, he continued to transmit the sound, "It's not easy to cultivate. You're still young. Why are you so stubborn?" Hearing that, Su Li lifted the corner of her mouth and put away the thought of killing him. She transmitted the sound with interest, "Fellow practitioner, you are obviously ruthless. Why are you soft-hearted when it comes to me? I feel a little strange." Shun Nan snorted, "If you want to court death, I'll accompany you." An inexplicable smile appeared on Su Li's face, and she suddenly asked without any reason, "Fellow practitioner Shun, is the Lingchen sect in the Sihei region?" Shun Nan nodded patiently, and then he asked in a low voice, "What do you want to ask?" Su Li smiled meaningfully and said softly, "I admit defeat. We will meet soon." Shun Nan was confused when he saw Su Li being ejected from the arena and returned to her original place. Before he could ask, a beam of light fell from the arena and sucked him into the upper immortal platform in the blink of an eye. Then, he disappeared. At the same time, in the video hall, the scene of Su Li admitting defeat did not attract the attention of others, except for 2 people. Xian An and Hua Shichun stared blankly at the image of the light-splitting stone of the 33 immortals, and they were all confused. He admitted defeat. What is sister thinking about? Huo Chun was speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "My lord might have some sort of plan." For Unity region, in the secret realm, Su Li looked at the pillar of light disappeared, and his eyes flickered. The Jojo region was too special. It used to be monitored by various holy sects all the year round. Good seedlings were poached away early. Although Yang Zai and others were the mainstay, if she wanted to strengthen Ni sect, new blood was indispensable. The neighboring Sihei region was a very good choice. Of course, this was only because of Chen Nan's display, and she developed a trace of a good impression of the 4 Unity region. If she really wanted to carry it out, then she would definitely have to consider it carefully. 33 Immortal Foundations, upgraded to 645590. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Su Li answered casually with the voice of consciousness. She glanced at the surrounding hills where people quickly disappeared. The team of nearly 20,000 people was instantly reduced to less than 3,000 people. Su Li was a little surprised. Such a spectacle would only appear on the 33rd Immortal platform. She narrowed her eyes. After this round, she was the only one left in Yuanying realm. She could completely use the all-spirits tactics to hide her cultivation. But she didn't. In this Tianjiao battle, she took the initiative to settle accounts with holy sects. Naturally, the more high-profile, the better. Other practitioners naturally saw that she stayed, and many people sneered in their hearts. There is a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it. You insist on continuing to die. Stupid female practitioner. She probably got some adventure and became arrogant. She doesn't know that there is always someone better than her. Tut tut, it's rare to meet a somewhat beautiful girl. Unfortunately, this is Tianjiao's secret realm. I'm afraid that she will die in a while. Next, arena defender, Zhao Liang. Before the voice died away, a flowing light shot into the arena. After the light dissipated, a young man with a malicious face came into everyone's sight. Another practitioner in the late stage of Huashan realm. Everyone sighed softly. Zhao Liang is the inherited disciple of the blood cult in the Ghost region. His means are extremely cruel, and he has a hobby of torturing and killing his enemies. Compared with him, Shen Nan is merciful. The selected practitioners should admit defeat as soon as possible. A kind-hearted practitioner transmitted a sound to remind her. Su Li also received the sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw a broad-built practitioner in yellow nodding to her with a kind face. His cultivation was also in the middle stage of Huashan realm. The Tianjiao battle is dangerous. Fellow practitioner Su escaped a disaster. You really shouldn't stay. The practitioner in yellow transmitted a sound mixed with a sigh. Su Li smiled gently as a return gesture. Seeing this, the practitioner in yellow shook his head slightly. He could only hope that this woman could make it to the end of this round. The first challenger, 640987, Yaro Sichuan. The consciousness of the secret realm said. The practitioner in yellow suddenly stopped shaking his head, and a look of horror appeared on his face. In the next moment, he was sent into the space of the arena. Tut tut, it's you. Zhao Liang's eyes were sinister. With a smile, he slowly approached. Do you really think I can't hear your nonsense? Su Li frowned slightly, but did not move. Yaro Sichuan's heart tightened. Without saying anything, he stepped back and shouted, "I, slap." A slap came out of nowhere, and the huge force forced the two behind Yaro Sichuan back. Blood mixed with a few teeth spilled out. Admit defeat. That's so boring. I just started to enjoy it. How dare you spoil my fun? Zhao Liang was still approaching slowly, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. Yaro Sichuan only felt cold all over, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow practitioner Zhao, I, the Ghost Valley, wholeheartedly focus on medicine and never make enemies with others. I came here to maintain the survival of the sect. Why are you so aggressive? Never make enemies with others." Zhao Liang widened his eyes and immediately burst into laughter. His wild laughter echoed in the entire space. You are still so naive in the cultivation circle. You deserve to die. As he said, A blood-colored skull rushed out of Zhao Liang's sleeve. The ferocious and gloomy evil spirit instantly filled the entire arena. The blood-colored brilliance flashed away. Yarou Sichuan felt a chill on his scalp. His bun fell to the ground, and the neat knot of hair spread out. You are too much. Yarou Sichuan's eyes were red. He made a gesture with his hands, and a shadow of a medicine cauldron appeared in front of him. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. An extremely fierce battle suddenly broke out in the arena. However, people with discerning eyes knew that Zhao Liang was not ruthless at all. What he liked most was to slowly torture his opponent to death. Yarou Sichuan is finished. Someone shook his head. Although Yarou Sichuan had been showing kindness and making good karma with others, who would be willing to offend a ruthless person like Zhao Liang for a little bit of good karma? Moreover, if he interfered in the arena battle midway, if he could really win, he would still have to fight 10 battles in a row, but he would have to fight 1 against 2. He would even have to fight Yarou Sichuan's share. The spirit is willing, but the strength is insufficient. Fellow practitioner Yarou, someone's expression changed, but he finally sighed and chose to stand by. Yarou Sichuan's face was full of despair. How could he not know that Zhao Liang was playing a cat-and-mouse game? However, he could not even admit defeat. Master, this disciple has embarrassed you. Just when everyone sentenced Yarou Sichuan to death, an indifferent but pleasant and magnetic female voice came from a lonely hill in the distance. Zhao Liang, right? I will be your opponent. As soon as the words came out, everyone's expression froze. They immediately looked towards the source of the voice. Everyone was stunned and confused. They did not know what to say for a moment. The consciousness of the favored one did not care about the strength of the opponent. Seeing that someone interfered, the arena was immediately separated and the battle stopped. It's her. Yarou Sichuan was shocked to see Su Li enter the arena. He immediately became angry. What are you doing here? If I, Yarou Sichuan, die, why do you have to pay with your life? Die. Su Li tilted her head and revealed a smile that dazzled Yarou Sichuan. These repulsive people don't deserve my name. But you, the Ghost Valley, which Ghost Valley is it? Yarou Sichuan was dumbfounded. Before he could say anything, he saw the barrier in the middle of the arena disappear. Zhao Liang's ferocious face reappeared as he laughed sinisterly. Yo, Yarou Sichuan, you still have a lover? It must be more delicious to kill a fair and tender beauty. Yarou Sichuan came back to his senses and his face darkened. Let her go. Why hurt the innocent? How dare a good-for-nothing make such a request? Let your lover be your companion. Zhao Liang grinned grimly and took out 2 blood-colored skulls. He waved his hands to cut off the hair on top of Su Li's head. Yarou Sichuan wanted to stop it, but his reaction was not as fast as Zhao Liang's. He could only watch this scene happen. Many practitioners could not bear to see it and turned their heads away. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, the blood-colored skulls were smashed into pieces for no reason. Su Li turned her head and smiled as soft as spring water. Are you sure you don't want to call another helper? Chapter 571. One move did not work. Zhao Liang's expression changed slightly. Then, he sneered, so you have some skills. Since you want to court death, then as you wish, who wants to come on stage? This is a free victory. His voice resounded through the air. Many cultivators were tempted by his words. Then, a mid-stage soul formation cultivator from a heretical sect flew onto the stage. He clasped his fists at Zhao Liang and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Zhao. So it turns out that we're on the same path." Well said. Zhao Liang showed a rare smile, but in his heart, he was a little disappointed that he was not at the late stage of soul formation. On his path of cultivation, he had been able to live well despite his ruthless methods. He had relied on his meticulous mind and cautiousness. This female practitioner named Su Jojo was too calm, so calm that he had the idea of stopping immediately. However, if he backed out of the arena, he would be the laughingstock of the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Arena battle. Begin. Before the voice of the secret realm's consciousness fell, Zhao Liang's eyes turned completely cold. The other evil path cultivator was not in a hurry to make a move. He waved his hand and 2 silver lights shot out. Then, they flickered in the air and actually directly crossed the arena, about to shoot into Yarou Sichuan's face. He didn't dare to test Su Jojo, but as long as Yarou Sichuan was restrained, the odds of winning would be higher. The evil cultivators behind him finally sensed that something was wrong. This was clearly Zhao Liang's everlasting lightning transformation, an extremely fast killing move that consumed a lot of energy. Why did he use it right from the start? Yarou Sichuan's eyes widened as he stared at the silver light that was about to pierce his face. The overflowing killing intent caused his entire body to tremble, and it was as if his blood had frozen. I can't dodge it. I can't dodge. Right at this moment, a hand that was fair like jade lightly stroked over as if it was taking something out of a bag, and it pinched the 2 translucent arc-shaped flying needles between its fingers. At the same time, a voice that sounded like an orchid resounded by the ears of the 3 of them. His thoughts are not bad, his a talent. It's a pity that your methods. I don't like them, so it's useless. Hearing those words, Zhao Liang's pupils constricted, and he immediately felt a suffocating feeling of life and death crisis. He no longer cared about face or shame, and his eyes were filled with impatience as he loudly roared, I admit. Bang! Bang! After the 2 explosions, there was a deathly silence. The cultivators who had been watching the spectacle, who had felt pity for Meng Hao, and who had been cold and detached, were now completely astonished. In fact, they had even forgotten to breathe. Medicine Stone Chuan was stupefied. His expression became extremely strange because of his complicated emotions. He was just compassionate and kindly reminded this woman. It seemed that she had unintentionally hugged onto a very thick thigh. Su Li walked lightly and waved her hand to disperse the 2 clusters of blood mist floating in the air. Then she turned her eyes and glanced at the 33 immortals' platforms indifferently. Su Jojo, defend the arena. Oh my god. What did I see? A nascent soul stage cultivator killed a soul formation late stage cultivator with 1 move? Am I dreaming? Monster. He must be a monster. An Evildor is born. Qingshui Circle, which has been peaceful for 1,000 years, will be in chaos again. In the Hall of the Light Diffraction Stone, the moment Su Li killed Zhao Liang in an instant, there was an uproar. The sound of discussion almost overturned the roof. Countless spies secretly sent the news back to their sects. At this moment, countless people were searching for the origin of this woman named Su Jojo. Ho ho, heads of sects, don't make things difficult for me. In the Tianyar Inn, Xie Wei looked at the heads of sects gathered in the hall and smiled bitterly. The things you have taken out really make me excited. But, you also know that when the Tianjiao battle starts, I, the Tianyar Inn, will not sell any information. This is an iron rule. If I violate it, my days as the Tianyar Inn head will come to an end. Even if you give me your sects, I dare not accept them. Xie Yaya head is as impartial as ever. Someone stood up and snorted. He cupped his fists and said, in that case, sorry to bother you. Let's go. With someone taking the lead, the heads of other sects in the hall left in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxi, you come to the hall. If anyone wants to see me, I will not see them. Xie Wei gave the order and entered the inner hall. Although he sent everyone away, his years of experience told him that this was the beginning of the trouble. Those holy sects would not give up until they got the information about Su Jojo. Su Jojo, the lord of Ni sect, is such an Evildor. No wonder those people follow her. Xie Wei sat down and spread out the file in front of him. The name Su Jojo was written on the top of the file. This scroll was much thinner than the others, and there were only a few words on it. The origin of her daughter is unknown. She secretly controls the power of Jojo region and is the lord of Jojo region. It is extremely difficult to see through her. There seems to be a special method. Her cultivation appears to be in Yuanying realm, but her real strength must be extraordinary. Looking at the words on the file, Xie Wei was silent for a moment. He sighed, picked up the golden spiritual pen at hand, ran the Tianxing secret method, and wrote a line of words. Bone age is less than 2,000, but her combat strength is amazing. She takes in the remnants of reincarnation mirror. She has a big plan. Her surname is Su, and she is suspected to be the successor. When he wrote the second line, Xie Wei suddenly felt a sense of horror. His pupils shrank, and he immediately erased the second line. The future is already tilting to her. Xie Wei was still in shock, and his hand holding the spiritual pen trembled unconsciously. He took a deep breath and suppressed the horror in his heart. Qingshui Circle is going to be in chaos. No one answered. The opponent will be randomly assigned after 3 breaths. I give up. I give up. Even someone as strong as Zhao Liang was defeated by Su Li in 1 move. Who dared to go up? Therefore, no matter who was chosen by the consciousness of the secret realm, the latter would immediately increase the number of people, for fear that they would die as miserably as Zhao Liang if they gave up too late. Su Li leaned against the wall in boredom. She condensed the void softly and waited for the end of the battle. Tell me about your Gui Valley. Yarou Shichuan, who stood aside cautiously, knew that the next words must be related to the future of the sect. He took a deep breath and quickly and clearly explained the situation of the Gui Valley. Our Gui Valley is a medicine sect. I heard that it was once affiliated to a sect with a great origin in ancient times, and even had some connection with the Gui Valley in the bloody accident of Holy Spirit. But we don't know why it declined later. Now the strength of the sect is barely maintained in the upper grade. If we don't send people to seize the luck in the Tianjiao battle, it is likely to fall to the middle grade. Many herbs of the sect need luck to maintain, otherwise the survival rate is too low. In desperation, the sect can only send many disciples to maintain the grade of the sect at all costs. Speaking of this, Yarou Shichuan sighed deeply. I only got a place after competing with many senior and junior brothers of the sect. But I can't even advance to the lowest immortal state. If fellow practitioner Su didn't help me this time, I'm afraid I would be in danger. Su Li nodded and said, after I advance this time, you go out to protect yourself first. Maybe I have a way to maintain the grade of your sect. That was exactly what Yarou Shichuan had been waiting for. He was delighted and quickly handed over his communication talisman. Fellow practitioner Su's means are mysterious. If you can really help my Gui Valley, I will reward you handsomely. Su Li waved her hand and motioned that he could go. She didn't want to help at first, but the word Gui Valley was related to the reincarnation mirror. How could she ignore it? Maybe the sect of Yarou Shichuan would have the news of Qi Xianqing, the old man. It was inevitable to go to the Tianjiao battle. The process of admitting defeat soon came to the 10th person. After the last I admit defeat was finished, the guiding light fell in the Tianjiao space under the envious gaze of everyone. Su Li's figure suddenly disappeared. Yarou Shichuan took a slight breath, suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his mind, and sent a message. I quit. He had to keep his life and wait for the female practitioner's message. Although this trip was dangerous, he always had a hunch that he couldn't defeat her in the Tianjiao battle. After a while, the guiding light dissipated. Su Li's feet landed on a stone platform on the top of the mountain exactly the same as before, and the identity jade slip fell at the same time. Su Jojo, cultivation unknown, ranking 13690, immortal base 1. The first immortal base. Su Li's pupils shrank immediately when she saw the words clearly. Maybe her performance was too shocking, and the consciousness of the secret realm directly promoted her from the last immortal base to the first. So, it's better. It saves me a lot of time. Su Li's eyes were cold. She looked up at the center of the immortal base and saw many familiar figures. The first immortal base was different from other immortal bases. In the center of the immortal base, in addition to a giant arena with more intense brilliance, there were 10 black crystal thrones emitting divine brilliance above the arena. Under the arena, a total of 20,000 platforms on the top of the mountain were all absent. The good-for-nothing of Xioluo sect is dead. Why is there another unfamiliar one? Su Jojo. A female practitioner? As soon as the corpses on the arena disappeared, someone noticed that Su Li appeared on the empty platform on the top of the mountain. They were slightly surprised when they couldn't detect Su Li's cultivation. There are 10,000 people on the Tianjiao list. Even if the top 20,000 geniuses haven't seen each other, they must have heard of their names. But this year seems to be a little different. There was a group of unfamiliar faces before, and now there is another one. Some disciples of the same sect talked in secret and looked at Su Li with vigilance. After all, none of those unfamiliar faces was easy to deal with. There is a tactical matrix on this platform, which prevents the cultivation from being exposed. Su Li frowned slightly and withdrew her divine awareness. No wonder no one felt strange when she came up for so long. Master, you are here. Yang Zai, who was on the platform on the top of the mountain far away from the arena, transmitted the sound with a hint of doubt in his tone of surprise. With your cultivation, you should be at the 33rd immortal base. How come you are so fast? I am indeed at the 33rd immortal base. Su Li transmitted the sound, but I came here after just one fight. Yang Zai was shocked when he heard that, and then he said thoughtfully, I remember a long, long time ago, the ancestor of the Void Sword sect once mentioned to me that the origin of the genius secret realm was not simple, and it was very likely that there was an intelligent spirit of the secret realm. Just like the world in the reincarnation mirror of Master. Is that so? Su Li nodded slightly and glanced at the black throne above the arena. Her tone turned cold. Why, don't I see people from the holy sects? If you want to talk about the poisonous wife with more like-minded people, follow You Read Literature on WeChat. Talk about life and find bosom friends Tilda. Chapter 572. I didn't understand the rules here until I came to the first immortal platform. Yang Zai continued, the holy sects who won the top 10 in the last session don't need to participate in the Battle of 33 Immortals platforms. The 10 black thrones above are actually 10 small practice spaces for the top 10 of the last session. Su Li's eyes flashed, and she said faintly, it seems that no one participated in the last Tianjiao battle. Yang Zai smiled bitterly, yes, because too many talents in Qingshui Circle died, there was a shortage of talents. The top 10 of the last Tianjiao list was determined by Qianyik Attic. They were the great holy sons of the 4 top holy sects, Shura Holy Sect, Void Sword Sect, Han Sect, Ziyun House, and Shunbei Holy Sect. Shengtian Shrine occupied 2 of them. You should have seen it on the Starstone outside. In fact, the ranking has just been changed. Because the Tianyin tribe was destroyed, it really gave Qianyik Attic a headache. Su Li nodded. It was understandable that Ling Li was the first, but she was quite surprised that Ling Xian could rank 6th. After all, in the reincarnation mirror, Ling Xian didn't play a particularly important role, while others such as Su Qingtan and Yang Zai appeared frequently at a certain stage of her hypocritical previous life. Ling Xian, Su Li narrowed her eyes slightly and looked up at the 6th black throne. Then she quickly withdrew her gaze and looked calm. At the same time, Ling Xian, who was resting in the space of the black throne, suddenly opened her eyes. There was a trace of uncertainty in her eyes. Why did I feel a palpitation just now? She subconsciously wanted to pinch the incantation of the Fate Palace, but she paused and frowned. In the Shengxian Mountain, the deduction method was ineffective, so she couldn't predict the palpitation just now by any means. Ling Li has changed to the Fate Palace, and the general trend has been established. Will there be any accident? Who is scheming against me? Ling Xian's white and perfect face faintly showed a trace of gloom. The Battle of 33 Immortals platforms would last for a whole year. During this year, people would constantly advance, be eliminated, and die, until only 20,000 practitioners of the first Immortal platform were left to enter the next round. The rules of the first Immortal platform were different from those of the following 32 Immortals platforms. It was a ranking battle with hidden rules. The number of battles was determined according to strength. No one knew when they would fight and how many battles they would fight. Su Li was quite helpless when she heard the news from Yang Zai, but she also felt it was normal. The whole competition of the talents of Qingshui in Qingshui realm lasted for a year. Quite bored, Su Li took out notes on the thatched cottage and began to study. Speaking of which, she was ashamed. Ever since she had stepped into the threshold of the destruction sword intent in the star path, she hadn't spent much time on the sword intent. Even now, she was still at the level of entering the next level. Yi Che, the old man, had lived for at least 40,000 years, Her understanding of the sword art was extraordinary. If she could comprehend this booklet, she would at least be able to reach the mastery level of the destruction sword intent, and the power of her sword art would at least double. Those who could come to the first immortal platform were no fools. Many had already sat down cross-legged and were quietly improving themselves. There were also many who were watching the battles to accumulate experience. The top 20,000 talents in Qingshui Circle fought against each other. Every battle had its highlights and was brilliant. If there was a rare battle, even Su Li would sometimes put down the booklet in her hand and watch the battle. In this way, after a few days of leisure, Su Li finally ushered in the first game. Rank 13690. Yes, rank 8890. The cold voice of the secret realm sounded in the nothingness. Su Li felt the jade rune in her hand was slightly hot, and then she was transmitted to the center of the platform. When she saw her opponent, her face suddenly showed a strange expression. It's her. The talents who had chosen to watch the battle were excited when they saw this scene. This woman has been promoted for several days. She is finally on the stage. Rank 13690, only 3,000 places away from entering the Tianjiao list. This initial rank is quite high. This woman is really not easy to deal with. However, when people saw the opponent of Su Li, they all showed pity. She is really unlucky to fight against Zheng Shu. Yes. Although Jiguang Hall is only a top-grade sect, Zheng Shu's performance is no less than that of Holy Sect. He must have had an adventure in the past 1,000 years. Otherwise, how could he reach the peak of Huashan realm from an insignificant Yuanying realm? The cultivation of the peak of Huashan realm. Except for those abnormal people, he is almost at the top. If Zheng Shu had not been on the stage so few times, he would definitely be in the top 1,000. I think it's still unknown who will win. Suddenly, Yang Zai, who had been silent, smiled casually. The discussion around immediately quieted down, and no one dared to talk casually. Although they didn't agree with Yang Zai's words, but this unknown ruthless person killed the holy son of a holy sect, who was ranked in the top 200, in one move. I've seen you. Zheng Shu's gloomy face showed a smile. Before entering the secret realm, you were from Jiguang sect. Su Li slightly raised her eyebrows and smiled. Sometimes what you see with your own eyes is not necessarily true. You are afraid now? Zheng Shu couldn't hold back the anger in his heart, and his smile turned ferocious. You dare to humiliate my Jiguang Hall in the Tianyar Inn. Today, I will let that Hua feel the pain of losing a disciple. As he said, he lowered his hands, and a mark on his arm suddenly came to life. It turned into a long white snake and rushed to Su Li in a flash of lightning. Su Li yawned and patted the white snake casually. Boom. The lightning scattered all over the sky and fell on the shoulder of Zheng Shu, who was shocked and frightened. Good momentum. Su Li squinted and smiled. She clapped her hands. But your strength is a little weak. Boom. Zheng Shu's physical body suddenly exploded, and the lightning that had not yet dissipated dotted the blood red, which was actually a bit beautiful. Silence after the silence, a strong chill pervaded everyone's heart. A person at the peak of Huashan realm died like this. Some of them didn't even have the chance to speak, and Zheng Shu died. Ranked 13690, victory. Ranking promotion, 639. Ranking 639. Any objection? The practitioner in yellow standing on one of the immortal platforms suddenly shivered, and his face turned pale with fright. He said immediately, no objection. Damn it, the secret realm actually didn't play cards according to common sense. This demon girl's strength was horrible, and her means were cruel. He was only at the peak of Huashan realm, and he would definitely be defeated by her in one move. So, the ranking is adjusted. The immortal platforms are vacant, and one person will be selected to be promoted from the ring below. Su Li returned to the immortal platform, glanced at the ranking on the jade token, and sat down again to pick up notes in the cottage. This time, even if Yang Zai didn't speak, no one dared to say a word. With the occurrence of this battle, the undercurrent in the outside world was even more turbulent. All the departments in charge of intelligence in the holy sects almost quarreled. Directly broke into the top 700. Where did this dark horse come from? What? She is Su Jojo, and directly promoted from the 33 immortal platforms to the first one? Investigate. Investigate it. And the 2 unknown pawns who are also amazing. If you can't find out their origin, all of you, get out of here. On the immortal platform, Ling Qinglan frowned and looked at Su Li, who was studying the unknown book. Compared to when they first met, she was much, much stronger. Thinking about it, in just 9 years, Su Jojo actually completed the leap from Jindan realm to nature's test realm, and even a higher level. How did she do it? Is this what an Evildor is like? Breaking the convention and doing what ordinary people can't do? At this moment, his thoughts were a little complicated. Every moment, he was thinking that the person could reappear and lead them to complete the revenge. But his reason told him that this idea was too naive, so naive that it couldn't be realized. Perhaps, today is the best way. I shouldn't struggle anymore. Ling Qinglan smiled slightly bitterly, and suddenly became solemn. He transmitted the sound, "Master, what you asked me to do before has been completed." Su Li's body suddenly stiffened, and then she immediately relaxed. She transmitted the sound with a smile, "Is it finished?" "As I expected, Qinglan, you are finally willing to call me master like Yang Zai and others? Very good. One day, I will let you know that you won't be disgusted with today's choice." Ling Qinglan smiled reluctantly, "Thank you for your kindness, master. I won't be disgusted." "Oh, really?" Su Li glanced at Ling Qinglan meaningfully, and then immersed herself in the swordsmanship again. This time, no one noticed the eye contact except for one person. "Is that Su Jojo? She is exactly the same as the portrait that my junior fellow apprentice gave me." In the first few immortal platforms, a handsome man in white with white hair and white eyebrows frowned and thought. Su Jojo saved his junior fellow apprentice's life that year, so he remembered her appearance and intended to protect her. He didn't expect that he couldn't see through the strength of this woman. At least, it was impossible for him to be so casual when facing Zheng Shu. "It seems that I don't need to protect her, but I can still convey my kindness." A smile appeared on the handsome man's face, and it immediately surprised several people in the immortal platforms around him. At the same time, on the other side of the immortal platform, the enchanting woman in purple who was leaning on the velvet sofa was smiling, but her beautiful eyes were hazy. She snorted coldly in her heart. "Useless. Damn it. I tried so hard to introduce her, and she died so early. Is this woman Su Jojo that my junior sister apprentice mentioned? She is a tricky person. It seems that I have to use the means of the Great Master. If she threatens the plan of the Great Master, it will be bad." In the following days, although many people died on the arena, it was meaningless garbage time for Su Li. She could only pass the time by notes on the cottage. During this period, talents died constantly, and the people in the immortal platforms below were replaced. On the 13th day, Jiang Run appeared from one of the immortal platforms with a pale face. Then he couldn't help but be excited and clenched his fists hard. Soon after, another acquaintance was promoted. It was Ying Qiaowa of the Wanjian sect. Since the spiritual boat was in danger, that girl's attitude towards Su Li was a little too enthusiastic, which made Su Li quite uncomfortable. Lord Qingshui. Sure enough, the first thing that Ying Qiaowa did after her promotion was to look for Su Li. After finding her, she transmitted the sound happily. Su Li smiled helplessly. When she was about to say something, the sound of the secret realm suddenly sounded. Chapter 573. Ranked 19999. Yes, ranked 2933. Before they could say anything, Ying Qiaowa's figure was sent into the arena. Su Li's brows suddenly wrinkled slightly. "I'm on the arena so soon?" Ying Qiaowa was slightly shocked, but she quickly adjusted her mind and stared at the effeminate-looking young man. The ground was soon covered with a layer of frost. What a strong chill! She was no match for him. Ying Qiaowa took 2 steps back solemnly. "Ranked 19999. Do you want to use me as a stepping stone just after your promotion?" The effeminate-looking young man raised his head and looked at Ying Qiaowa coldly. "I don't have tender feelings for the fairer sex." Ying Qiaowa was slightly angry. She raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Who asked you to have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Let's fight in the talent battle." Even if she was no match for him, she still wanted to try. Her master had trained them for many years and she knew how much expectation her master had. How could she back down now? Even a trash like you won't admit defeat. Seeing Ying Qiao's determined face, the effeminate-looking young man's face suddenly darkened. It seemed that he thought of something unpleasant. He snorted and a cold light flashed out. Crack! Ying Qiao screamed and couldn't dodge in time. A bloody hole appeared on her right arm. Blood spilled. She was in danger. That is Zhao Qianlin of the Han sect, the younger brother of Zhao Qianyuan, the first holy son of the Han sect. He is not famous, but his strength is extraordinary. Ying Qiao is no match for him. She should admit defeat earlier, otherwise. Yang Zai's worried voice came into her ears. Su Li's expression didn't change much, but she frowned more tightly. "Lord Qingshui, what about Ying Qiao?" Jiang Run's anxious voice came. Although he had only known Ying Qiao for a few days, he didn't want any of his companions to die in the talent battle. Su Li was silent for a moment and activated the Jade Rune. "Spirit of the secret realm, can you intervene in the battle?" After a moment of silence, the response slowly sounded in the space. "The first immortal platform is not a low-grade one. Unless I admit defeat, no one can intervene." When this response came out, everyone's attention was immediately drawn away from the arena, and they all looked at Su Li. She's from the same force as the female cultivator in the arena. Maybe she's her junior sister. What a pity, that little girl seems to be dead for sure. Unable to interfere. Ling Qinglan and Yang Zai's faces were cold at the same time. Su Li narrowed her eyes, and several dangerous thoughts flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a gentle voice came into her ears. "Fellow Daoist Su, please don't be impatient. I'm one of the top rankers, so I can send a voice transmission into the arena. Why don't I persuade Zhao Qianlin on your behalf? I believe that he definitely wouldn't want to make an enemy out of nothing." Su Li was slightly stunned. She looked up and saw a man in white sitting on the platform, smiling and nodding to her. Although she did not know who this person was, she did not hesitate and nodded in response. "Thank you for your help." "Don't worry, it's nothing." The white-robed man's expression became solemn, and his lips moved. As expected, Zhao Qianlin looked at Su Li on the arena. He looked a little shaken and moved much slower. When the heavily injured Ying Qiao saw this, she was overjoyed. She immediately seized the opportunity to shout. However, at this moment, Zhao Qianlin's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy and crazy. Puff! A throbbing heart was caught in his hand, and he ruthlessly crushed it. Bright blood sprayed out and dotted Zhao Qianlin's ferocious face. Ying Qiao looked down at her pierced chest blankly. Her face full of blood showed a bitter smile, and her weak voice sounded intermittently. "Master, I'm unfilial." Zhao Qianlin's expression did not change. He withdrew his hand from his chest, and a large amount of blood spilled on the arena. Ying Qiao's soul just floated out of her physical body weakly. He immediately grabbed it and crushed it. At this point, Ying Qiao's soul and spirit were both destroyed. Yang Zai gnashed his teeth. Even though he had faced too many life-and-death situations, he still felt very uncomfortable to watch Ying Qiao die in front of him. Not to mention the young Jiang Run. His eyes were bloodshot. It was the first time for him to feel such a feeling of humiliation. Ling Qinglan took a deep breath, suppressed the boiling killing intent in his heart, and looked in the direction of Su Li. He wanted to see what she would do. Su Li just stood there silently, and her face was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. "Fellow practitioner Su, I'm sorry. This kind of thing is common in the cultivation circle. I'm sorry for your loss." The man in white saw that she stood there sadly, and transmitted the sound in silence apologetically. Su Li quickly turned her eyes. Her eyes seemed to be soaked in ink, and they were as dark as gems. "Anyway, thank you for your help. Can you tell me the process of transmitting the sound in silence just now?" The man in white looked at Su Li's calm face and heard her calm tone. His pupils shrank, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. What a horrible state of mind. He could not see any anger on her face. This woman, suppressing the surprise in his heart, the man in white hurriedly transmitted the sound in silence. Of course, I transmitted the sound in silence just now. Zhao Qianlin was naturally afraid of your strength and ranking. His performance in the Han sect was not very good, and the Grand Elder who supported him was unfortunately killed by a mysterious female practitioner. He would not deliberately make more enemies. Speaking of this, the man in white also felt that something was wrong and frowned. Later, Zhao Qianlin's face suddenly changed. It is very likely that someone also said something to him at that time, but what was the reason? The man in white couldn't figure it out. Su Li's eyes turned, and many clues flashed in her mind, but she could not get anything for a while. She sighed softly. Anyway, thank you very much for this time. I haven't asked your name yet. The man in white smiled faintly. I'm Lu Xian from the Holy Snow Sect. Su Li's eyes flashed. In the early years, I met a young practitioner named Lu Yang, who was also from the Holy Snow Sect. The man in white nodded. Lu Yang is my younger brother. Before leaving, my younger brother often mentioned you and hoped that I could take care of you. Now it seems that it is unnecessary. Lu Yang, thank you. Su Li recalled the boy in white who rarely talked in the Kang Lei's cave. He boasted that he was the 9th on the Qianjiao list at that time. Lu Xian shook his head helplessly. That boy was spoiled by me. Please forgive him, Your Excellency. Su Li looked back and calmly looked at the recovered arena. Fellow practitioner Lu Xian, I have a question, and I don't know if I can get an answer from you. Lu Xian nodded. Fellow Daoist Su, please speak your mind. What do you think of the bloody accident in Zhozhou region that year? Su Li tilted her head and stared straight at Lu Xian with a faint smile on her face. People in our Zhozhou region are all. I want to know what the outside world thinks of this. Lu Xian was baffled and suddenly felt his hair stand on end. However, he still said, the Holy Snow Sect is too far away from the Zhozhou region. In addition, the sect is strictly prohibited from participating in the Life Palace's plan. Although I've heard a lot of hearsay, only those who truly participated in the Holy Maiden know what she was like. I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Lu Xian answered very cautiously, and he might have even noticed some clues. In Daoist Lu's hands, the future of the Sacred Snow Sect will definitely flourish. Su Li praised and ended the conversation. After Lu Xian sat back on the immortal platform, he thought about it carefully. He always felt that there was another meaning hidden in this sentence. But after thinking about it, he felt that he thought too much. Even someone as strong as Ling Li can't make me feel frightened. This woman is very terrible. It's better not to offend her. I'm afraid that Zhao Qianlin. Lu Xian frowned and made a conclusion secretly in his heart. The outside world, Xian An and Hua Shichun, who had been paying attention to Su Li, were shocked when they saw this scene. Zhao Qianlin. All the people in Han sect deserve to die. Hua Shichun couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He didn't forget to comfort Xian An beside him. Don't worry. Lord Qingshui will definitely avenge Qiao Er. Xian An's eyes were red, and he nodded. Although he was sad, he was not angry. He knew his sister much better than Hua Shichun. He was afraid that not only Zhao Qianlin, but the whole Han sect would bear the anger of his sister. Zai, how long has it been? Su Li put down the booklet in her hand, raised her head, and saw the arena that had been cleaned many times. It's been more than 3 months. Yang Zai replied helplessly. In the past 3 months, the 3 of them didn't even have a fight, which was really puzzling. Jiang Run won 3 games and entered the top 10,000, but he almost reached the limit. In the past 3 months, people died constantly, and some people were promoted from the lower immortal platforms. Except for a group of people in the first immortal platform, almost half of the people in the first immortal platform had been replaced. Because they didn't fight, the rankings of the 3 people also fell. Yang Zai and Su Li were fine, and they only fell hundreds of places. Because Ling Qinglan didn't fight for a long time, his ranking had fallen to more than 10,000, even lower than Jiang Run. Even if Ling Qinglan had good self-cultivation, he didn't look good during this time. Su Li shook her head, and the voice of the secret realm sounded again. Rank 13332, yes, rank 388. Ling Qinglan was slightly stunned, and then his eyes lit up. Wasn't he ranked 13,332? Swish. 2 rays of light flashed from the immortal platforms, and 2 figures appeared on the arena. The familiar frost spread to Ling Qinglan's feet. Ling Qinglan naturally wouldn't retreat like Ying Qiao, but he took 2 steps forward. Zhao Qianlin? I'm so lucky. He raised his head and saw Zhao Qianlin's face. Zhao Qianlin's usually indifferent face showed a very bright smile, and his killing intent swept over. Zhao Qianlin frowned. He was unfamiliar with this person, and he had never met him before. Do I have a grudge against you? Originally, no. Ling Qinglan's eyes were cold, and he waved his hand. Countless diamond-shaped shadows rushed out from behind, and covered the whole shield in the blink of an eye. Now, if you die too casually, I will feel sorry. Chapter 574. 34 Chinese Network. In 1 second wonderful pop-up window free reading. The purple shadows that filled the sky poured down along with the voice, densely packed like purple clouds pressing down on the border. What kind of spell is that? Zhao Qianlin was shocked. He waved his sleeves and threw out a round shield. He crossed his hands, and the round shield immediately trembled and expanded, shielding him behind. Ding, 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 ding. The purple shadows kept falling, and the dense crashing sounds resounded through the nothingness. Zhao Qianlin's face became paler every time he hit. Even if he gritted his teeth, he couldn't help but step back. He was shocked. Such strength. Zhao Qianlin hated in his heart, damn it. This person is ranked below 10,000, but he is so strong, there is no trace of physical practice. He is definitely not in the Huishan realm. He must be a mighty in nature's test. If I don't admit defeat, I will definitely die. He thought quickly in his heart and was about to admit defeat. But how could Ling Qinglan let him do that? Whenever Zhao Qianlin wanted to admit defeat, he would be beaten back by Ling Qinglan with one move. Zhao Qianlin is suppressed by someone who is ranked below 10,000? Tut-tut, Zhao Qianlin is a talent in the first echelon. His strength is only below those great holy sons, and he is even more powerful than the great holy sons of holy sects. However, he is beaten by an unknown young man and can't even admit defeat. Is there going to be a big change in Qingshui Circle? Many talents were stunned and had their own thoughts. There must be something wrong when something abnormal happened. There were dark horses every year, but it was rare this time. Lu Xian looked at the one-sided crushing in the field, and he was stunned and thoughtful. This person is extremely powerful and can suppress Zhao Qianlin instantly, but he chose to play like a cat playing with a mouse. I can faintly see a trace of anger. Is it because of the female practitioner who died just now? He glanced at Su Li, who looked indifferent, and then glanced at Yang Zai, who was expressionless. His eyes suddenly darkened. Is it? I admit defeat, puff. Zhao Qianlin spat out blood and flew out awkwardly. He fell heavily on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. Ling Qinglan drew back his sleeves and gathered them. He walked over step by step with a cold face. Did I say you could talk? Zhao Qianlin's face was deathly pale. He wanted to crawl up, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Obviously, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Let me go. I have no enmity with you. The hoarse voice transmission sounded in Ling Qinglan's ears. Ling Qinglan smiled slightly and his eyes were cold. He said, no grudge. What you should do now is to accompany Qiao as soon as possible. Ying Qiao, the female cultivator? Zhao Qianlin's eyes widened. He finally understood why he was in such a predicament, and he felt extremely regretful in his heart. He immediately ignored the warning from that person and swiftly sent a voice transmission. Wait. I was also instructed by someone to kill Ying Qiao by mistake. Now that I think about it, she clearly wanted me to become enemies with you and then destroy the relationship between the Han sect and your sect. Ling Qinglan slowed down and frowned slightly. Who is she? Zhao Qianlin immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I can tell you, sir, but only if you let me go and let me admit defeat. Ling Qinglan sneered and said, let you go? Are you dreaming? Zhao Qianlin's face changed slightly. I am Zhao Qinyuan's younger brother. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Why do you offend the whole Han sect for a dead person? Ling Qinglan sneered and changed his gesture. Two purple shadows instantly penetrated Zhao Qianlin's chest and brought out a vigorous heart. Zhao Qianlin's heart was full of vitality. Dirty. Zhao Qianlin's face instantly turned pale. The odd-shaped jade on his neck flashed rapidly. He looked up with longing. In the space of the seventh throne, the man who looked similar to Zhao Qianlin suddenly woke up from meditation. He reached out to hold the odd-shaped jade on his neck. His eyes were as deep as a quiet lake. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes again. The seventh throne didn't move for a long time. Zhao Qianlin was absent-minded for a moment, and suddenly laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Qianyuan. Zhao Qianlin suddenly raised his head. The jealousy and hatred in his eyes seemed to burn the void. He stared at Ling Qinglan for a moment and trembled. Then he grabbed his heart crazily and crushed it into pieces. Ling Qinglan was stunned and unconsciously let go of the gesture. Zhao Qianlin's physique was ordinary. He lost his heart and his physical body was destroyed. There was no possibility for him to recover. Those who kill will be killed. Zhao Qianlin's weak voice sounded with deep hatred. I don't hate you. I can even tell you who is behind it. But in exchange, you have to kill Zhao Qianyuan. What brotherhood? It's all fake. Zhao Qianlin became weaker and weaker. He laughed so hard that his mouth was full of blood. Can you do it? Ling Qinglan nodded. Even if you don't say it, no one in Han sect can leave Shengxian Mountain alive. Zhao Qianlin was slightly stunned. Ling Qinglan smiled and reached out to extinguish the last aura on Zhao Qianlin's forehead. Even, the master will not allow Han sect to continue to exist. Go in peace. Master. I see. Zhao Qianlin came to a sudden understanding, and he actually closed his eyes with a trace of serenity. Ranking 13,332. Promotion, 388. Everyone was silent. Around Lu Xian, several people frowned. Zhao Qianlin's strength is definitely not weak, but he died in the hands of this person. This person's strength can be ranked in the top 30. The bloody accident of Holy Spirit has affected many sects. Many holy sons and holy virgins have broken the taboo and reached the realm of nature's test, which is comparable to the elders of holy sects. The top 30 are all in nature's test. That is to say, this person also broke the taboo and is in nature's test. We rely on the influence of our sects. What does this person rely on? Thinking of this, many people's expressions changed slightly. They all thought of a guess, and then they all looked at a young man in a black robe with a vertical thunder pattern between his eyebrows. The young man had no choice but to say, I just observed him with the pupil skill, but I couldn't find any flaws. He should not have changed his face. Everyone was suddenly disappointed. Even the holy son of Fenglei sect can't see it. It seems that the guess is wrong. Lu Xian's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered what Su Jouzhou asked him about the bloody accident of Holy Spirit. Was it also possible that the secret skill of camouflage they used could not be seen through by the pupil skill of Fenglei sect? Su Jouzhou, the same surname is Su. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Those holy sects in those years seemed to be in trouble. Lu Xian was gloating in his heart. He did not have a good impression of the life sect's lackeys. On the other side, Ling Qinglan returned to the immortal platform and received a lot of awe. Master, before Zhao Qianlin died, after listening to Ling Qinglan, Su Li nodded slightly. She pondered for a moment and transmitted the sound to Lu Xian. How much do you know about Tian Meiji of Meiji sect, fellow practitioner Lu? Lu Xian was slightly shocked and quickly reacted, it's her? He frowned for a moment and said, Meiji sect is in our holy snow region, and I have also heard of the talents of the sect. Xian Meiji, a good friend of my younger brother, was the leader of the next generation. Although Tian Meiji was a holy girl, she was not powerful because of her low talent. It was very likely that when Xian Meiji grew up, it would be the time for Tian Meiji to abdicate. But just a few years ago, Tian Meiji's talent suddenly broke out, and her cultivation soared rapidly. She crossed several realms and directly stepped into nature's test from the bottom. She became the top 30 on the Tianjiao list. The news of my younger brother's good friend became less and less. Speaking of this, Lu Xian paused slightly and carefully worded, "Fellow practitioner Su, since I know your identity, Tian Meiji is also likely to know it. Your junior sister apprentice was killed just now. I guess she was targeting you." "It's her indeed." Su Li nodded without hesitation. She smiled and nodded, "Thank you for telling me everything, fellow practitioner Lu. No one needs to intervene in this matter, and I will handle it myself." "Fellow practitioner Su, you are too serious." Lu Xian had a guess about Su Li's identity in his heart. Hearing this, he suddenly felt flattered. The questions hovering in his mind were on the tip of his tongue several times, but he couldn't ask them in the end. The Tianjiao battle once again entered the normal process. Su Li sat back on the immortal platform and didn't look at Tian Meiji's. For her, it was meaningless. The space of the secret realm calmed down, but the atmosphere outside became more and more tense. Even the hall watching the video was affected. High-level officials of holy sects came to question one after another. There was no problem with Huo Chun and Xian'an's background, so they were soon fooled. After watching the people of holy sects leave, Huo Chun breathed a sigh of relief and transmitted the sound carefully. "The people who killed Zhao Qianlin are the group of people who knew Lord Qingshui before, right?" Xian'an nodded with lingering fear. "I didn't expect them to be so terrifying. I seem to have made a lot of jokes with them. Where did this group of people come from? If they can all join the Holy Land, how powerful it will be." Huo Chun sighed whimsically. "Now the outside world is in a mess. Lord Qingshui and others are under absolute attention. I hope they can survive this disaster safely." Xian'an's eyes flashed and he nodded. Based on his understanding of his sister, he always felt that the current situation was within his sister's expectation. "What does my sister want to do?" Xian'an's heartbeat accelerated slightly, and he calmed down after taking a deep breath. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. It had been half a year since the third round of the immortal platform battle began. In the past 3 months, the number of substitutions of the first immortal platform was much less than that of the previous 3 months, and the number of talents who died was also less. In the next 6 months, there would be even fewer. It was worth mentioning that although Jiang Run's cultivation was not high, he actually stayed until now. His cultivation also broke through in the battle and reached the late stage of Huoshan realm. Relying on the secret skill that Ling Mo taught him, he persisted on the edge of 20,000. It was extremely difficult for him to do this. This boy is a good seedling. Ling Mo got lucky. There was a trace of envy in Ling Qinglan's words. Since Su Li destroyed the Yin tribe, his skills were facing extinction, and he really needed to find a successor. "After this, you will have enough time to find one," Su Li said casually and transmitted the sound to Jiang Run. "Do what you can and keep your trump card. Your master is still counting on you to send him off." Jiang Run was adjusting his breath. When he suddenly heard this sentence, he almost went astray. Thank you for your concern, Lord Qingshui. I know what to do." Chapter 575. You can search for Poisonous Wife on Baidu. You can search for the latest chapter. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The Battle of Immortals was coming to an end. The talents who won the first Immortal were about to return. The Immortal Ascension City became more and more lively. A large number of practitioners poured into the city, wanting to see the top talents of Qingshui Circle. At this moment, in the Tianya Inn, Xie Wei listened to Xiao Sai's words. "Tianya Master, we were almost set on fire 23 times. Attacked 35 times at night, and robbed 244 times this year. Fortunately, we were prepared and didn't let them succeed," Xiao Sai said proudly, puffing out his not-so-strong chest. Xie Wei rubbed his eyebrows. The frequency was much higher than in previous years. "Waiter, check in." An old and hoarse voice rang out from the outer hall. Xiao Sai immediately ran outside. "I'm sorry, old senior, our inn is already full." Xie Wei didn't pay attention to the outside world. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, He felt that something was wrong. Why was it so quiet outside? He raised his eyebrows, got up, pushed the door open, and walked into the outer hall. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Sai explaining something with cold sweat on his forehead. Obviously, he was tired of dealing with it. Opposite him stood a tall white-haired old man in a loose black robe. He didn't look good. He took a step forward and said with a smile, "How did our Tianya offend you, senior? If Xiao Sai is not good enough, please let me know." The white-haired old man turned his head and stared at Xie Wei with his grey eyes. "Are you the sub-valley master of the Tianya Valley?" Xie Wei stiffened with just one glance. He had the illusion of being stared at by the ancestor of the sect. He breathed slightly, but he could barely maintain a smile. He waved his hand and said, "Senior, it seems that you came prepared. Why don't we talk in the inner hall?" The white-haired old man snorted, "That's more like it." Then, he walked into the inner hall. Xie Wei took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to Xiao Sai. "Go and make tea. Boil ancient spring." Xiao Sai's face changed slightly, and his hair was a little numb. "That's all spirits, don't talk nonsense. Go." The inner hall wasn't big, and the decorations were simple, making it look rather grand. After the two of them sat down and Xiao Sai poured tea, Xie Wei, who had been observing the white-haired old man, finally probed, "Heavenly Star Valley, that is a very ancient name. We, the Tianyik Attic, have not used that name since the Qingshui calendar. Senior, could it be?" The white-haired old man took a sip of tea, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Although the name has changed, the tea used to serve guests still tastes the same. How nostalgic. When Xie Wei heard this, the hands hidden in her sleeves trembled, and her expression changed. Did he really live since the myriad spirit calendar? Just how old was this guy he had encountered? After leisurely drinking a cup of tea, the white-haired old man put down the teacup and glanced at the stiff Xie Wei. He snorted coldly and said, "Stupid kid, do you really think you can fool this old man with that little bit of cleverness? If not for the fact that you are a disciple of Heavenly Star Valley and that my temper has weakened over the years, would you still be standing here talking to me? Please forgive me, senior." Xie Wei broke out in a cold sweat. He cupped his fists and said, "I didn't mean to offend you. Humph, it's good that you know you are wrong." The white-haired old man pointed at the table and said, "With the intelligence ability of your Heavenly Star Valley, you probably have some guesses about this old man's identity." Xie Wei smiled embarrassedly. At this moment, he also realized that the horrible old monster in front of him didn't seem to be so difficult to talk to. He relaxed a little and answered honestly, "1 year ago, a few days before the talents battle began. In a forbidden place in the Immortal Ascension City, the Ghost City's thatched cottage suddenly collapsed. At that time, I sent people to investigate it, and then I found a lot of information." Speaking of this, Xie Wei paused slightly and asked cautiously, "Senior, are you Yi Che, Senior Yi?" The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The intelligence of Heavenly Star Valley is really worthy of its reputation." This sentence clearly meant that he admitted it. Xie Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. A ghost from 40,000 years ago was actually able to survive until now. Just what secrets were hidden in that thatched hut? Boy of Heavenly Star Valley, this old man is here to know what happened to the Ghost Clan. Can you tell me? Xie Wei went straight to the point. Xie Wei suddenly looked embarrassed. "Senior, you also know the rules of Heavenly Star Valley. I'm penniless." Yi Che interrupted him with a calm expression, "But your Heavenly Star Valley can also exchange intelligence for intelligence, right? I'll give you 3 chances to ask questions, and you answer my doubts twice. How about that?" Xie Wei was waiting for this sentence, and a smile appeared on his face. "Deal." After a long time, Yi Che appeared at the door of Tianya Inn with his sleeves rolled up. He looked up at the Immortal Ascension Mountain in the distance and left Tianya Inn calmly. Inside the room, Xie Wei sat at the table in a daze. The tea had already become cold. "Cliff Lord," Xiao Sai said cautiously. Xie Wei came to his senses and sighed softly, "I wanted the intelligence of Yi Che just for the position of this generation's Cliff Lord. I didn't expect that Su Jojo was actually from the Ghost Clan." He shook his head and smiled bitterly. The hatred between the Ghost Clan and Shengtian Shrine is absolutely irreconcilable. This time, I'm afraid that there will be a big fight. Xiao Sai scratched his head. Don't we need to remind Shengtian Shrine? Xie Wei glanced at Xiao Sai strangely. I leaked the intelligence to the Ghost Clan. If I go to inform Shengtian Shrine at this moment, I'm not a man on both sides. It seems to make sense. Xiao Sai suddenly understood, and then he was distressed. Then shall we take sides directly? Su Jojo, that female practitioner, can she do it? Even if she can't, she has to do it. Xie Wei seemed to have overcome some obstacles in his heart, and his tone was firm. When necessary, I will help her. As he said, he looked up, and his eyes seemed to pass through countless fierceness and fell into the Tianjiao secret realm. Let me see exactly how capable you are. A few days later, the periphery of the Black Stone Square was full of practitioners who came to join in the fun. At exactly noon, the calm whirlpool suddenly began to expand continuously. Then, it spat out countless rays of light with a swoosh, transforming into numerous figures that fell into the square. They are coming. They are coming out. Only the top talents of the first immortal platform are qualified to appear from this exit. Is that the top talents? What a horrible momentum. Just a glance at me will suffocate me. The cultivators who were waiting suddenly burst into an uproar. There were also many cultivators who stared at the vortex with unfriendly expressions, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. Finally, after a burst of rays of light, Su Li and the other three appeared in the square. At this moment, the noise almost overturned the sky. It's the three dark horses. They are so powerful. They are unknown, but they have entered the top 100 of the Tianjiao list. I don't know if they can continue to create miracles in the Battle of Shengxian Mountain. Maybe even the top 10 of the Tianjiao list will be pulled down. The top 10 of the Tianjiao list this time are all decided by Tianxing Valley. They are not qualified at all. Someone just said this, but he was so scared that he shut up immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The whirlpool spat out rays of light for the last time, and 30 figures appeared at once. The rays of light dissipated, and Lu Xian and others appeared one after another. They are the top 30 of the Tianjiao list. The peerless strongman of our Qingshui circle must be born from these people. The future giants are lucky to see them. I have no regrets in my life. The 10 most intense rays of light are the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. Su Li looked at them and nodded slightly to greet them. Then she looked away, and her eyes fell on the first 10 most intense rays of light. The rays of light scattered, the familiar black robe and the tall figure finally appeared. 2 equally indifferent gazes met unexpectedly. Like stagnant water, there were no waves. Like a deep pool, there was no bottom. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. At this moment, her state of mind was actually extraordinarily calm. The chaotic love and hatred of the past had been buried deep like fine wine, and it was quiet and mellow. Ling Li didn't look away, and a strange feeling gradually rose in his heart. He didn't know why he didn't avoid her eyes. Maybe it was the familiar feeling in his soul, or the black lotus mark at the corner of her eyes was inexplicably dazzling. Is it you who killed my brother? A cold voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Li moved her eyes away and looked at the man in cyan who walked slowly to Ling Qinglan. Ling Qinglan looked at him and teased, Zhao Qianyuan? Zhao Qianyuan's face was cold and solemn. Hearing Ling Qinglan's indifference, he said coldly, I won't let you go out of the Shengxian mountain alive. Hearing that, Ling Qinglan remembered that Zhao Qianyuan didn't even dare to fart in front of him. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. I hope you won't regret it at that time. Ridiculous. Zhao Qianyuan snorted, but he didn't want to continue to be entangled in this matter. He swung his sleeves and left. Almost everyone in the holy sects knows what happened between the two brothers. You killed Zhao Qianlin, and he was very happy. Yang Zai sneered, especially after the death of the Grand Elder of Han sect, he wanted to kill you for a long time. At this moment, he came here to say some harsh words just to save face. Let's go. After saying that, Su Li was about to turn around and leave. Ling Li thought for a while. He wanted to ask her several times because of the strange feeling just now, but he didn't move because of his identity at the moment. Fellow practitioner Su, take care. Suddenly, Ling Xian's voice, which was pretending to be elegant, came from beside him. Su Li stopped and looked back with some doubts. What's the matter? Ling Xian walked slowly to Su Li with a very friendly and cordial smile on her face. Sister, you look so young. In this Battle of Immortals Foundation, you have become famous. I don't know if you have the honor to be my friend. Be my friend? Su Li suddenly smiled, but it was hard to tell what kind of smile it was. Ling Li instinctively felt that it was not a happy expression. Ling Xian didn't feel anything. Seeing that Su Li was more and more enthusiastic, she thought faster. When she was about to continue to praise Su Li, she saw the delicate and soft face suddenly became as cold as an iceberg. It's a pity that you, Ling Xian, are not qualified to be my friend. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife was reading on her mobile phone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 575, just you? You can see it next time when you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 576. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. As soon as this was said, the noise in the field immediately became silent. Ling Xian's expression was instantly stiff, and she reluctantly continued to smile. Sister, did I say something wrong? This joke is not funny. Su Li looked at her coldly and did not respond. Ling Xian's expression finally became cold, and she said in a deep voice, I learned from the Fate Ancestor, and I am also the candidate for the next power of Shengtian Shrine. It is the first time that someone told me that I am not qualified. Su Jojo, you are very good. You don't need to worry about me. Su Li smiled, as if she didn't hear the two words that showed off her identity. She casually responded, waved to the two people around her, and turned away. Ling Xian looked at her back, and her pretty face was cold. Su Jojo is so bold that she even dares to offend Ling Xian. She must have someone to rely on. Otherwise, isn't she courting death? I'm afraid that there will be a good show in the 4th round of Immortals Mountain. It's a pity that we can't see it through the light-splitting stone. Ho ho, Ling Xian feels inexplicably happy when she suffers a loss. Ha 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 ha, keep your voice down. This woman never looks down on others. The evil emperor is cold in nature. She pretends to be neither. She really thinks that she can compete with the evil emperor. Although the discussion was very low, it could still be heard. Ling Li's lips twitched. Ling Xian's face had already turned red with anger, and it had a tendency to develop to the color of pig liver. Let's go. Ling Xian squeezed the words out of her teeth, and the maids around her immediately followed her. After the farce was over, it soon became a topic of discussion among practitioners and spread throughout the Immortal City. Su Jojo, what a crazy female practitioner. She even looks down on the top holy sects. Her background must be great. But apart from other top holy sects, which force in Qingshui Circle can compete with Shengtian Shrine? I don't know. At the same time, Su Li and the other three returned to the spring courtyard of the Tianya Inn after meeting with Xian An and Hua Shichun. Dongfang Wuxue and others who lived in the autumn courtyard didn't avoid it and came directly. Hua Shichun counted the number of people. His expression was heavy, but there was a hint of relief in it. The Jiguang sect lost 7 people, the Wanjian sect lost 2 people, and the Holy Land lost 3 people, which is less than I thought. Including Lord Qing Shui, little brother Jiang Run also made it to the 4th round, far exceeding my expectations. Jiang Run couldn't hide the sadness in his eyes, but his emotions were still relatively stable. Elder, you flatter me. I was just lucky. As for the 2 youngsters from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, my condolences. The casualty rate in the Heaven's Pride battle is extremely high. It's already a miracle that 2 of you survived. Hua Shichun comforted him. The 2 people sitting on one side looked at each other. They suddenly stood up and bowed to Ling Qinglan. Thank you, senior brother, for helping junior sister take revenge at all cost. They understood that it was utterly impossible for them to seek revenge from Zhao Qianlin by relying on the little bit of cultivation they possessed. It's fine. Ling Qinglan waved his hand and said, sit down. I have my reasons for doing this. I will tell you in detail later. The two were slightly stunned when they heard the words, and sat down full of doubts. Li Hai glanced at Su Li, took out a light diffraction stone, and placed it in the center of the table where everyone sat around. With a clatter, the light diffraction stone reflected a list, which was densely packed with rankings. This is a miniature list made by Chanyik Attic. The information on it is incomplete, but it can be used as a reference. Li Hai explained and sat down. Hua Shichun repeatedly cupped his fists and thanked him. This item is extremely expensive, and I can't afford it. It's really generous that Lord Li can share this item. Li Hai suddenly smiled and said meaningfully, Hua Shichun, don't be a stranger. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Hua Shichun was confused. At this moment, the list was in front of him, and he didn't ask in detail. He turned his head and focused on the list. Shengtian Shrine, Ling Li, ranking 1. Most of the talents on this list have marked their origins, which is much clearer than the Jade Token ranking announced in the Heaven's Pride mysterious realm. Xianan exclaimed and looked down. Soon, he found a ranking without Su Li unknown force, Su Jojo, ranking 29. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then said happily, Sister, you are really amazing. In this way, after the 4th round, our Jiguang sect will be promoted to the name of a holy sect. Su Li smiled, let's continue to look down. Okay. Xianan continued to look down excitedly, and soon found the next one. Unknown force, unknown name. Ranking, 87. He read it out, looked up at Ling Qinglan and Yang Zai, and saw Ling Qinglan take out a jade token, on which the word 87 was flashing. Then Yang Zai also took out a jade token, on which the word 92 was flashing. Tut, my luck is still worse than yours. Yang Zai said helplessly. Ling Qinglan nodded in agreement. The gap of 4 or 5 ranks doesn't mean anything. The ranking of Shengxian Mountain in the 4th round will inevitably change. Of course. Yang Zai reached out and hugged Jiang Run, who was sitting aside. Don't look at Jiang Run. He is now in the back. Maybe he can run to the top 100 in the end. Jiang Run waved his hand repeatedly. How is that possible? Yang Zai smiled and didn't say much. At this time, Dongfang Wushua walked in from the door and said, the statistics of Chanyik Attic are out. In the 3rd round of the Battle of Immortals, nearly 60% of the talents who went to participate in the battle died. In the end, almost all the low-level immortals were empty. The practitioners who got the information of Chanyik Attic outside also had a heated discussion. More than 600,000 people went in, and only more than 200,000 people came out. The Tianjiao battle is really a real meat grinder. In the bloody accident of the Holy Spirit, only 100,000 talents died. Many talents who died in the Tianjiao battle are not qualified. How can they be compared with the bloody accident of the Holy Spirit? Those who died in that year were the top talents of each holy sect. After that, the great holy son of each holy sect betrayed the sect and left, which had a far-reaching impact. That's true. Although we can't see the situation inside the Battle of Shengxian Mountain, the spirit of the Tianjiao secret realm will announce the information of all the participants. The 4th round will be in 3 days. In the room, Hua Shichun looked at Su Li expectantly. Lady Qingshui, the future of the Holy Land depends on you this time. Su Li nodded, then tilted her head slightly, squinted her eyes and chuckled. Elder Hua, since the 4th round has begun, there are some things that I need to tell you. Pavilion Head Wen was right. There was a change. Hua Shishun's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. He told the other people of Jiguang sect, you all leave first. The people of Jiguang sect looked at each other and left one after another. Elder Hua, Lady Qingshui may have some private affairs. She can't be an enemy. Jiang Run secretly transmitted the sound and was about to leave. Su Li suddenly said, Jiang Run and Xianan, you two stay. Me. Jiang Run was slightly stunned, and was pulled back to his seat by Xian. And since my sister asked you to stay, sit down. Jiang Run scratched his head and responded obediently, oh. Huo Shichun glanced at Yang Zai and others next to Su Li, and he had some guesses in his heart. He said in a deep voice, Lady Qingshui, you can say it now. Su Li nodded and beckoned Li Hai to come forward. Let me introduce him again. He used to be the deputy lord of Yushu sect in Zhozhou region, Li Hai. Li Hai reached out and cupped his fists. Huo Shichun immediately stood up and came back. He thought that Elder Qingshui was at most a spy from other sects, but he didn't expect that the first sentence completely broke his conjecture. Yushu sect. After the bloody accident of Holy Spirit, who didn't know the name of this sect? Although this sect was only a top-grade sect, its particularity could be compared with that of holy sects. Zhozhou region was the most special big region in Qingshui Circle except for Immortal region. The spies of holy sects were everywhere, and they were extremely sensitive. Once, Jiang Run frowned, but noticed that Su Li's words implied something. Sister, my hunch is right. Xianan laughed, and his eyes flickered. He guessed, I always thought that your origin must be amazing. Now it seems that the deputy lord of Yushu sect listens to you. I heard that the lord of Yushu sect is an old man. Sister, you are so young and beautiful. You must be the holy girl, right? The holy girl of Yushu sect. Fang Ling. Huo Shichun gradually clenched his fists in his sleeves. If what Xianan said was true, then, this woman was the enemy. Elder Huo, don't be nervous. Li Hai glanced at Su Li respectfully, and said on behalf of him, I do listen to the master, but the master is not the holy girl of Yushu sect. Master? Huo Shichun felt uncomfortable again. That was the supreme title of the Holy Land. Only the master of Linli building deserved this title. Not the holy girl? Xianan was stunned and asked incredulously, is it the great elder of Yushu? The great elder of Yushu. That was the top enemy. Jiang Run's eyes became sharp, but Li Hai smiled silently. No, the great elder of Yushu has become the master's prisoner. It was an understatement, but it was earth-shattering. What? Huo Shishun's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Prisoner? I didn't hear it wrong. Jiang Run's fists gradually loosened. He stared at Su Li's calm and indifferent face, and his eyes gradually brightened. Elder Huo, you didn't hear it wrong. Yang Zai laughed and said proudly, as early as a year ago, the master led the Ni sect to flatten Zihon sect, destroy Yushu sect, and occupy 25 sects. All the holy sects were controlled in just 3 days. The person sitting in front of you is the great elder of Ni sect, the lord of Zhozhou region, Su Zhozhou. The words, like a storm, swept the hearts of the 3 people in an instant. Clang. Huo Shishun's body trembled violently, and he fell from his position unsteadily. He stared at Su Li, whose face was the same as before, but he could no longer treat her as an ordinary elder. The lord of a region, what kind of identity was this? Her status was comparable to that of a junior emperor. In their Jiguang sect, the only one who could be called a junior emperor was the old first elder who was practicing in isolation. Within 3 days, all the spies of the holy sects were controlled, and no news was allowed to spread. What kind of means was this? Almost 80% of the spies of the holy sects in Qingshui Circle were found and controlled instantly. How much manpower and time would it take? In his opinion, this was simply an impossible task. And the image of the master who coordinated all this, Su Zhozhou, in his mind instantly became illusory. Why did such a mysterious and powerful female practitioner sneak into the Holy Land and become a small elder? The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 576. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 577. You can search poisonous wife in Baidu. You can search for the latest chapter. Hiss. Sister. Xianan gasped, and it became a little difficult for him to speak. I guess that you have a powerful background, but I didn't expect. Jiang Run, who was sitting on the edge, was a little confused. It seemed that such a legendary female practitioner didn't need to covet their small sect. Compared with the entire Jiuzhou region, the Linli building in the Yinyang region was nothing. Elder Hue, don't panic. You only need to know that from now on, the Linli building will have an extremely powerful ally. Su Li squinted her eyes and said in a gentle tone. She continued to say amazing words, so powerful that, you can show up above board and be the enemy of the holy sects in Qingshui Circle without fear. Hue Shichun took a few deep breaths, got up and sat back in his seat, but his movements became a little restrained. With a smile on his wrinkled face, he asked cautiously, Lord Jiuzhou, I still don't quite understand. Why do you want to get involved in the mess of the Linli building? Although controlling the Jiuzhou region will make the holy sects unhappy, if you are powerful enough, those selfish holy sects will not attack you together. But if you carry the banner of the Linli building, will be regarded as a thorn in the side of almost all holy sects, right? Hue Shichun wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Su Li said the second half of the sentence for him with a smile. In fact, for me, whether I carry the banner of the Linli building or not, I will be attacked by others. In this case, why not make those hypocrites more unhappy? Then, why? Hue Shichun was full of doubts at the moment, but he had to follow Su Li's words because he didn't have the courage. Su Li smiled slightly and glanced at Ling Qinglan and Yang Zai. Ling Qinglan glanced at Yang Zai, and he waved his hand, you do it. After all, you are more famous than me. After you betrayed the sect, your fame is not less than mine. Ling Qinglan shook her head and said. She released the restriction of all spirits tactics and showed her original face. She nodded to Hue Shichun and the other two who were like stone statues. Nice to meet you again. You all know my predecessor. Now, I only have one name, Ling Qinglan. The first holy boy of the Yin tribe. Didn't your soul split? Hue Shichun was so excited that he was drooling. Then he thought of something. His eyes suddenly widened and he pointed at Su Li with a trembling voice. It was you who destroyed the Yin tribe. At this time, Yang Zai also revealed his true appearance and chuckled. Greetings again, Yang Zai. Dongfang Wuxue, who had not spoken much, also smiled at this moment and echoed in a warm voice, Dongfang family, Dongfang Wuxue. 3 days later, the entrance to the Immortal Ascension Mountain opened. The entrance at the foot of the mountain was surrounded by cultivators who had come to bid farewell to their holy son and holy daughter. Among them, there were 2 people, one old and one young, with dull expressions. They were quite eye-catching. Senior brother, what happened to those 2? Who knows? Maybe he was shocked silly by the geniuses. Some people were whispering and pointing at him. The old man and the young man were still in a daze. At the foot of the Immortal Ascension Mountain, in the vast canyon, the prodigies who had come to participate in the 4th round gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, waiting for the teleportation array to open. The entire Immortal Ascension Mountain is probably a large magic treasure. It seems to be only the size of a small mountain, but in fact, it is extremely vast inside. It is not much smaller than a small world. As Yang Zai spoke, he patted Jiang Run, who was still in a daze, and clicked his tongue. The teleportation formation will randomly send us to any corner of the Immortal Ascension Mountain. You brat, pull yourself together. Don't die before we meet up. Jiang Run came to his senses with a start and immediately bowed deeply. Yes, senior. Yang Zai scratched his head and said speechlessly, Lad, do you have to be so exaggerated? Jiang Run realized that his words and deeds were inappropriate. His dark face was a little red, and he said awkwardly, You are a legendary figure like the master. If I am not careful. Yang Zai waved his hand and thought that he was not a legend. If this lad knew that the legendary holy girl Su was next to him, he would be in heaven. If you have anything to say, wait until the end of the Tianjiao battle, Su Li suddenly said. Su Li suddenly said, Do you remember the hint I gave you? Of course. Jiang Run was shocked. Choose the right path. Then I will be safe all the way. If the ancient saying is true, safety is only relative. If you encounter a ruthless person, you must adapt to the situation. Su Li said and looked at Ling Qinglan and Jiang Run. As for you two, I don't need to say more. Ling Qinglan nodded to show that she understood, but she was confused in her heart. Why had she never heard of the saying, if you are strong enough, choose the left path when you encounter it is a great lucky chance? Buzz. The light above the canyon swept over the black brilliance and was immediately shrouded by the black light curtain. Then, in the nothingness, a dazzling blue vortex rotated and slowly emerged from the nothingness. The entrance is open. The voice of the spirit of the secret realm reverberated in her ears again. Almost instantly, a suction came out from the vortex and sucked everyone away. After a few breaths, the light dimmed. In the overgrown mountain road, a light suddenly flashed, and a slim figure in black appeared. Is this the immortal Ascension Mountain? Su Li glanced around and found that it was silent. She couldn't see anyone. There was only a winding mountain road with no end in sight. Ni sect, Su Jojo. The voice of the spirit of the secret realm sounded. At this moment, it no longer called the ranking, but directly called Su Li's name engraved on the slate. This is the last pass of the secret realm. You must reach the top of the mountain within 3 days. Otherwise, if you are submerged by the endless water, you will be eliminated. If you can reach the top of the mountain first, you can choose one of the treasures of the owner of the secret realm. The voice gradually faded away. The treasures of the owner of the secret realm? The Tianjiao secret realm was indeed owned. Su Li pondered for a moment, and suddenly felt a little cold under her feet. A trace of transparent water seeped out of the dry soil. The endless water is the best material to refine magic weapons. It turns into a mountain and a sea here. Su Li narrowed her eyes and flashed up the mountain road without hesitation. After a while, 3 identical forks appeared in front of her. Su Li didn't stop and entered the leftmost fork. At the same time, countless talents at the starting points of the immortal Ascension Mountain also made their choices. Milord said to go to the right. Jiang Run didn't hesitate to step into the rightmost fork. The scene in front of him instantly changed, and Jiang Run found himself in an ancestral hall. However, the writing on the ancestral hall was blurry, and he couldn't tell which ancient faction this ancestral hall belonged to. As Jiang Run approached, golden handwriting suddenly appeared in the nothingness. Silently recite the first rule of the clan, and the way out will be revealed. The first rule of the clan? Where did the clan rule come from? Jiang Run was dumbfounded. As Lady Jojo said, there was no danger in this ancestral hall, but it seemed that there was no possibility of passing. Otherwise, I'd better quit and choose the left fork. Jiang Run turned around, but was shocked to see a vast expanse of whiteness, which reflected his confused face. Lady Jojo, you really hurt me. After Su Li passed through an ordinary fork overgrown with weeds, the world suddenly changed. The scene in front of her changed into a wide giant grotto. In the grotto, in addition to her, there was also a young man in a black robe with a vertical thunder pattern between his eyebrows. Are you Su Jojo? The young man stared at her closely, and his pupils shrank slightly. A green light flashed in his eyes. Su Li raised her thin eyebrows, and heard Su Bai in Kang Lei's cave rarely speak. Sister, he has a trace of pneuma of the same origin as me. It's so intimate. Divine thunder of wood, Su Li's lips curled up. She stepped closer and said, Are you Ban Qian, the first holy son of the holy sect of Wind Thunder? It's my honor to be remembered by fellow practitioner Su. Ban Qian nodded, and then said self-mockingly, It's funny that all the holy sons of the holy sect of Wind Thunder have amazing combat power, but I'm not even in the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. I'm really sorry for my ancestors. Prosperity and decline are normal. Don't worry about it. You don't have to belittle yourself, first holy son. Su Li said politely. She wondered why Ban Qian was so calm when they met in this Shengxian mountain. Squeak, a painful sound came from the dark. Su Li tilted her head and stared at it. Then she saw a giant rusty iron gate in the dim light, which was 100 meters high. And the source of the sound came from the iron gate, which was slowly rising. Su Li faced the iron gate and waited quietly for a moment. Then she suddenly asked, "Fellow practitioner Ban, which side of the fork is chosen?" The elders in the sect said that the choice of the fork has always been unruly. You just need to follow your heart. A trace of fishy smell came from the gate. Ban Qian smelled it, and his expression gradually became serious, but after I checked the sect's classics about the Tianjiao battle for tens of thousands of years, I found a rule. Although the talents who walked the leftmost died the most, they were also the most outstanding. Su Li glanced at Ban Qian's side face with a smile in her eyes. Is it really good to tell me such important information? Ban Qian turned his head and laughed heartily. I naturally have my own plan. Fellow practitioner Su, if you don't mind, how about we join hands? Oh. Su Li tilted her head and smiled meaningfully. Does Holy Sun Ban think? I need allies. Fellow practitioner Su's strength is comparable to that of the Holy Sun of the Peak Holy Sect. Maybe you really don't need it. Ban Qian said solemnly, but I am definitely the most powerful auxiliary practitioner since the Qingshui calendar. Fellow practitioner Su, don't you want to have a try? Auxiliary practitioner. I don't know if you are the strongest. Su Li chuckled, but you may be the most shameless holy son of wind and thunder in history. Ban Qian blushed and let out a long sigh. In order to be ranked on the Tianjiao list, he was ready to risk everything. However, if you can lead the holy sect of wind and thunder to stand on the side of my Ni sect, it's not impossible for me to help you. Su Li threw out a sentence with a smile. What? When Ban Qian was stunned, the giant iron gate finally rose completely, and a gust of evil wind swept over. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 577. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 578. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. After the evil wind, there was no more movement. The dead silence gradually filled the whole cave. Ban Qian suddenly felt his hair stand on end and his breathing was not smooth. He faintly perceived that he was stared at by a pair of terrifying eyes. Su Li stared calmly at the front, and her eyes suddenly froze. It's coming. Ban Qian only felt dizzy, and the sky was dark in an instant. He had no time to think. Without saying a word, he waved his hands horizontally and shouted, "Up!" The emerald light curtain spread from his palm to the size of a basin, and the evil wind blew in his face. Bang! A white claw hit the emerald light curtain with such great force that cracks appeared in the light curtain in an instant. Ban Qian's face changed. He jumped back and floated in the air. Finally, he saw the enemy's appearance clearly. Roar! This was a ferocious-looking demon beast. Its 2 legs supported its whole body, and it stood upright like a human. It was hundreds of feet high. The demon beast regained its freedom, raised its head and roared, revealing its terrifying giant mouth full of sharp teeth, which shook the cave debris down. A powerful demon. I'm afraid its strength is no less than that of nature's test. Fellow practitioner Su, we. Ban Qian didn't finish his words until he found that Su Li didn't retreat like him, but still stood in the same place. Roar! The demon beast's eyes were red, and it raised its claw to press down on Su Li's head like a mountain. Oh no! The thunder pattern between Ban Qian's eyebrows twisted. In the next breath, a large piece of emerald green vines came out of the void in front of Su Li and wrapped Su Li in the blink of an eye. This skill has not been mastered yet, and there will be backfire if I hit it hard. I'm afraid my thunder pattern, Ban Qian thought quickly, but he gritted his teeth and did not choose to withdraw the vines. Just at the moment when the giant claw came, a calm voice suddenly came from the vines. Break! With a bang, the demon body collapsed instantly, turning into a sky full of blood rain and minced meat, filling the space. Ban Qian was shocked on the spot. He even forgot to maintain the skill of vines and gradually withdrew it. Su Li flashed and stood in front of Ban Qian. She waved her sleeves to block the blood rain and smiled lightly. "Thank you." Ban Qian returned to his senses and smiled bitterly. "Su. Fellow Daoist, you're too courteous. I didn't help at all." He had thought that Su Li's words were just the arrogance of a talent. It turned out that she was so powerful that she didn't need anyone's help. "With fellow Daoist Su's strength, I apologize for disturbing you. I'll take my leave now," Ban Qian said and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Li stood in front of him in a flash. She fixed her eyes on him and asked, "I can see that your vines are not mature, and it is likely to damage your cultivation. Why don't you take it back? Fellow Daoist Su, you have a good eye." Ban Gan was surprised, and then he shook his head and said with a smile, "I was the one who suggested joining forces. If we shrink back at the last minute, wouldn't it be shameful? I think any cultivator with faith in their heart would do the same." Su Li took a deep look at Ban Qian's serious expression. She turned her eyes and saw the ground was shrinking rapidly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly laughed. "In Glory Sect, there aren't many who are as pure as you." "Pure?" Ban Gan had a puzzled look on his face. "My sect's teachings have always been like this. How is it simple?" "Holy Sect of Wind and Thunder?" Su Li said thoughtfully, "It seems that Gui Lazy is an accident." "Gui Lazy?" Ban Qian's pupils shrank suddenly. As a holy son, he certainly knew that this person was a spy sent by the sect to lurk in Leiyuan sect in Zhozhou region. How could Su Zhozhou know? Clatter, the blood flowed and condensed, and a huge demon reappeared. It raised its head and roared. With endless hatred in its eyes, it lowered its head and rushed to Su Li. Su Li's eyes turned cold, and she said softly, "Destroy." Boom. In an instant, the demon beast's body exploded apart once more, and it transformed into numerous pieces of flesh once more. However, unlike the last time, every single piece of flesh was covered in a layer of grey-colored sword light that flickered and ground the flesh into nothingness. Ban Qian looked at this scene in horror. Is that the sword intent? The sword intent was absolutely invincible in the same realm. He had only seen the same power from Shen Yue and Ling Li compared with the control and power shown by Su Zhozhou. The power of the two-sword intent was like that of a baby learning to speak. The gap was incalculable. Why didn't such an evil door be known until now? It seemed to appear out of thin air. What kind of shocking secret was hidden in it? "Do you want to climb to the top of the mountain?" Su Li looked back, and there was a light in her eyes that made Ban Qian inexplicably frightened. "Some things are troublesome to explain. I don't need to say more in 3 days, and you will understand. It is not too late to tell me your choice at that time." Ban Qian took a deep breath, suppressed all kinds of thoughts in his mind, and nodded. Buzz, but at this moment, the last piece of minced meat of the demon disappeared, and the cave phantom also broke apart. A slightly wider mountain road than before was revealed. There was a buzz in the nothingness, and a fist-sized, crimson gem-like essence slowly rose from the nothingness. Su Li's eyes flashed, and she reached out her hand, and the red essence fell into her palm. "This is the essence of that demon's flesh and blood." Ban Qian looked at it and said in surprise, "This thing is the supreme magic treasure of physical practice. If you refine it, you can greatly enhance your pneuma and blood, and even break through a small realm without any side effects. The combat power of that demon is comparable to the early stage of nature's test, and at least equivalent to the peak of the late stage of Huashan realm of the human clan. Just the early stage of nature's test." Su Li threw it to Ban Qian casually, and Ban Qian took it in astonishment. "This. Fellow practitioner Su, you killed that demon, and I didn't do anything at all. This thing is useless to me." Su Li smiled. "Just take it. Let me see what you can do for me as an aid of the wood circle." "Useless?" Ban Qian couldn't believe his ears. Looking at the hot red essence in his hand, he couldn't help but raise his head and said again, "Fellow practitioner Su, even if you are not a physical practice, if you can refine it, you can also greatly enhance your physical body. There are many benefits. Let's go and climb the mountain earlier." Su Li's figure flashed, and she went away in a flash. Ban Qian was stunned, shook his head with a wry smile, and put away the essence of flesh and blood to follow her. Their figures flashed, and after a while, there were 3 more roads in front of them. Su Li's figure paused and stopped. "What's wrong, fellow practitioner Su? Shall we go on the left?" Ban Qian slowed down and stopped beside Su Li. "Of course, the left." Su Li's eyes flashed. "I was just thinking that since I can meet you at the first intersection, will there be 2 entrances? Will the Shengxian mountain merge 2 entrances every time we choose from the foot of the mountain?" Ban Qian was slightly shocked. "There is no relevant record in my sect." "Then let's go and have a look." Su Li stepped into the mountain road on the left, and Ban Qian immediately followed her with vigilance. The 2 skimmed for a while, and a fog gradually appeared in the mountain. At first, the fog was very shallow, and Ban Qian could see clearly. But the deeper they went, the thicker the fog was. In the end, all they could see was white. He tried to explore with his divine awareness, but he couldn't penetrate it. "Fellow practitioner Su?" Ban Qian saw Su Li's faint back in the white fog, and he took a few steps forward. He stretched out his hand and patted, and the back actually scattered into a cloud of white fog. "Fake!" Ban Qian's heart immediately tightened. He made a gesture with both hands, and green lightning appeared in his eyes. His gaze shot into the white fog like a green line. His sight immediately became much clearer, but he still couldn't see Su Li's figure. "Fellow practitioner Su?" Ban Qian looked slightly dignified, and continued to move forward. He knew that it was not Su Jojo who should be worried, but himself. Going on the left meant a great risk. He was already tired of dealing with the previous test, and this test was likely to be more difficult. Besides, he had lost the help of Su Jojo. After walking for a long distance, Ban Qian suddenly found that the sight in front of him became clear. There was a human figure not far away, motionless as if it was hung on a torture rack. A dead person? Ban Qian approached slowly and vigilantly, but the closer he got, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did this figure look a bit like fellow practitioner Su? "Don't come over, it's dangerous." Suddenly, the figure struggled for a while, and a hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Ban Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. It was really fellow practitioner Su. What happened? Ban Qian propped up the wood thunder shield and approached quickly. Seeing Su Li's dull expression at a close distance, his heart tightened. He made a gesture and was about to reach out to pull the rope on Su Li's body. At this moment, he didn't find that the mouth of Su Li on the torture rack suddenly cracked, revealing 2 rows of fine cold teeth. Just at the moment when Ban Qian was about to touch the rope, a slender white hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Idiot, you can even be fooled by this." Boom. Su Li's eyes were cold. She punched the torture rack away, and the surrounding fog immediately surged violently and skyrocketed. "Disperse." Su Li snorted coldly, and the fog immediately screamed and receded. A lot of white fog drilled out of Ban Qian's ear holes. Before it had time to escape, it was slapped out by Su Li. Ban Qian came to his senses and saw that it was not the torture rack that was blown away, but a pale woman in red. Those were just her bewitching skills. "I'm ashamed. I thought the pupil skill could see through these ghost skills, but I didn't expect it to be ineffective." Ban Qian was ashamed. Su Li glanced at him. "The object of the pupil skill is only human beings, but it is useless for ghosts. Besides, the pupil skill you practice is not at the peak. The price of trusting too much is your life." Ban Qian smiled bitterly and suddenly realized something. He said in astonishment, "Ghosts?" Su Li nodded and pointed to the woman who was still grimacing in the distance. "Do you know ghosts? The ghosts that have been extinct in the legend?" Ban Qian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help turning his head to look again. He said, "It is said that ghosts are immortal and extremely difficult to deal with. I don't know why they died later. How should we deal with them?" "Difficult to deal with?" Su Li tilted her head and waved her sleeves. The Kang Lei's cave appeared, Hong and Bai. "I'm coming, sister." The little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket came out of the cave. The 2 lines of blood and tears had been wiped clean. She was porcelain white and clean, like a 5 or 6-year-old doll. Before Ban Qian had time to ask, he saw the little girl stretch out a pair of fleshy hands. He didn't see any movement, but the female ghost screamed and disappeared in blue smoke. Well, sister, I'm going back to rest. The little girl skipped back to the old abode and disappeared, leaving behind a stunned Ban Qian. So easy. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time, chapter 578. Ban Qian read the record, and you can see it next time when you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 579. You can search for Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. Su Li didn't pay attention to him. She put away several transparent crystals on the ground, and her face flashed with satisfaction. The holy crystal of ghosts, the best thing to improve the realm of ghosts. Finally, something useful came out. The fog dissipated and the original road was revealed. Su Li put away the crystals and a light flashed in her eyes. In fact, the fog was also a ghost. Including the female ghost, there were 2 ghosts in this test. But the way Hong and Bai killed the female ghost was too horrible. The ghost in the fog seemed to be scared and fled directly. She had got the reward, so she didn't bother to chase it. It seems that not all the forks will meet other people, or another person chose another way. Thinking of this, Su Li put aside other thoughts and continued on the road. At the same time, Ling Qinglan and Yang Zai were also passing the test. Although their cultivation was only in the early stage and middle stage of nature's test, their combat power was beyond that of ordinary talents. With the help of Su Li's secret medicine, they gained a lot and didn't encounter much danger. As for Jiang Run in the ancestral hall, Jiang Run lay on the altar table with a bored face and said weakly, "What are the rules of the clan? I have tried everything. Is it some strange rules, such as, not to be disheveled?" As soon as he finished his words, the golden handwriting appeared. The 1899th mistake. Please try again. If you keep answering incorrectly, you will be free after 1999. Jiang Run, but on Su Li's side, there were tactical matrices blocking the way, strange poisons, and all kinds of powerful enemies and opponents. Ban Qian finally knew how terrible the existence of the person he wanted to ally with was. Some of the checkpoints were broken by Su Li by unknown means before he even figured them out. "I look like a man who lives off a woman." Ban Qian smiled bitterly. He thought that this Shengxian mountain would be a very difficult battle, but he didn't expect it to be like this. However, Su Li thought that Ban Qian's secret method did slightly increase her combat power. Although it was very weak, it still surprised her. Although her actual combat power was far from the real emperor, it had already surpassed the ordinary junior emperor. It was equivalent to the fulfillment of the early stage of Dacheng realm. Ban Qian, on the other hand, was merely at the early stage of tribulation passing. There was a difference of 3 small realms and 1 big realm. The fact that it could produce an amplification was enough to show Ban Qian's value. Ban Qian said that his secret skill could help many people at the same time. If he helps Ling Qinglan and others, Su Li didn't show it on the surface, but she was already planning how to pull the entire Wind Thunder Holy Sect to her side. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The immortal Ascension Mountain was still shrouded in moonlight. Su Li looked up at the top of the mountain. It only took a third of the time for them to walk 60% of the way, which was really fast. If this goes on, we might be the first to reach the summit. Ban Qian's tone was full of excitement. Before he formed an alliance with Su Li, he didn't even dare to think about reaching the top. At this moment, he felt even more grateful for the decision he'd made that day. Even if they couldn't be the first to ascend to the summit, the harvest they had gained from overcoming all the difficulties along the way was worth the trip. Possible? Su Li curled her lips and chuckled. Ban Qian didn't understand. When he was about to ask, Su Li said again, "We have to speed up. It is very likely that we will encounter those from the holy sects. Be mentally prepared." "Got it." Ban Qian nodded cautiously. "I won't hold you back. You are not mentally prepared for this." Su Li looked at him strangely. Well, you will know what I mean when you see it. Ban Qian was at a loss. Su Li was good at everything, but she always said something that he didn't quite understand. But according to what Su Li said, he would understand it all in 2 days. At this moment, he felt more respectful to Su Li than friendly, so he didn't dare to ask casually. After several forks in the road, the two of them arrived at a splendid and magnificent hall. The main hall was a dome-shaped building, and there were 4 golden-red gates that were over 1,000 feet tall on each side. Numerous golden inlaid dragon pillars stood in the hall, and the smooth stone surface of the landmark was so clean that one could clearly see one's silhouette. I have never encountered such a barrier. Ban Qian took a deep breath and looked around vigilantly. Protect yourself. Su Li gave an order and stepped to the center of the hall. Ban Qian, who followed behind her, saw that every time she took a step, a black lotus would bloom under her feet and be reflected in the stone surface. He looked at himself again. No. Black lotus? Ban Qian frowned, and a sense of familiarity flashed through his mind. He seemed to have seen it in the classics of the sect. Before he could think about it, there was a sudden vibration in the hall. There was a muffled rumble. Su Li and Ban Qian looked at the source of the sound almost at the same time. They faced the golden red gate, which was slowly opening. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, holy son, you are so powerful that no one is your opponent. The familiar laughter came into the hall, and the chaotic echoes immediately made Ban Qian's face change. It's him. Swish. Swish. Sure enough, after a few breaths, 2 figures flashed into the hall. The man in cyan shirt walking in front was Chu Qingning of Ankuei Valley. It's this madman. Trouble. Ban Qian muttered to himself, but he didn't notice that Su Li's eyes instantly darkened when Chu Qingning appeared. Holy Son Ban, who is the one beside Chu Qingning? Ban Qian saw the other face and quickly replied, he is a disciple of Han's sect, called Han's sect. Before Ban Qian finished his words, he was interrupted by Su Li's laughter. Then it's useless. What? Ban Qian was stunned. When he looked up and saw Su Li's smile, he suddenly felt cold. Bang! Before the disciple of Han's sect stood firm, he suddenly turned into a blood mist, which splashed half of Chu Qingning's clothes and half of his face. Dead! Gulp! Ban Qian swallowed hard. Zhao Qianlin is not enough for Han's sect to kill you. Fellow practitioner Su, why? Zhao Qianlin? Su Li looked back at him and laughed softly. Her laughter was full of endless coldness. They owe me so much. How can a good-for-nothing who is not even the first holy son relieve my hatred? Ban Qian's scalp was numb, and a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, as if he had grasped something. Ha 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 ha, blood? Chu Qingning wiped his right cheek and licked it. The black evil thoughts in his eyes were immediately more intense than before. His hands became claws, staring at Su Li and rushing out. I like blood. Swish. His figure disappeared, and he flashed between the dragon pillars and approached quickly. Ban Qian's eyes changed. He was about to open the shield, but was stopped by Su Li. In Ban Qian's puzzled eyes, Chu Qingning came to Su Li, and his 10 fingers were flashing with cold light to dig out her heart. Give me blood. Ding. Su Li raised her hand, and Chu Qingning's 10 claws all fell on her smooth arm, making a sound of gold and iron, but even the skin was not pierced. Ban Qian was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. What level of physical body was this? It seems that no one has disciplined you for a long time. Su Li's eyes were full of black light. Then, I will teach you a good lesson. While speaking, Su Li grabbed Chu Qingning's wrist backhandedly. She was very slow, but Chu Qingning could not escape and was caught. His eyes were red, and he opened his mouth to bite the back of Su Li's hand. Without saying anything, Su Li grabbed Chu Qingning's whole body and threw him on the dragon pillar. Boom! With a deafening sound, Ban Qian covered his ears and stepped back. But his ears were still shaken and blood-stained. After the sound, he stared blankly at the debris of the palace falling on the ground, and the dragon pillar that seemed to be a little crooked. This strength. Would Chu Qingning fall to death? Under the huge rebound, Chu Qingning was thrown to the ground by Su Li. The severe pain of his waist and back being twisted and broken immediately made Chu Qingning howl like a beast. His eyes became clear, but they were still full of malice. Die. Su Li slightly raised her eyebrows. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly. It seems that you are still not very sober. She waved her sleeves and swept Chu Qingning away. He fiercely hit the golden wall full of murals. After hanging on it for a moment, he slowly slid down. Crack, with a light sound, Chu Qingning slid to the ground. After lying on the ground for a moment, he sprang out with all his limbs. But before he sprang out more than 3 meters, Su Li flashed out and raised her hand to wave her sleeves again. Boom, 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 boom. The roar was almost continuous. The sputtering blood gradually dyed the murals red. Ban Qian was getting farther and farther away. He couldn't bear to see it with a complicated heart. Chu Qingning was so miserable. It turns out that this is what she meant when she asked me to be psychologically prepared. A few hours later, Chu Qingning lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping violently. After a long time, he barely propped himself up and sat up. He spat out blood and white teeth several times. Then he raised his head and stared at Su Li with hatred. He said hoarsely, "Who are you?" Finally, "You don't want to be a beast anymore." Su Li stepped closer. Chu Qingning moved back as a conditioned reflex. After he reacted, he couldn't help being humiliated and angry. "I have never seen you before. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. What do you want to humiliate me like this? Why don't you kill me with one move?" Su Li walked to the front of him and looked at him quietly. "Have you never seen me before?" She laughed at herself. She squatted down and pinched Chu Qingning's chin. The light in her eyes flickered gently. She said, "Are you in the early stage of nature's test? How dare you practice the Qiyu evil skill without the reincarnation mirror? Now you can't even pass the second test. It's really sad. In contrast, Su Qingtan is much luckier than you. After the 7th test, his strength is equal to you, the top holy children who are immersed in the resource pool. You are far behind him." When Chu Qingning heard these words, his hair stood on end instantly. His eyes flashed with blue light, and his mind was a little clearer than before. "Do you know Su Qingtan's recent situation? Who are you?" "Ho ho," Su Li slowly approached Chu Qingning. Her eyes were close to Chu Qingning's eyes. She squeezed hard in her hands and almost crushed Chu Qingning's chin. Chu Qingning seemed to see that in the bottomless pupils, besides calmness, there was also a black flame burning, which would never stop. "Me? Of course, I'm here to collect debts." The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 579. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 580. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. You can find the latest chapter, Debt Collection. Chu Qingning's pupils contracted, and he stared at Su Li's face. My name is Su Jojo." Su Li squinted her eyes and chuckled, "It's the first time we meet, so I will accept you." Chu Qingning was in a daze, and then he saw a cave that enveloped him and disappeared. "Bye, take good care of him." Su Li's voice sounded in Kang Lei's cave. Chu Qingning just got up from the ground, and before he had time to look at the cave, a perfect young man with strong green thunder appeared in front of him. At this moment, the unbelievably beautiful young man was staring at him, and his eyes were shining, as if he was looking at a very interesting humanoid toy. "I will wash away his evil thoughts, and will not hurt his consciousness and life." "Thank you. It's not hard at all, but very interesting. This is the first order that my sister gave me, and I will complete it perfectly." The conversation between the two sides was heard by Chu Qingning without scruples, and he suddenly felt a chill. But now he was a prisoner, and it seemed that he had no right to speak. At the same time, outside. "Is Chu Qingning dead?" Ban Qian approached cautiously, and Su Li's cold face instantly softened. She shook her head and smiled, "Of course not. He is still useful." Ban Qian twitched his mouth, but found that he couldn't smile. Useful? If he was useless, then he would also end up. Su Li seemed to know his inner thoughts. She smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. I have a grudge against the holy sect. This time, I just asked for some interest, and your holy sect has no grievances with me. How can I treat you like this?" "I see." Ban Qian breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat on his head, and said with shame, "I misunderstood just now. Fortunately, fellow practitioner Su didn't get angry, and you even explained to me. It doesn't matter. It's human nature. I won't blame you." Su Li turned around, and silently looked at the palace that was smashed by her for a moment. "What's the origin of this palace? Is it recorded in the classics of your sect?" Ban Qian shook his head. "If it wasn't for you, fellow Daoist Su, we wouldn't have been able to pass the previous test's difficulty. Perhaps the seniors of my sect didn't insist on always choosing the left path, so they never came to this place." "Is that so?" Su Li was thoughtful. She tiptoed on the ground, and another circle of black marks rippled on the stone surface like water. Although Ban Qian couldn't tell what kind of spell it was, he knew that she was using a special method to investigate this place, so he carefully concealed his presence and didn't disturb her. The touch belonging to the evil ghost blended into the ground and extended. Su Li slowly closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled from time to time. Following the perception of evil ghost, at the moment when she blends into the stone surface, she hears countless unintelligible screams. Although she can't hear what those words say, she can feel their emotions. Unwillingness, sadness, anger, and depression. There seemed to be something else in the mountain. Were there living things in the immortal Ascension Mountain? Su Li opened her eyes in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Fellow Daoist Su." Ban Qian saw that she had opened her eyes and came over. "Nothing. There is nothing special here. It seems to be a place for rest. Let's go on." Ban Qian nodded and consciously didn't ask more questions. Then he said, "Which gate shall we go out from?" Su Li looked around, turned back and pointed to the open gate, and then moved to the left to the first gate next to it. "We just came in from this gate, so let's choose the one on the left. But this gate is closed, and it seems that it can't be opened." Boom. Ban Qian's throat tightened. Looking at the golden-red gate that was smashed, he smiled bitterly. Su Li withdrew her fist, and her eyes were as calm as ever. "Let's go." The first floor of the immortal Ascension Mountain was still the ancestral hall. Jiang Run lay in the middle of the memorial tablets, looking up at the roof, with a weed in his mouth. His expression was as calm as a pool of spring water, and he was indifferent. Strange, didn't they say that the immortal Ascension Mountain would be drowned by the endless water? Why can this ancestral hall remain unscathed? Am I really going to be locked here for 2,000 years, and can't go out until the next Qianjiao contest? Whose memorial tablets are these? If you can see them clearly, you can give me some hints. Alas, Lord Jojo, at the same time, in the left pole trial on the next floor of the main hall, the huge puppet army was like a tide, almost drowning several people who were still struggling in it. "Fang Mu, are you sure that we don't need to cooperate?" Yin Xuetong's chest rose and fell violently, and her face was slightly pale. Her light yellow dress embroidered with small flowers was a little ragged at the moment. He held a formation plate in his hand, and his eyes flickered with deduction. Every time the formation plate flickered, a formation ring would erupt from it, repelling the surrounding puppets that were swarming over. But every time he used it, Yin Xuetong's face became paler. Fang Mu's face was cold. He waved the long stick in one hand tightly, and the spiritual saber in the other hand chopped in the puppet army. He was injured several times, and his situation was worse than Yin Xuetong's. Hearing Yin Xuetong's words, he snorted coldly. "Even if I die, I will not cooperate with the traitor." Yin Xuetong was angry when she heard the words. She turned to the woman in blue, who was also pale and elegant, and said, "Holy girl Shen, can you still hold on?" The woman in blue glanced at Yin Xuetong, and the long sword in her hand once again emitted an ice-blue sword light, which froze a row of puppets in front of her into ice sculptures. She spat out cold air, and her face was abnormally red, but her tone was still stubborn. "Benevolent house, master has ordered. I will never cooperate with the holy sects I dare not disobey." Yin Shuetong was so angry that her face became paler. She said angrily, "You, a group of blockheads. You can't win the trial if you fight alone. This puppet army is endless. Will you be happy if you die here together?" Fang Mu didn't say anything. Xian Yu glanced at Yin Shuetong and also didn't answer. Crack. A crack appeared on the stick in Fang Mu's hand, and then more and more cracks appeared all over the stick like a spider's web. Fang Mu's face immediately changed, but he still didn't say anything. He buried his head in defense, and a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. Xian Yu couldn't bear it. The Tianhe sect where Fang Mu belongs is incompatible with the Fate sect. If I help him, master won't say anything. After finding a reason for herself, Xian Yu finally suppressed the rules of the sect, waved a sword light, and approached. At this moment, a large number of puppets appeared out of thin air, and happened to surround Xian Yu. Xian Yu's face instantly turned pale, and she felt the pressure increased greatly. She couldn't care less about Fang Mu and exerted her sword intent to the limit. In the face of such a dense number of puppets, it would be difficult for her to protect herself. Seeing this, Yin Shuetong sighed in her heart. A snow-white elixir flew out of her waist and fell into her mouth. The matrix plate also became snow-white when she turned her hand. Her strength was actually the strongest among the three. If she stimulated the full power of the matrix plate, it was not a problem for her to escape alone. But Fang Mu and Xian Yu couldn't do it. How could she let them wait here to die? How could she not know Fang Mu's thoughts? In his mind, she was a traitor in the disaster that year. The Ziyun house where Xian Yu lived was full of Taoist nuns who wielded knives and swords. Those old women were famous for their stubbornness. Their power was strong enough to rank in the top 10 of the holy sects. They had been neutral since ancient times and had never given face to the holy sects. Except for the Tianjiao competition, they would never come out. Compared with them, Xian Yu was too young. She was only 1,500 years old. She had less than 500 years of cultivation, but she could still be ranked 10th on the Tianjiao list by Qianyik Attic. Xian Yu's talent could be seen. Huangxing Hall. I couldn't help it. I can't atone for my sins in this life. But Mu shouldn't die here. He is still waiting for brother Fang Yuan to come back. Yin Shuetong remembered that when she was young, she and Fang Mu followed Fang Yuan to play and practice. At that time, Huangxing Hall was as decent as the Tianhe sect. But since they contacted the Fate sect, Yin Shuetong's eyes flashed with tears. She gritted her teeth and moved her fingers slightly. Then 2 white lights were drawn out from the tactical matrix plate. She shouted softly, "Go!" The white lights shot out in an instant and lingered around the 2 people who were fighting hard. The mysterious pneuma dissipated. The eyes of the surrounding puppets dimmed, and they became dead again. Fang Mu felt the pressure was greatly reduced. He looked down and saw the white threads lingering on his body surface. His face suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned back. Yin Shuetong forcibly swallowed the blood that gushed up her throat and smiled silently. It seemed that she was saying, "No matter how you refuse, you still have to owe me, a traitor." Yin Shuetong. Fang Mu roared in a low voice. His expression was complicated and indignant. "Get rid of your dirty thing. You don't deserve it." Yin Shuetong's smile became more and more brilliant. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Suddenly, a very special bloody puppet emerged behind her. It held a big knife and chopped to her back like a mountain. Fang Mu's eyes suddenly shrank, and his face changed greatly. He subconsciously shouted, "Be careful." Yin Shuetong was still suppressing the backfire in her body. It was the weakest time. She didn't react fast enough. After all, she was 1 step slower. Puff. With the sprinkling of blood, there was a deep bloody wound on Yin Shuetong's back. When she raised her head, blood spurted from her throat, which dyed Fang Mu's sight red. Then she fell down. "Sister Shuetong." Fang Mu roared. Relying on the white threads that had not faded, he rushed over madly. He held Yin Xuetong and retreated crazily. Seeing this, Shen Yue immediately went to help to block the retreat. Sister Xuetong, how are you? Looking at Yin Xuetong, who was weak in his arms, Fang Mu's voice was trembling. He thought that he had forgotten all the things in his childhood. But at this moment, why did his heart throb? Yin Xuetong's eyes were a little dazed. She smiled bitterly. Finally, you are willing to call me sister again. It's worthwhile for me to bear this knife. Yin Xuetong. Fang Mu was like a wounded beast. He held Yin Xuetong tightly and roared, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to die?" There was a calm smile on his face, and there was a hint of relief in his eyes. I can't pay off my debt in this life. It's good to leave it to the next life. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download address of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 580. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 581. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. You can search for the latest chapter. Sister Xuetong, don't talk. You will be fine. Fang Mu grabbed a handful of healing medicine from the universe ring and stuffed it into Yin Xuetong's mouth. Yin Xuetong turned her head and said weakly, "It's useless. The puppet matrix is getting stronger and stronger. You can't escape with me. Let's go while my tactical matrix is still effective." "I don't want to." Fang Mu's face collapsed and he blamed himself desperately. Why? Why did you betray us and agree to cover up the fact of reincarnation mirror at the conference of holy sects? If it weren't for that, today, I wouldn't have hurt you. Shen Yue struggled to resist the puppet army. White light surged on her body. Puppets constantly turned into dead things and were torn into pieces by the latecomers. Hearing the conversation between Fang Mu and Yin Xuetong, Shen Yue's heart was slightly stirred. It seems that the Holy Son and Holy Girl of the peak holy sects are not as ruthless as Master said. Instead, they seem to be very sad. Thinking of this, a red light suddenly flashed in front of Shen Yue, and the special bloody puppet appeared again. Shen Yue's pretty face changed instantly and she said seriously, "Fang Mu, hold Yin Xuetong and retreat." Fang Mu suddenly raised his head and held Yin Xuetong tightly to retreat without saying a word. The bloody puppet would not wait for them to get away. It raised the crescent knife in its right hand high and smashed it on Shen Yue's ice blue flying sword at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The heavy and violent force instantly poured in and dyed the ice blue flying sword blood red. Shen Yue's eyes widened and she trembled and stepped back a few steps. She barely blocked the blow. Before she had time to continue her strength, the tidal force suddenly surged again. Crack! Shen Yue groaned miserably. Her arms were all broken. She was blasted out with her sword like a cannonball. She smashed many puppets along the way, but her speed did not decrease. She hit Fang Mu directly. The three of them rolled together and didn't stop until they were far away. The puppet army slowly surrounded them again. 10 square matrix. Fang Mu's face was covered with blood. He raised his head and shouted. The long stick full of cracks on his back flew out again. It directly collapsed and turned into 10 stick shadows, protecting the three of them. "I told you not to leave." Yin Xuetong gasped for breath and struggled to get up. There was a centipede-like scar on her back that ran from her shoulder to her spine. Seeing this, Shen Yue, who had her arms drooping, felt a chill in her heart. Now, there is only one way. Yin Xuetong grabbed the blood-stained white array disc and stared at the approaching blood-red puppet. "I'll stall it. You guys, quickly get out of the entrance and go back to the upper floor and choose the right one. Only then can you survive." Entrance. At this time, Fang Mu calmed down and said, "Sister Xuetong, look, where is the entrance?" Yin Xuetong's face slightly changed. She looked back and saw only bare walls. The original door had long disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed softly. He. Has the immortal Ascension Mountain become our grave? At this time, you should be able to tell me why you chose to stand on the other side back then, right? I Fang Shuetong Fang, can can't sister Shuetong, do you want me to die with everlasting regret? Fang Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, tell me the reason. Xian Yue quietly watched the two of them from the side, and she heard a cracking sound in her ears. The big matrix of rotating stick shadows had more and more cracks. Yin Shuetong's eyes lit up. She looked at Fang Mu's serious eyes and softened. She sighed, Huangxing Hall is not what it used to be. Sure enough, there is a secret. Fang Mu smiled and breathed a long sigh of relief. Don't you continue to ask? Yin Shuetong was a little surprised. Fang Mu laughed and said, it's enough to know that you have no choice. Unfortunately, I can't convey the news to my eldest brother. He sighed slightly and turned to look at Xian Yue. I'm sorry, Miss Xian. I'm sorry that you have to suffer with us. It doesn't matter. Xian Yue's eyes were still bright, and her tone was innocent and pure. My master said that there is always a way out. Although this trip is dangerous, I will meet a great benefactor and chance. My master will not be wrong. Yin Shuetong was speechless. She didn't expect that Xian Yue would be such a simple person. You can only listen to the deduction. Even if your master is the master of the benevolent cloud house, he may not be able to predict everything. My master is not from the benevolent cloud house. Xian Yue suddenly said, which made Fang Mu and Yin Shuetong stunned. Not from the benevolent cloud house, but you are clearly the holy girl of the benevolent cloud house. This, Xian Yue was about to answer, but her eyes suddenly brightened. She pointed to the back of Fang Mu and Yin Shuetong. What is that? Yin Shuetong looked back and suddenly widened her eyes. A door suddenly appeared on the wall not far from them, and it was slowly opening. Someone is coming. Fang Mu was overjoyed, but then he looked gloomy when he saw the cracks on the matrix. He said, the speed of opening the portal is extremely slow. We waited for a long time, but it was too late. Xian Yue stared at the portal. The great danger that the master said still came true. Would the great benefactor and chance be something outside the portal? If you have a hunch, don't hesitate. She seemed to hear the old voice of the master again. Decisiveness flashed in her eyes. She immediately pulled off the starfall on her neck and smashed it. Buzz. A crystal-clear teardrop slowly rose from the broken starfall and integrated into the tactical matrix. In the blink of an eye, the matrix was completely repaired, and only 20% of the teardrop was consumed. This is the consumable treasure, the tear of the star. Yin Shuetong was surprised and delighted. It's enough to hold on until the portal opens. Xian Yue looked lost and touched her empty neck. She had worn the tear of the star on her neck since she was a child. Her master said that it was the only protection left by her mother. The golden mark outlined by the portal was getting brighter and brighter. It seemed that the puppet army was stimulated and attacked more crazily. However, with the support of the tear of the star, the matrix could still hold on. At this moment, swish, a bloody shadow suddenly appeared, holding a bow instead of a guandao in his hand. Fang Mu's expression suddenly changed. It's the bloody puppet. The weapon is different. Is it? He turned around abruptly and saw that another blood-colored puppet was still standing outside the hexagon formation, slashing at the formation shield fiercely. Boom! Under the huge recoil of the force, the echo exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Fortunately, the matrix was not damaged and still operated normally with the support of the tear of the star. The puppet with the bloody longbow tilted its head and seemed to glance at the puppet with the bloody guandao. Its expression was clearly laughing at it silently. Fang Mu and the other two were suddenly shocked. Did these bloody puppets have their own consciousness? The puppet with the bloody guandao seemed to be irritated. It held the guandao with both hands, and the bloody light in its eyes became more intense. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. The continuous loud noise almost made the three people's scalps numb. Xian Yue was horrified to find that the tear of the star was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. But when she looked back, she found that the portal had only opened a little. Fang Mu's pupils suddenly shrank. Too late? No. Yin Xuetong's heart tightened. If they could escape, who would want to die early? Xian Yue was also anxious. She held the broken starfall tightly in her hands and stared at the slowly opening portal. Every breath was extremely difficult. However, it was not over yet. Seeing that the puppet with the guandao didn't succeed after a long time, the longbow puppet unexpectedly raised the longbow in its hand, and a bloody light quickly condensed in the center of the longbow. Then it loosened its grip, and the bloody light suddenly shot out. Ding! There was a slight crisp sound. It was much quieter than the bombardment of the guandao, but Fang Mu and the other two looked even more terrible. The point hit by the bloody light was cracking rapidly. Compared with the scattered power of the guandao, the condensed power of this arrow was more destructive. He pulled the bow again. It's too late. Xian Yue gritted her teeth and said. She held the starfall tightly in her hands, and her voice trembled. The three people stared at the longbow puppet and slowly pulled the bow. The bloody light condensed as if it was counting down to death. If the matrix collapsed, they would be drowned by the endless puppet army in an instant. The bloody light became more and more full. The longbow puppet showed a sarcastic expression and loosened its fingers without hesitation. Boom! The dazzling white light suddenly came. The three people closed their eyes at the same time. The sound of the tactical matrix breaking rang in their ears, and their hearts sank. The 10-direction formation was broken in the end. After a long time, Fang Mu came to his senses from unconsciousness, and a conversation came slowly from afar. Fellow practitioner Su, you forcibly broke the gate like this. What if you anger the spirit of the secret realm? The opening of the gate is too slow. Only fools will keep waiting. Besides, if I let you do it, do you think you can forcefully break open the door? Ahem. Fellow practitioner Su, your words are really more and more hurtful. Huh. It seems that I accidentally hurt others. When Fang Mu heard this, he finally completely sobered up. He looked up and saw two figures walking in slowly. He knew one of them was Ban Qian from the holy sect of Wind Thunder. It was said that his combat power was ordinary. How could he appear in the trial of the left pole? And the other one was a strange, beautiful young woman. There was a lotus mark at the corner of her eyes, but he had no impression. It turns out to be Fang Mu and Yin Xuetong. Is this Xian Yue from the Ziyun house? Su Li approached and saw the miserable faces of the three people. When Ban Qian heard that they were from the holy sects, he immediately shivered. The two people seemed to be in a bad state. Would fellow practitioner Su beat them violently? There are some interesting things in these puppets. Su Li looked calm and quickly looked away. She glanced at the broken bloody puppets still struggling on the ground. She chuckled and disappeared, leaving only a sentence in Ban Qian's ears. Take care of them. Don't let them run away. Ban Qian nodded and smiled bitterly. He had been following Su Li for so long. Why did he feel that the second half of this sentence was the key point? Xian Yue and Yin Xuetong also came to their senses at this time. They looked back at the same time with Fang Mu. The three people were all stunned again. They felt cold as if they had been poured with cold water. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time, chapter 581. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 582. You can search for Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. In the vast trial space, Fang Mu looked around and saw grey puppet fragments everywhere. In this rectangular area, except for the bloody puppet's limbs that were still struggling, he couldn't see any puppet that was still active. Thinking of the conversation he just heard, Fang Mu quickly imagined the scene. It's the female practitioner who dislikes opening the portal too slowly. So, the remaining power of her punch is like this. Even the bloody puppet was not spared. If it weren't for the hexagon matrix to resist that wave of power, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Fang Mu suddenly shuddered. Ban Qian picked up the fragments of the hexagon matrix on the ground and was surprised. The breath of the tear of star. You even used such a treasure. It seems to be a waste that you haven't reached the top. Fang Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for this, we would have been killed by those bloody puppets. Ban Qian gave a hollow laugh, and his scalp was a little numb. The 3 holy sons and holy virgins joined hands, and 2 of them were from the holy sects, but they were forced to this point. But they had an easy way. Su Jojo's moves gave him the feeling that she was too casual. She often finished with one move, so that he couldn't recognize the difficulty of the trial he was in now. What is the limit of Su Jojo's strength? Ban Qian was thoughtful and pinched the fragment in his hand. Suddenly, he found something and was slightly shocked. Although he didn't understand the tactical matrix, the remaining breath of this tactical matrix was definitely not stronger than the physical body of the bloody puppet. Even the bloody puppet was broken, but these people were still alive. Ban Qian frowned slightly. Su Jojo knew that there were people trapped inside, so she showed mercy. Thinking of this, Ban Qian restrained his thoughts and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He calmly put down the fragment in his hand, looked up and smiled. I specialize in wood and am proficient in healing. Holy Girl Yin and Holy Girl Xian are seriously injured. Let me have a look. Thank you, Holy Son Ban Qian. Fang Mu stepped aside and let Ban Qian treat them. After standing up, he found that there were circles of black lines on the ground around them, which were complicated and treacherous. At first glance, he knew it was a very high-grade tactical matrix. No wonder the surrounding puppets couldn't get close. That person doesn't have a good impression of the pinnacle holy sect. You better stay here obediently and don't go out, lest you get accidentally injured. Ban Qian couldn't help but remind him. Fang Mu quickly took back his step and smiled gratefully at Ban Qian. It was better to treat a woman who could instantly kill them with a single punch. Su Li rushed into the army of puppets, and the body of Evil Ghost was integrated in an instant. Her black pupils were deeper, as if they could absorb the soul. In the state of Evil Ghost, what appeared in his eyes was no longer a stiff puppet, but a mass of ghost fire. The ghost fire was mostly light blue, occasionally dark blue, and the blood puppet was dark red. The method of refining corpse puppets, but the method you see in front of you is much more brilliant than the so-called corpse refining sects in Qingshui Circle. Black Lotus said, there's a chance that a blood-colored puppet with intelligence will be born with this method. However, it'll only have intelligence. It'll take a long time for it to recover its memories and become a member of the ghost clan. Su Li was slightly stunned and asked, the puppet refined by the practitioner of the human clan has a chance to become a member of the ghost clan? Only the blood-colored puppet has a chance. Don't think about the others. Intelligence is the prerequisite for transformation. Black Lotus pursed his lips. You can pick out the red ghost fire and take it back to the back mountain of the immortal cultivation sect. Maybe it can transform faster. Okay. Su Li nodded and released Hong Baizhu from Kang Lei's cave. The little girl returned to her original body. 2 lines of blood tears flowed down and instantly flowed into the ground. All the qualified ghost fire of the puppets were rolled back. After doing this, she did not forget to salute Su Li and then returned to Kang Lei's cave. Tut, this little girl is becoming more and more sensible. Su Li smiled. She knew very well what this little girl was thinking. She was just jealous of Su Bai. She didn't even have a decent subordinate, and Su Bai had Chu Qingning to discipline. They have been fighting for a woman's favor. They are too idle. After this battle, I have to arrange some errands for both of them. Black Lotus also saw this and said in an old-fashioned manner, then I'll leave this matter to you. Su Li said lightly, and Black Lotus's old face suddenly showed bitterness. He was too talkative again. Those blood-colored puppets have good combat power. They are at the late stage of nature's test. Let me see the reward of this test. Su Li pondered, stretched out her palm, spread her 5 fingers slightly, pressed down, and said softly, "Destroy." There was a loud bang. Thousands of stone puppets collapsed in an instant, annihilated into grey-white stone powder, and submerged Su Li's figure. The ghost fire in the puppets lost its reliance and was about to return to the trial nothingness. However, the evil ghost behind Su Li suddenly opened its huge mouth and sucked fiercely. All the ghost fire was sucked up. Su Li released the integration of the evil ghost with satisfaction. Her eyes regained light, and she showed a satisfied smile. Very pure ghost essence. Even if there is no reward for this test, I will accept it. In the distance, Fang Mu and others saw this world-destroying scene. They were all suffocated, and their hands and feet were cold. What kind of cultivation can do this? It is quite difficult for us to kill a puppet. There was light in Shen Yuer's eyes, and there was a trace of worship in her eyes when she looked at Su Li. Great opportunity, great benefactor. Was the master talking about her? Su Jojo's combat power is much more terrifying than that of the Battle of Immortals. Fang Mu looked dignified, and his eyes were full of divine light. If she fights against Ling Li, maybe she can win. After this idea suddenly emerged in his mind, it was like a branch sticking out its head, and he could no longer press it down. How can I let Su Jojo fight against him? Fang Mu frowned and gradually lost his mind. Yin Xuetong looked at Su Li's back submerged in the white powder, but suddenly thought of a person. She looked up at Ban Qian and tried to make her tone as casual as possible. Holy boy Ban, you just said that fellow practitioner Su is very hostile to the holy sects. What is her attitude towards Han sect? Ban Qian was not stupid, and he instantly saw through Yin Xuetong's mind. He replied with a smile, I also met fellow practitioner Su in the Shengxian mountain, and I don't know her very well. Holy girl Yin, you asked the wrong person. Yin Xuetong was disappointed, but she was still unwilling to give up. She continued to ask, then how did Ban Qian know that she is hostile to the holy sects? Ban Qian smiled meaningfully, maybe holy girl Yin will know after a while. Yin Xuetong frowned and didn't ask more sensibly. But at this moment, a gust of wind blew. Ban Qian turned his head and saw that all the stone powder suddenly condensed in the same direction until it condensed into stone balls and was thrown aside. After doing this, Su Li took back her sleeves and stepped to the front of everyone. She said calmly, Yin Xuetong, how is your injury? This tone was like an order, which made people very uncomfortable. Yin Xuetong frowned and was about to answer, but she caught a glimpse of Su Li's cold and fierce eyes with a faint light of enchantment, which instantly shook her mind and made her unable to speak. Holy boy Ban, how is Yin Xuetong's injury? Seeing this scene, Ban Qian knew that Su Li deliberately embarrassed Yin Xuetong, but he didn't expose her. He pondered for a moment and replied, fellow practitioner Su, the wound on holy girl Yin's back is not serious. Her internal organs are injured, and it is easy to treat. However, she seems to have used some secret methods and suffered a backfire. Her heart and vessels are damaged, and she needs to recuperate quietly. Su Li was proficient in medical skills, so she naturally knew that Ban Qian didn't lie at a glance. Now she just needed someone to tell her injury. Recuperate quietly. Su Li turned her eyes and fell on Fang Mu, which made Fang Mu's scalp tense. What about him? Ban Qian laughed. Holy boy Fang Mu is just exhausted, and the other injuries are not serious. As for holy girl Xian, the bones of her arms are broken, and she also needs to recuperate and recover. She can't fight again in a short time. Su Li nodded gently. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said in a cold voice, are you willing to go to my cave to recuperate? Although it was a question, her tone was overbearing and irrefutable. Yin Xuetong said helplessly, do we have a choice? Su Li checked Shen Yuer's arm and said in a casual tone, of course. You can either go in by yourself, or be caught by me. You can choose now. Yin Xuetong felt aggrieved. As a holy girl, her pride made her unable to bow her head quickly. Fang Mu shrugged indifferently. He didn't like to fight. If his eldest brother hadn't disappeared, he wouldn't have come here. If he was caught by Su Jojo, his life wouldn't be in danger, and he could watch Sister Xue Tong recuperate. It couldn't be better. As for the ranking of the Tianjiao battle, he would talk about it when he returned to the sect. Can I go in too? Shen Yuer's face was slightly red, and her tone was a little flattered. Su Li looked at her strangely. If you don't want to go in, it's okay. I have no grievances with Ziyun House. Ah, no. Shen Yuer waved her hand repeatedly and hurriedly explained, I want to go in. Fellow practitioner Su, my hands are broken, and I need a place to recuperate. Su Li stared at Shen Yuer, and her eyes became more and more strange. She stared at Shen Yuer until Shen Yuer blushed, and then she said, it's up to you. Shen Yuer immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She almost lost the great benefactor mentioned by the master. Hey! She couldn't talk nonsense anymore. Ban Qian scratched his head and was confused. Was there something wrong with the holy girl of Ziyun House in her head? In the cave, unless one's strength was much stronger than the owner of the cave, he could only be at the mercy of others. It was really strange that someone wanted to enter other caves. Next, Su Li opened Kang Lei's cave. Shen Yuer couldn't wait to go in, and then Fang Mu slowly helped Yin Shuetong into it. Seeing this, Su Li didn't close the door of the cave. She turned her head and asked, Ban Qian, I want to go to a place to investigate. You may not be able to go in. Do you want to go forward alone, or? Ban Qian understood as soon as he heard it. The trust built along the way made him make a choice immediately. Fellow practitioner Su, you can go ahead. I'm also tired. Do you mind being a guest in your cave? Su Li showed a gentle smile. It was convenient to talk with smart people. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife. Read the full text. The Poisonous Wife download. The Poisonous Wife read on the mobile phone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time, chapter 582. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 583. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. Wow! The whirlpool at the door of the cave disappeared, and Kang Lei's cave lost the light from the outside world and became dark. Ban Qian and others looked at each other and looked at the seemingly old hall in the distance. They didn't walk around randomly. No one knew what tactical matrix was set up in Su Jojo's cave. If they accidentally walked in the wrong way and died inside, it would be really bad luck. Listen. Fang Mu said helplessly, do we have to stand at the door all the time without Su Jojo's guidance? Ban Qian was looking at the structure of the cave. The more he looked at it, the more surprised he was. Are you all new here? But at this moment, Hong Baizhu floated from a distance. At this moment, she put away the bloody tears, which made her look petite and cute. Shen Yuer's heart melted when she saw her. What a lovely little girl. As she said, she stepped forward to touch Hong Baizhu's head. Ban Qian came to his senses and was shocked when he saw this. He quickly pulled back Shen Yuer, who was rash, and explained to Hong Baizhu the origin of everyone. I know you. You have been with my sister recently. I believe you. Come with me. Hearing this, Hong Baizhu nodded and hopped away. Everyone quickly followed her. Brother Ban, why don't you let me touch her? She doesn't look fierce. Shen Yuer couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ban Qian smiled bitterly and transmitted the sound. There were several difficulties caused by ghosts, and they were all solved by this little girl. Ghosts can only be killed by the same kind. Do you still dare to touch her? After following Su Li for a long time, he also had some speculations about Hong Baizhu's origin. Shen Yuer immediately broke into a cold sweat. Ban Qian, you said bad things about me. I will tell my sister. Hong Baizhu suddenly stopped, turned around, and said with an angry face. Ban Qian was suddenly embarrassed and could only give a hollow laugh. Is there any other way to choose? Hong Baizhu looked unhappy and pouted. Then you can go to Big Wood. I don't want to take you to my territory. What is Big Wood? Don't ask so many questions. Follow me. When Ban Qian heard this, he could only follow. He didn't dare to walk around recklessly, so he could only take a detour. After traveling for a short while, they saw a towering tree in the distance. Tens of thousands of branches extended outwards, as if reaching deep into the void. The body of the tree was wrapped in divine radiance, and tens of thousands of divine splendors descended. The instant Ban Qian saw the towering tree, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Wood Ancestor Thunder Tree, how is this possible? In a place like this? The Wind Thunder Holy Sect only had 2 old ancestral thunders, which were not as vigorous as the one in front of them. Yin Xuetong and the others also recognized the origin of the tree, and they could not help but ask, Holy Sun Ban, are you sure this is not the sacred land of your Wind Thunder sacred sect? Ban Qian was a little stupefied. Right at this moment, a handsome young man in white with a perfect face walked over barefoot. His entire body was emitting the aura of the wood element divine thunder. Hong Baizhu immediately stepped back and said with a look of disgust, Blockhead, this Ban Qian is yours. I'll take the rest with me. Su Bai glanced at the crowd and said, Sister, let these people in so that they can recuperate. If they go to your place, their injuries will only worsen. That's not what Sister wants. When Hong Baizhu heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red. Blockhead. Bad blockhead. I can't out-talk you. You only know how to bully me. I don't care about you anymore. Woo. As she spoke, 2 lines of shocking blood tears flowed down her little face. She ran all the way away, leaving the crowd with a dull face. Su Bai sighed. After following Su Li for many years, his mind had matured a lot, but Hong Baizhu was still so childish. Well, as your elder brother, I'll give in to you. Thinking of this, Su Bai nodded to the crowd, you guys come with me. Fang Mu swallowed his saliva. He held Yin Xuetong with one hand and Ban Qian, who had been completely petrified, with the other. Su Bai approached his body. What's wrong with Ban Qian? Xian Yue leaned close to Yin Xuetong and asked cautiously and curiously. Yin Xuetong showed a complicated smile. Maybe he saw the spirit of the ancestral thunder that can't be seen in the Wind Thunder Holy Sect, so he was absent-minded. Is that young man in white the spirit of the ancestral thunder? Xian Yue blinked in surprise and was very happy in her heart. It was absolutely right. Su Jouzhou was a great benefactor, and the master's death tribulation could be saved. Not long after, everyone followed Su Bai to the tree. Su Bai sat down cross-legged against the root of the tree and pointed to the surroundings. You can stay here to meditate and heal. I think you'll get twice the result with half the effort. When some of your injuries are healed, go to little Hongbai's territory and chat with her. As he spoke, he looked at Ban Qian. You just had a conflict with little Hongbai, so stay here. It happens that your body has the same aura as mine, although it's not pure. Stay here and practice. Really, really? Ban Qian was so excited that he stuttered, but in a blink of an eye, he hesitated and said, But will this affect you? Your body can't get much innate thunder even in the outside world, let alone taking root in someone's cave. Don't worry. Su Bai smiled slightly and looked back at his huge body. When I first moved here, I was only half the size I am now. With you here, I don't have to worry. In addition to the thunder punishment, can the human race also trigger innate thunder? Ban Qian had 10,000 doubts in his heart, but at this moment, he was completely at a loss. Thank you for giving me a place to heal. Yin Xuetong bowed her head. You're a thunder spirit. Why are you willing to serve a human as your master? Also, there's that little ghost. Thunder spirits and ghosts have always been natural enemies. Why are you still? Su Bai's eyes instantly turned cold, and his divine brilliance shone brightly. My existence is more noble than anything else, and I won't allow you to slander me. After healing, go to little Hongbai. I won't keep you here. Yin Xuetong's heart trembled, and she quickly lowered her head. Sorry. The innate thunder spirit was an existence on the same level as the reincarnation mirror. If it was angry, she would not be able to withstand it. There's also little Hongbai. Even if our attributes are repulsive, I'm still your sister. I naturally have to get along well with her and treat her like a younger sister. Little Hongbai is pure by nature. If I find out that you're bullying her, I won't spare you either, Su Bai said coldly, flicked his sleeves, and disappeared in a green light. The power dissipated, and Yin Shuetong breathed a sigh of relief. Her back was wet unconsciously, and her eyes were filled with fear. Su Jojo. Whether she's the person I guessed or not, the degree of danger is comparable to that of any junior emperor. We didn't even know about it before. Hey, look, what's this? A voice came from not far away. Everyone looked up and saw that Shen Yue had walked to a ball-shaped vine. The leaves wrapped by the vine immediately bloomed like petals, revealing a figure curled up inside. This is Chu Qingning. Shen Yue stepped back in surprise. Why is he here? Fang Mu held Yin Shuetong to take a closer look. Sure enough, they saw the familiar face. For a moment, both of them had mixed feelings in their hearts. Sister Shuetong has something difficult to say. Where's Brother Chu? Such thoughts flashed through Fang Mu's mind, but Yin Shuetong's eyes were more complicated. She was silent for a moment, and then she looked up and asked, Holy Sun Ban, was Chu Qingning also forced to come in by Su Jojo like us? Ban Qian gave a hollow laugh. He is much worse than you. As soon as Holy Sun Chu appeared, he wanted to rush over and kill people. He was seriously injured by fellow practitioner Su, so he was caught. Now his injury is almost healed. The Wood Thunder ancestor tree is really powerful. Fang Mu and Yin Shuetong were speechless for a while. Since Holy Sun Chu practiced the holy method in the reincarnation mirror, his temperament is indeed more arrogant than before, and he is too murderous. Fellow Daoist Su is an iron plate, so it's reasonable that he was beaten. Shen Yue said a fair sentence in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Then she retreated to the side and meditated to heal. The ancestor tree immediately dropped a branch and shrouded her for protection. Green divine light poured in, and Shen Yue's pale face gradually became ruddy. Seeing that Chu Qingning did not wake up for a long time, Yin Shuetong sighed and sat down against the vine. During this time, Fang Mu breathed the healing divine light of the divine thunder of wood, and his skin injuries were almost healed. He did not dare to violate what Su Bai had said before. After saying goodbye to Yin Shuetong, he went to Hong Baizhu according to the guidance left by Su Bai. Ban Qian sat aside awkwardly and thought to himself. In this way, 3 of the holy sons and holy virgins of the 4 holy sects have been caught by fellow practitioner Su. He was a little frightened at once. Fellow practitioner Su. What does she want to do? Jiang Run hung upside down on the beam and looked at the dense memorial tablets in the center of the ancestral hall in boredom. It had only been 3 days since he ascended Spirit Mountain, and now half of it had passed. He had given up the idea of going out. It seemed that the spirit of the secret realm was determined to let him stay here for 2,000 years. Fortunately, there was no shortage of nimbus here, and the nimbus was quite rich. He would not die anyway. At worst, he could practice here for 2,000 years before going out. Forget it. Jiang Run jumped down from the beam, sighed, sat down cross-legged, and gradually meditated. He closed his eyes, but he did not find that the memorial tablets suddenly shook gently. At the same time, after Su Li put away Kang Lei's cave, she thought of something, and the evil ghost appeared behind her and merged into her body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Su Li's pure eyes were as dark and deep as the night sky, and her 10 fingernails were also dyed black with ghost energy lingering around them. She waved her sleeves, and the exposed mountain wall seemed to be corroded by something. It melted into powder and drifted away, and a narrow mountain tunnel appeared in front of her. You are not afraid of Spirit Mountain, but you have to go into the cave. What did you find? Black Lotus showed up helplessly. Su Li looked calm and slowly stepped into the tunnel. She said softly, in the state of evil ghost, I can hear the sound coming from the mountain, so I am a little concerned. Then go and come back quickly. Although you have caught the 3 people, there is still one outside. If he takes the first place of the talents, it will be bad. It doesn't matter. I know what I am doing. Su Li touched her right arm, which faintly emitted the power of summoning. Her eyes were cold, and she disappeared instantly with a wave of her sleeves. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife. The Poisonous Wife was reading on her mobile phone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time, chapter 583. You can see it next time when you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 584. You can search for Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. In the dim underground cast cave, endless water flowed out of the cracks in the stone, converged into a river, and flowed to the unknown depths. Pop! After the extremely faint sound, a round outline of a tall and small person gradually appeared on the stone wall. Then, a large amount of stone powder fell down and floated into the river, then disappeared into the distance. A cold and lonely phantom of the ghost domain appeared. This ghost phantom was none other than Su Li. There is indeed a different world in the mountain. In the darkness, Su Li's sight was still clear. She closed her eyes and listened for a while. Then she strode along the river flow and flashed quickly. But after a while, over the dim river, there was gradually a little cold ghost fire floating from the river, dotted around Su Li. Very fresh ghost fire. Black Lotus sniffed and transmitted the sound. It smells that they have been dead for about 4 or 5 days. They are probably those unlucky guys who died in the Immortals battle. Tut, tut, tut. Su Li's expression didn't change. She didn't speak and continued to move forward. The further she went, the higher the density of ghost fire. At last, the cast cave passage was as bright as day, like hell on earth. At the end of hell, there was no ghost fire floating, and her sight was also impenetrable. It was pitch black. It seems that I found the right place. Su Li frowned slightly, and the noise in her ears was almost maximized. It seemed that there were hundreds of people on her shoulders at the same time, whispering in her ears, and saying words that she couldn't understand. Even so, she still didn't choose to turn off her hearing, but just slowed down and walked along the endless river. The environment here reminds me of a place. Su Li suddenly said in a calm tone, I almost died there. Black Lotus's expression changed slightly. Is there such a place in the star path? Su Li had been in danger since her rebirth, and what he could remember was only the star path. No. Su Li shook her head and didn't continue to say. Black Lotus turned his head angrily and muttered, Don't say it. With my ability, I can guess it in a minute. As he spoke, he tried his best to recall and found a blind spot. Back then, in the space of Bizhui, in order to forcibly break through the second hurdle of Sueyu tactics, Su Li lost her pneuma for 7 days, which almost made Bizhui think that she was going to change her master. From that time on, Su Li became more and more mysterious and even knew some secrets that even he didn't know. Looks like you've noticed something. Su Li stopped at the end of the dark curtain and said in a flat voice, There is a person at the end of the awareness sea. Black Lotus was immediately frightened and said with a trembling voice, The sea of consciousness has always been invisible and formless. What kind of person's sea of consciousness is this? It can actually materialize. Are we really going in? Su Li narrowed her eyes and transmitted the sound softly. There's someone inside. Without waiting for Black Lotus to scream again, Su Li stepped into it and disappeared without a trace. Darkness descended, and time seemed to have lost its meaning here. This place is strange. There seems to be a force constantly eroding me. If I leave the ring, I'll be hurt. The Black Lotus shrank back into the ring and sent a telepathic message out of fear. Su Li was silent. She stood still and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them again. In her sight, there were many red lines covering the entire dark space. These red lines were all straight lines, and none of them was curved. They radiated radiantly in all directions, and there was more than one source. Su Li remembered that the red lines she saw at the end of her awareness sea also had more than one source. But the number of sources was far less than here. Let's go to the first one and have a look. Su Li's figure floated away quickly. The black light outside her body was not very obvious, but it could compete with the eroding power in the dark space, and it could also draw power from the dark space without dimming. That is the light of Su Li's own awareness. Black Lotus saw it in the ring, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Little Su Li really went to the end of her own awareness. Since ancient times, there is a legend that there are countless lines of fate. Only by breaking through one's own awareness can one see them and have a chance to awaken the control method. Did little Su Li awaken it? When Black Lotus was lost in thought, Su Li had reached the first source. At the source, there was a vivid black and white city, and people could vaguely be seen walking in it. Black and white are that person's memory. Su Li walked into the city skillfully and observed carefully. Although the memory was very short, she could see many clues. There are many practitioners walking in the city, and some of them are from the Ghost Clan. Among them, there are even tribal uniforms of the prehistoric Ghost Clan. Black Lotus said in surprise, "This is definitely the scene of all spirits' years. This person is an old monster of the human clan." "Why do you infer that he is from the human clan?" Su Li asked. Black Lotus immediately raised his head proudly. "You don't understand this. At the critical moment, I still need to take action." Before he finished his words, Black Lotus caught a glimpse of Su Li's increasingly dangerous eyes. He immediately coughed and said, "In the legend, only the human clan has the end of the awareness. The human clan has 3 souls and 7 spirits as lamps, which can light up the road of the awareness. In ancient times, there were even mortals who lit up the end of the awareness in one night and became immortals." Although the legend can't be believed, since ancient times, it is true that only the human clan has the end of the awareness. Other clans don't have it. Some people even say that this is the talent of the human clan, but it is difficult to awaken. Su Li nodded and walked along the source. Although the power in the darkness was eroding, it was just instinct and would not hinder her. An hour later, Su Li stopped, and all the black and white pictures were taken into her eyes. Perhaps it was too long ago, and there were not many memories left. Naturally, Su Li could not infer much from it. The owner of the end of the awareness was called the All-Spirits Man. This All-Spirits Man was quite powerful in that era. At least in her memory, he had never been defeated. And he was the patriarch of a prosperous family with hundreds of thousands of clansmen, among which there were many geniuses. His future was promising. Later, for some unknown reason, the patriarch carefully planned something. He sealed all clansmen in a secret place, including his only son. Then the family was destroyed by thousands of disastrous thunder. At the end of the memory, he dragged his seriously injured body and sat on the throne. Below the throne, a person knelt on one knee and listened. Su Li looked at the secret place where the All-Spirits Man sealed his clansmen several times. It seemed to be a place she had been to before. That place was at the end of the awareness, but not the end of the awareness. Time passes extremely slowly in the awareness space. I felt that I stayed in it for several years, but when I woke up, I found that only a few days had passed. Su Li's eyes flashed. She stretched out her fingertips and touched the deepest one of the red lines. In her eyes, a path immediately appeared. But in the eyes of Black Lotus, he could not see anything. "Little Su Li, you can see the line of fate." Black Lotus muttered to himself sourly, "What's so good about it? I can still live without it. Why am I not a human clan?" After a short time, Su Li came to a river. In fact, it was not a river, because the river was composed of red lines of different shades, and the direction was the same. Some red lines were constantly shuttling back and forth. From a distance, it looked like a constantly flowing red river. "Su Li, what are you looking at? There is nothing here." Black Lotus was dumbfounded. "The river of fate," Su Li said calmly, which made Black Lotus have goosebumps. "There are the fates of countless people who have passed away here, and those fates will continue to disappear with the flow of time. If no one remembers them, they won't be able to find any trace of them in the river of fate." "How did you know these?" Black Lotus's voice was a little trembling. Su Li was still indifferent. "Naturally, I know." "Oh," Black Lotus responded obediently and restrained his breath. He finally realized that he could only watch and listen here. There is a blank space in the gap between the river of fate and the awareness space. Su Li glanced at the red river, turned around and walked back along another red line. Black Lotus remembered the memory picture he saw before, and his face changed slightly. You mean? Su Li smiled slightly. Let's go and have a look. Buzz, the red line was trembling, and so were the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. The handwriting on them was faintly revealed. Jiang Run could barely see one of the memorial tablets, and he was shocked speechless. Oh, to pass evil with joy, the unintelligible whispers rang in his ears again. This time, even Black Lotus, who was hiding in the ring, could hear them clearly. His expression turned solemn. The darkness gradually faded along the red line, and turned into dense ice tombs. As far as the eye could see, there was no end. 100,000 ice tombs were hidden in the cracks of fate. What a big deal. It's a pity that your patriarch sealed you in order to see the light of day one day. Now tens of thousands of years have passed, and the people in the seal have already died. Cold and resentful breath came to her face, which made her shudder. Su Li's eyes were as dark as a pool of stagnant water. She took a deep breath, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Good taste. Black Lotus's eyelids were straight. Master, take it easy. These ghosts have been dead for many years. They don't seem to be easy to deal with. Sister. Hong Baizhu was attracted by the breath, and jumped out of Kang Lei's cave by herself. Blood tears surged in her eyes. The breath is very strange. They are not under my father's command, but their breath is extremely strong. Sister, you have to be careful and don't disturb them. Don't worry. Su Li touched Hong Baizhu's small head, and the darkness in her eyes rippled. She looked up and chuckled under the gaze of two horrified people. I'm Su Jojo of Prehistoric Ghost Clan. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download address of The Poisonous Wife. The Poisonous Wife was reading on her mobile phone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time. Chapter 584. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 585. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. Buzz. Su Li's words were like throwing a hot boulder into the lake. The silent ice tomb was like cold water that had been boiled. It suddenly began to boil. Clang, clang, clang. One by one, the ice tombs moved forward abruptly and pressed forward. The sound of tiny footsteps seemed to be countless feet moving gently, but also strangely gave a depressing sound. The extreme contrast made people dizzy and nauseous. Master, shouldn't we hide for a while? Black Lotus was scared and his face turned pale. Hong Baizhu was also trembling. The oppressive feeling of the same kind made her very scared. Su Li still looked calm and fixed her eyes on one point. It was a source of crimson. Red lines as thick as an arm radiated from it and turned into a big red net, completely sealing the entire passage to the outside world. Sure enough, when the most oppressive ice tomb at the front touched the red lines, all the red lines suddenly seemed to be alive and shot out countless fine silk lines, tightly entangling the ice tomb. Bang! The ice tomb let out a deafening scream. Countless fine red lines were broken, but more and more red lines were added. It was impossible to break free. Bang! Roar! Woo! There were continuous screams in the ice tomb. They stopped in Su Li's ears, but they were not horrible. Instead, she heard the sadness and even a whimper of despair. Are they whispering in my ear? Su Li's eyes were slightly gloomy. Before she thought about it, she suddenly heard Black Lotus's trembling voice. Little Su Li, look, what is that? What? Su Li ignored the red light and looked in the direction of Black Lotus. Sure enough, she saw an inconspicuous black stone tablet at the source of the red. Tablet? Su Li was slightly shocked. She remembered the information she received at the end of her spiritual awareness. She didn't care about the terrible 100,000 ice tombs behind the tablet and strode to the stone tablet. The stone tablet was only the size of a person, which was shorter than Su Li. It seemed to have no power. But the three vigorous and powerful characters on it made Su Li's soul tremble, and she couldn't come to herself for a long time. Leave. Hate. Tablet. Black Lotus shrieked. His voice sounded as urgent as if he had lost his breath. The Lihan monument of Emperor Lihan is actually here. How was this possible? That was a peerless the arch of the human race. Legend had it that great Emperor Lihan finally suppressed the evil of the demon race and perished together with the demon emperor. The hatred-parting monument had suppressed 100,000 demons, but this was completely different from what they had seen before. Ben. That's right. No. Go. Su Li habitually narrowed her eyes and said softly, you also said that it is a legend. Are there any less negative rumors about me in the outside world? So what if you look at me? Black Lotus was at a loss for words. His expression became complicated and he said in a sad voice, the consciousness here belongs to great Emperor Lihan himself. It can't be fake. The ones being suppressed here were not 100,000 evil spirits, but his clansmen. The clansmen of the great Emperor Li Hen were so honorable, but now they have all become ghosts. How tragic. Most things in the world don't go your way. Even someone as strong as Emperor Lihan couldn't escape. Su Li murmured in a low voice, and there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. What about her? This time, she painstakingly faced nearly 80% of the enemies of holy sects in Qingshui Circle. What would be the final result? Hong Baizhu seemed to be infected by Su Li's emotion. She was surprised to find that the ice tombs gradually calmed down, and the red lines entwined on the ice tombs also returned to the hatred-parting monument. Suddenly, a gloomy, shrill, and old ghost voice came from the tallest tombstone in the center of the ice tomb. Little girl, you are not a monument keeper. Why can you come here? Su Li seemed to be used to the unique synthesized voice of the ghost, so she didn't care. She nodded slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I can see the lines. As soon as she said that, the entire ice tomb fell into silence. After a long time, the shrill and old ghost said in a more shrill voice, what did you say? You are clearly from the ghost clan. How can you light up the end of the consciousness? Su Li smiled slightly. She pointed in the nothingness with her fingertips, and then 10 lamps suddenly appeared and lit up the nothingness around her. 3 souls and 7 spirits. You are from the human clan and also from the ghost clan, Ivildor. The ghostly aura in the ice tomb surged and only calmed down after a while. At that moment, an old figure suddenly charged out from the tombstone and stopped an inch behind the hatred-parting monument. First Elder, don't. The devil-parting monument will damage your body. First Elder, you. Such an action immediately made the silent ghosts around anxiously stop him. For a moment, the land of the ice tomb was as lively as a vegetable market. Hong Baizhu's expression was very interesting. There were so many sane ghosts. Even when her father was alive, there were only so many of them, right? What kind of clan was the family of the great emperor of Lihan? It was so strange. The old figure coughed softly, it doesn't matter. I just want to say a few words. Be quiet. The old figure seemed to have a high prestige. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings became quiet again. At this moment, Su Li was also looking at the old figure. The clothes he transformed were the same as those in her memory. If she ignored his pale and terrible skin color and the ghost energy around him, he was just a kind old man. Su Li still smiled and said gently, Old man, are you from the great emperor of Lihan? The great emperor of Lihan? The old man sighed, is that what the future generations call Arshui? Arshui? Su Li's eyes flashed, is it your chief? Who else but him? The old man shook his head and counter-asked, could it be that too much time has passed that you have even forgotten the name of the realm lord of your world? The lord of the circle? Su Li blinked her eyes and became more confused, what are you talking about? The old man snorted, then let me ask you, what is the name of this circle? Su Li was slightly shocked and replied, Qingshui Circle. The old man laughed and said something shocking. That's it then. Listen carefully, our clan leader is called Ling Qingshui. He is the lord of Qingshui Circle. What? Black Lotus couldn't help but cry out, This circle was renamed Qingshui because someone unified this circle? I have no memory at all. How is it possible? Hearing the source of the voice, the old man looked at the black lotus ring on Su Li's finger in surprise and became excited. This voice? It's you. Qianmu. Black lotus ring suddenly became silent. Su Li raised her hand and turned the ring. Black lotus, the old man said your name is Qianmu. Is it your name? No, it's not. Black lotus was in a cold sweat, but he still pretended to be calm. I don't even remember my own name. How can anyone remember me? Hearing this, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. He frowned and said firmly, You are Qianmu, Ghost Lotus King, Qianmu. You are the treasure of the Ghost King and his brother. In those days, the Ghost King had a good relationship with Arshui and often brought you to drink as a guest. How could you forget it? Black Lotus finally couldn't stand it and became excited. He opened his mouth and scolded, What Qianmu and Shenmu? What are you talking about? My name is Black Lotus and I am the treasure of the Ghost Clan. As for the great Emperor of Lihan, we are not in the same era at all. How can we go together? Su Li stared at the conversation between the two thoughtfully. The old man frowned and chuckled a moment later. His sharp voice did not sound strange. This king. Your catchphrase hasn't changed, but your memory is messed up. Is it because your foundation was damaged by the Devil Clan, causing you to lose your memory, or did someone deliberately erase it? What the hell are you talking about? Black Lotus scolded. After a moment of silence, his voice suddenly became low. My real name is Qianmu, but I don't know why, it's hard for me to face this name. What you said just now, is it true? Why should I lie? The old man shook his head, and Black Lotus suddenly fell into a deeper silence. Old man, do you know the name of Qi Xianqing? The old man frowned and was about to shake his head. Then he heard a weak female ghost's voice from a small and inconspicuous ice tomb. He is still alive. Su Li raised her eyebrows and asked, Do you know him? Yes, he and I are cultivation companions. The female ghost's voice came again. Just a few words made her gasp. Her strength was extremely weak. Su Li was surprised. At that time, it was common for the ghost clan to marry the human clan. Don't make a fuss. The old man added and then said to the female ghost, Girl, you can transmit the sound to me, and I will speak for you. Thank you, First Elder. The old man nodded and looked back at Su Li. He said, The Qi Xianqing you mentioned is a nobody in the ghost clan. His strength is not strong. If his cultivation companion is not here, you can't get his information. If you have anything to ask, just say it. I do have some doubts, and I hope you can answer them. Su Li nodded slightly. It seemed that Black Lotus, let's call him Black Lotus for the time being. The problem of his body should not be caused by Qi Xianqing. Lihan, why did the Lord of Qingshui Circle seal all of you at the beginning? That's because Qingshui Circle encountered unimaginable danger. Even Arshui himself couldn't protect himself. So, he could only seal us here and leave us a chance of survival. Unfortunately, the devil is 10 times stronger than the good. Alas, Su Li's eyes flickered and she pointed to the stone tablet. Since it failed, why did the Lihan tablet seal you here? Let you die here one by one and end miserably. When the old man heard the words, his pale face immediately became ferocious, and his hair fluttered without wind. It's by Mo. He destroyed Arshui's magic treasure and found a special way to counter it. This is also related to the reason why I show up to see you. I'd like to hear the details. If it's only this tablet that restrains us, we will not be so embarrassed as we used to be members of the Ling clan. In the past tens of thousands of years, the Devil Tablet has reached its limit and almost broken. But since 2000 years ago, a tablet keeper appeared. This guy deserves to die. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife. The Poisonous Wife was reading on her mobile phone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time. Chapter 585 Lord of Qingshui Circle. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 586. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. You can search for the latest chapter. The Monument Keeper. Su Li frowned slightly and gently held her right arm. Yes. The old man's face was gloomy. I planned to find the whereabouts of the young lord after we got out of trouble. But the appearance of the Monument Keeper made it impossible for us to get out of trouble. He has the sword in the monument, so he must be the evil son sent by White Demon. I have heard of Lihan Monument and Lihan Sword. Su Li's eyes flashed and hid the fluctuation in her eyes. Do you know what method White Demon used to counter the magic treasure of the patriarch of the aristocratic family and even re-strengthen the seal? Logically speaking, it is not possible. After saying this, the old man turned his head and looked at an unusually narrow ice tomb in the distance. The other side of his face, hidden in the shadow, showed a deep sadness, which was difficult to hide. After a long time, the old man calmed down a little, but his voice was still a little trembling. It's the blood of the young lord. The young lord is likely met with an accident. Every once in a while, the Monument Keeper will come and insert the sword in the young lord's blood back into the monument to strengthen the seal. Su Li's pupils shrank, and she asked in a stern voice, the young lord? Ling Qingshui's son? How could he survive until now? The young lord's seal is different from ours. The old man shook his head and explained, the young lord was still a baby in swaddling clothes at that time. He was very fragile. If he was sealed directly, he could not survive at all. Ah Shui exchanged the treasure from the Star Hall, which made the young lord break away from the wheel of natural law and fall into a deep sleep. His time stopped from that moment. Until he wakes up again, his life soul will return to the wheel. Su Li touched her right arm, which was a little hot. Her thoughts were a little messy. Maybe, is it possible? She was silent for a moment and tried to make her voice sound calm. Is the Monument Keeper your young lord? Impossible. The old man looked ferocious. If it was the young lord, how could we not sense his blood? Only the blood on that sword belongs to young master. He doesn't. He took a deep breath and suppressed the monstrous rage in his heart. He said in a low voice, Miss, you're still too young. You're only at the nascent soul stage. Even if you light up your divine sense, you won't be able to shake Ah Shui's tablet in the slightest. I'm thick-skinned, but I only have one request. Elder, feel free to speak your mind. Su Li didn't reveal her strength and asked along. The elder threw out a token. Take this and find Mo Wangyuan of the Wind Thunder sect. He will definitely pass the fire element divine lightning to you. Only the innate divine lightning can deal with that sword. Stay in the Wind Thunder sect and cultivate well. If you don't have the confidence to defeat the Monument Keeper, do not come back here. Su Li looked at the quaint stone token in her hand. There was only a mark of thunder and lightning on it, which was the taste of the divine thunder of fire. She blinked her eyes and asked with a smile, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to return? 4 ordinary people, going to the holy sect of the Wind Thunder sect to cultivate and get the inheritance of the divine thunder of 5 elements was almost the treatment of the great holy sun. It was indeed a great opportunity. When the old man heard this, he laughed out loud. This is a huge gamble. You are the only one in the world who can light up the end of the divine sense and happen to come here in the past tens of thousands of years. I have no choice. If you really disappear with this item, this old man will admit defeat. Su Li nodded. This thing is really useful for me. Except for the divine thunder of fire, can the Lihan sword deal with the other divine thunder of 5 elements? Of course. The elder nodded and sighed, but I remember that after the war in the Wind Thunder sect, only the divine thunder of fire could be inherited. Unfortunately, I see. Su Li nodded and smiled coldly. Elder, you don't need to wait. I can let you out now. But the premise is that you are under my command. So many ghost. Black Lotus and Hong Baiju's eyes brightened. The elder was stunned and almost thought that he had heard it wrong. Little girl, don't bite off more than you can chew. You are just. Before he finished his words, he saw that Su Li suddenly frowned slightly. She let go of her right arm and turned to look behind her. There, another black figure slowly walked over. A strangely shaped blood-colored sword was dragged by his feet, giving off an ear-piercing sound. The monument keeper. The elder's pupils suddenly shrank, and his body floated back to the ice tomb. If he was cut by the Lihan sword, he would die on the spot. The black figure gradually approached, and every step seemed to be very heavy. Obviously, it was not easy for him to walk at the end of the divine sense. Step, step, step. The footsteps echoed quietly in the gap of fate, accompanied by the slide of the sword tip. Su Li stood calmly in the same place, and gradually saw clearly, the young jade mask on his face, and the cold and lifeless eyes behind the young jade mask. Ha ha ha, she lifted the corner of her mouth and laughed in a low voice. Was he afraid that others didn't know who he was wearing this? Hearing the laughter, Ling Li suddenly stopped, and the focus of his eyes gradually condensed into a little silver light, followed by the shock in his heart. An evil spirit escaped? The dignified Emperor of Evil has done all kinds of evil deeds secretly. How many years have you been the monument keeper? Su Li said his origin. Ling Li took a deep breath, took off the mask, and said in a calm voice, "You know this mask, so you are not the evil spirit here. Don't be confused by evil and greedy words. It's not good for you to hear too much." Oh! Su Li walked with her body swaying, and her eyes were shining. Emperor of Evil, when did you become a kind-hearted philanthropist? When you see someone hindering you, shouldn't you kill him immediately to eliminate the threat? Ling Li looked indifferent, turned around to bypass Su Li, and slowly approached the Lihan tablet. But he saw a flash of light in front of him, and Su Li stood in front of him again. The black veil fluttered, and the black lotus mark at the corner of her eyes was revealed. Ling Li's indifferent face immediately turned cold. Are you going to stop me? So what? Su Li stared at his eyes. Emperor of Evil, do you want to kill me? If you don't hinder me, I don't care why you come here. Ling Li's eyes were full of killing intent. If you stop me, you will die. How powerful you are. Su Li's eyes turned dark instantly, and she grabbed the Lihan sword in his hand like lightning. Ling Li's face changed, and more blood flowed into the Lihan sword. Instantly, the heavy sword became light as if nothing, and disappeared with a swish. So fast. Su Li's eyes were fixed, and she retreated without saying a word. The tip of the sword just passed in front of her, and the veil was annihilated into powder. Crack. Su Li stopped and touched her cheek with her fingertips, and a touch of red came out. A trace of blood appeared under her right eye, and the wound disappeared in a breath. That sword could hurt him. This destructive power is at the level of Junior Emperor, and you can actually deal with it. The voice of the old man sounded in her mind, I didn't expect that you hid your strength, and even I couldn't see it. But, it's not a good place to fight for a long time, or all of us will be involved in the river of fate and become nourishment. Be careful. Su Li's eyes narrowed into a line, and her figure paused. Then she suddenly rushed out, and the grey film quickly covered her fists and palms. Then let's finish it quickly. Fast. Too fast. Ling Li's pupils shrank. Before the fist arrived, the wind of the fist had blown his hair straight and danced backward. It was too late to dodge, and he could only raise his sword to resist. Boom. As soon as the sword touched, the horrible force was transmitted to Ling Li's arm along the sword, which instantly made him pale and shocked. Junior Emperor. He relied on the Lihan sword to reach this level, and this woman's strength was not less than his. Why are you in a daze? Swish. Laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. Su Li's figure flickered, and she suddenly appeared beside him. She hit his head with her palm. Oh no. Ling Li's heart thumped, and his body suddenly turned into a boneless thing. He twisted and forcibly moved back 1 foot. Her fingertips just swept across his face, and it was only a few centimeters away. Ling Li was in a cold sweat, and he was about to be relieved. No. Boom. The wind of the palm was like a knife, and it was full of wind pressure like a hurricane. In the blink of an eye, Ling Li was blown away like a cannonball, and he accurately bombarded on the Lihan tablet. With that sword, you and I have the same combat power, but you are not as good as me in terms of physical strength. A cold voice sounded in his ears. Ling Li suddenly raised his head, and there were 3 bloodstains on his face. In his eyes, Su Li walked very slowly, but her figure flickered in every step. She rushed forward quickly and stood less than 10 feet away from him in the time of a breath. It's an illusion to improve your strength by external objects. The Lord of Evil should understand that if you continue to fight, you have no chance to win. This sword should belong to me. Su Li did not hesitate, and the moment she touched the Lihan sword flew away with the wind. At the moment when Su Li relaxed, Ling Li went away in a flash. I failed to reinforce the seal this time, and I also encountered such a strong enemy. I have to retreat for the time being. Want to escape? Su Li slightly pursed her lips, and then raised the corner of her mouth, at the end of the spiritual awareness. Can you escape? As she spoke, her figure had already drifted away, leaving a group of ghosts of the Ling family who were shocked and silent. This First Elder, this woman's bone age is less than 100 years old. With such strength, even in our era, peerless Evildor. The old man sighed with emotion. In the history of this circle, there are 2 people as Evildor as her, and they are both women. One of them is the Lord of Kueyu Palace. Hiss, the clansmen of the Ling family were all shocked, and then they were surprised. That's First Elder. She just said that she has a way to help us remove the seal. The old man laughed heartily, and his old ghost eyes showed unprecedented light. Lighting up the end of the spiritual awareness, she is likely to go further and realize the way to control the line of fate. If I guess right, the monument keeper can't escape. Bang! Ling Li knelt on the ground in astonishment, and looked at the beautiful figure walking slowly in the distance. When he was about to straighten up, Su Li casually picked the red line connecting Ling Li's legs with her fingertips. Plop! Ling Li was shocked, and he lost the feeling of his legs again. It seems that you still don't understand what this place is. In that gap, you and I are equal, but here, you are at the mercy of others. Su Li squatted down and suddenly grasped the second red line with her left hand. Ling Li groaned and lost the control of his upper body. He fell to the ground, but Su Li lifted him up by his lapel and approached his face. Her tone was extremely gentle. Lord Evil Emperor, you also have this day. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife, the full text of The Poisonous Wife, the download of The Poisonous Wife, The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 586. Lord Evil Emperor, you also have this day. You can read it next time when you open the bookshelf. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 587. You can search Poisonous Wife in Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. In the silent and pale fate, Su Li walked slowly. Her black gauze dress was fluttering, but it was still spotless. As she approached, the black rune cage floating behind her also followed. In the cage, Ling Li was suppressed by the rune matrix and couldn't move. He looked unwilling. Old man, I'm back. Su Li's smile was as gentle as ever, but the first elder of Ling family always felt that there was an extra meaning of farewell in her smile. Liberation was imminent, and he didn't bother to think about it. He showed up and clasped his hands to express his gratitude. Your great kindness, I can't repay you. If we can really get out of trouble, it's not too much for us to serve you as our master, but we have a blood feud, and we have to find the whereabouts of the young lord. Old man, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Tell me how to let you out first. Su Li timely stopped the old man from continuing. The old man nodded, and his eyes fell on Ling Li, who couldn't move. His eyes were instantly filled with deep hatred, and his tone was barely stable. Since the tablet keeper showed up, it will be much easier for us to get out of trouble. As long as the sword in the tablet is destroyed, the devil tablet will also be weakened. Even without the innate thunder, the power in it can be reversed. Hearing this, Ling Li suddenly opened his closed eyes and stared at Su Li. He said coldly, "Do you really want to help the wicked and release these evil spirits? Qingshui Circle will be in chaos." Ha 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 ha, Su Li laughed a little wildly. Looking at the familiar and strange face of Ling Li, she leaned over and whispered, "Do you really think you are righteous? Lord of Evil, should I say you are naive or stupid?" Ling Li's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that the one in Shengtian Shrine was righteous, but he never doubted that he became the tablet keeper. Could it be? What do you mean? He stared at Su Li, but Su Li looked away and asked, Old man, how to destroy the sword in the tablet? This sword has been integrated with the tablet keeper. He is the sword, and the sword is him. The old man's face was cold. Kill him. The sword self-destruct. Ling Li's face was tense, and he said coldly, if you want to kill me, just say it. Even if I really die, that sword will still be there. It can't be destroyed. Ha ha ha. Do you think this old man will believe you? Su Li's expression changed slightly, but only for a moment, and then she returned to normal. She said indifferently, well, then. She approached the cage, and the runes immediately made way for her. She stopped in front of Ling Li and suddenly reached out to grab his throat. Master. Black Lotus was a little anxious. No, please reconsider. Shut up. Su Li's eyes were full of killing intent. Lord Evil Emperor, it is said that you are lustful by nature. You have 3,000 concubines in your harem and countless children, but you are inhumane and ruthless. You killed all your children with your own hands, because you don't allow anyone to threaten your position, right? Su Li exerted force in her hand. Cough, cough. Ling Li was choked and coughed for a while, but his expression didn't change. He just looked at Su Li calmly. Would you believe me if I said no? You will, spare my life. Of course not. Su Li squinted her long and narrow eyes and got close to Ling Li's face, because I won't believe a word you said. No. Suddenly, a familiar scream came from Ling Li's arms. Su Li was slightly absent-minded and loosened her hand. A frameless mirror full of cracks rushed out of Ling Li's arms and blocked in front of her. A pale woman's face emerged from the mirror and hurriedly explained, he doesn't have a concubine at all. They are all lies made up by Shengtian Shrine in order to make him work for Shengtian Shrine for a lifetime. Although he is the son of the Lord of Shengtian Shrine, the Lord of Shengtian Shrine didn't treat him as a human being at all. 1,000 years ago, he came back with the son of the Lord of Shengtian Shrine. The Lord of Shengtian Shrine was furious and immediately wanted to execute Wang. If he didn't deal with the Lord of Shengtian Shrine as a monument keeper, Wang would have. Enough. Ling Li interrupted and looked at the reincarnation mirror quietly. Jingxin flew forward and stopped in Su Li's palm. She begged, don't kill him. Su Li's fingertips gently stroked Jingxin's face. She smiled lightly and transmitted the sound in a low voice, I know you. It seems that you have been with him for 1,000 years and have feelings for him. Do you feel sorry for your lord? Jingxin's body trembled violently, and tears gushed out. She begged in a low voice, I never asked for anything. Senior, if you let him go today, I will go with you. I am the most precious reincarnation mirror, and I will not disgrace your identity. Jingxin, don't say any more. Ling Li's words couldn't hide his tiredness. He closed his eyes and suddenly relaxed his body. He was so tired. He was really tired. He wanted to see Li so much. At this moment, the meaningless life could finally come to an end. Where would Li wait for him for 1,000 years? Or, she couldn't forgive him and hid. The fragments in his mind flashed back, all of which were the bits and pieces of the time when he was with Su Li in the virtual world. His lips, which had always been cold, had a trace of warmth. What are you dreaming? Su Li stopped in front of him and said in a clear voice. Ling Li slowly opened his eyes. There was still a trace of recollection in his calm eyes. He smiled and said, Your voice is very nice, but it is not as good as, my wife. This sentence made his heart skip a beat. Su Li's eyes flashed. She turned her head and snorted in a low voice, the dignified Emperor of Evil is still trapped in the virtual world. It's ridiculous. The elder in the ice tomb was more and more confused. Why didn't she take action but chat with the monument keeper? Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to urge Su Li because of her strength. He could only wait and see. If you die, the son you protect will fall into eternal damnation. Do you have the heart to do that? Su Li clenched her fists and asked. Ling Li looked at Su Li doubtfully. He was not stupid. At this moment, he finally realized that the woman in front of him didn't want to kill him. Why? From her standpoint, there was no reason to let him go. Perhaps because of the knot in his heart, he was silent for a moment and finally said, "There is enough power around him to protect him." "Fang Yuan and the motley crew you brought up again?" Su Li sneered mercilessly. "It's treason to use the name of Linli Building. How dare you say it's enough with such little power?" As soon as she said this, Ling Li's pupils instantly shrank to the extreme. He stared at Su Li's face and breathed slightly quickly. His voice couldn't stop trembling. "How do you know who you are?" "We have met, Lord of Evil." Su Li chuckled and imprisoned Jing Xin. She put it in the space of Black Lotus Ring. "In the ghost region, I beat you hard. Do you forget it so soon?" Descendant of Ghost Clan, Ling Li immediately remembered and blurted out. What followed was endless disappointment. He even forgot to ask why Su Li knew the existence of the Linli Building. No wonder he couldn't defeat her. This woman could even kill the Grand Elder of Han's sect in the early years. "My current name is Su Jiuzhou." Su Li smiled faintly. "In the near future, you will remember this name deeply. As for now," Su Li turned around, "Old man, this person is still useful to me. Is there a way to take out Li Han's sword without hurting his life?" Although the old man was a little uncomfortable, he still replied, "It's very difficult. Unless someone can completely master an innate holy thunder and control it carefully to completely strip the power of Li Han's sword from his body." Ling Li's heart sank. It turned out that he had such a deep relationship with Li Han's sword. But the Lord of Shengtian Shrine clearly said that this thing was taken out from his body and put into his body in order to prolong his life. Was it also a lie? The old man thought that Su Li would be a little embarrassed when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Su Li not only didn't, but also smiled with a relaxed face. "I see. Then it's simple. Su Bai, come out." "Sister, what can I do for you?" The whirlpool of Kang Lei's cave appeared out of thin air. Su Bai in white walked out of it. He was surrounded by green thunder, like a thunder god. "Strip the foreign power from his body," Su Li carefully instructed. Others, including Ling Li, were all in a daze. This innate thunder spirit. The old man was shocked and overjoyed. He said, "Fellow practitioner Su, there is no accident that the innate thunder spirit can strip the Li Han sword. He is the holy thunder, and the holy thunder is him. The ability to control thunder and lightning is incomparable with the power of thunder and lightning practiced by the human clan. Sister, your decision is naturally wise." Su Bai glanced at the old man with appreciation. Then he floated to Ling Li. Countless green thunder instantly poured into Ling Li's pores. Ling Li, who was ready to bear the pain, was stiff. Then he suddenly relaxed and opened his eyes in surprise. This power was not painful but a little comfortable. He had never felt that thunder and lightning could be so gentle. It shuttled through his tendons and meridians, making him feel numb and even a little warm. Humph! The power of divine thunder of wood is naturally gentle. How lucky you are. The old man was very unhappy when he saw Ling Li's reaction. But he couldn't say anything since Su Li was beside him. The power of innate thunder and lightning to destroy evil was extremely strong. As soon as it entered Ling Li's tendons and meridians, the Li Han sword was like a mouse meeting a cat. It fled frantically. However, under Su Bai's perfect control, the Li Han sword was cunning enough, but it had no power to resist in front of absolute power. Soon, a trace of scarlet power escaped along the sharp pores and condensed into an illusory sword shadow to escape. Su Li snorted coldly. Blue thunder and lightning flashed out of her fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a water prison was built around the illusory sword shadow, which suppressed it and couldn't move. Divine thunder of water. The old man was shocked again. She has two kinds of divine thunder at the same time. Is this woman the current lord of the Wind Thunder sect? No, the two divine thunders of Wind Thunder sect were clearly fire and earth. It doesn't match at all. As time went by, the sword shadow in the water prison became more and more solid. Something more shocking happened to the old man. The latest chapter of The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife: The Poisonous Wife. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time, chapter 587. Next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like The Poisonous Wife, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.